It all starts here at Boardwell Park in Riverside. Clues to this unsolved murder led detectives to the arrest of 17 people, part of a large gang operation in the Inland Empire. On December 22, 2020, 32-year-old Cedric Dempsey was found shot in the head. Investigators say they located the suspect in of the father of 9 just about a week ago.
At first glance, this quiet cul-de-sac looks a lot like many of the other streets in the Casablanca neighborhood in Riverside, but looks can be deceiving. And on Thursday, El Sol Way was the focal point of a large-scale gang bust. All of these people arrested, including these 4, now charged with
big developments right now in the unsolved murder of a teenager gunned down because of his race. Lorenz Simmons was shot and back in 2012 as he walked to his grandmother's house. Well, today, police announced 2 arrests.
Riverside police are trying to keep everyone safe, too. They just arrested over 100 people here in a 3-day sting called Operation Street Sweeper.
Police worked with multiple state and local agencies looking into a pair of rival street gangs from Del Paso Heights and Strawberry Manor. And today they announced that they have arrested 20 gang members from the Strawberry Manor neighborhood.
He's talking about the permanent gang injunction, a 3-square-mile area known as the safety zone, stretching from the Broderick to Bright neighborhood. Young gang members would get picked up for curfew, weapons, drugs, and graffiti violations.
Arrested 5 alleged gang members in the murder of a 41-year-old mother. Carmen Rodriguez was gunned down outside a San Bernardino cafe in January of last year. Rodriguez was the wife of a Mexican Mafia member who was doing time at Pelican Bay.
Busted in the Inland Empire. Hundreds of local, state, and federal law enforcement personnel hit the streets of San Bernardino to arrest those described as members and associates of a violent street gang known as Westside Verdugo. Authorities say they're targeting the leadership or heads of the gang, and therefore the sweep is called Operation Westside Guillotine.
Pistol whipped and threatened for their lives. That's what investigators with the San Bernardino County Sheriff say happened to a couple who owns one Inland Empire business before thieves made off with more than $12,000 in cash. The incident dates back to March 12th at about 3 a.m. Investigators say 2 victims were sleeping when they were woken up and held at gunpoint by 3 armed suspects at a location off Valley Boulevard.
A major gang sweep in Stockton tonight, 2 years in the making. And also, nearly 24 people are behind bars, including a correctional.
Police here in Stockton are calling it Operation Mustang, and we went along for the ride during the takedown.
No, keep going, keep going. More than 50 people were arrested in Stockton in an operation against the Norteño street gang.
Police say the 10 suspects are members of a gang that has been identified as the East Oak Street Norteño.
A months-long gang sweep in Stockton leads to more than 30 arrests. Police dubbed it Operation Kryptonite Takedown.
After a string of gang-related shootings started, they arrested 8 known gang members and connected them to 2 attempted accessory after the fact, shooting into an inhabited dwelling, and confiscated 49 weapons.
22-year-old Jerry Wembley Jr. and 20-year-old Jerry Wembley III are charged along with 37-year-old Vianney Richardson. The charges stem from shootings on June 25th that left 2 people.
Men have been charged with robbing Jesse Munoz at a scenic turnout on Angeles Crest Highway in Pasadena. In July, they're also charged with robbing a woman who was with Munoz. The men are identified as Luis Ventura, Marco Antonio Hernandez, and Abraham Ernesto Alvarenga Cortez.
Police have arrested 19-year-old Fabian Rojas. He's accused in the shooting death of Jesus Maldonado. It happened Wednesday on Allister Avenue near Burrell Street.
Pasadena. Federal authorities announced they arrested 8 members of the Broad Day gang based in Antioch and Pittsburgh. Here's a look at the suspects. These 8 men are facing several charges, including burglary, pimping, and murder. Court records show the Broad Day gang is linked to at least 5 homicides in Contra Costa County. Authorities arrested Giovante Boyd in Jacksonville, Mississippi. Boyd is wanted for the shooting death of an innocent bystander during a drive-by shooting back in March in Pittsburgh.
These suspects, 4 behind bars, 2 still at large, linked to a violent criminal network called the Manor Boys.
Their crimes include murder and the conspiracy to commit murder, When Donzay Young was found shot to death in Antioch last August, it led to the unraveling of a war between rival gangs, Case, the other ENT.
Young was an active Case criminal street gang member, and he was targeted by a rival criminal street gang known as ENT.
Heard from a pedestrian Saturday night who said a car pulled up to them and shot at that person after some kind of confrontation. That call came in at 6:37. Then, less than 10 minutes later, CHP says the 5-year-old girl was shot and killed in another shooting on 880. A few hours later, Santa Cruz police arrest a car with 3 people they believe were connected to the deadly Milpitas shooting.
3 men, Humberto Ayana, Cristo Ayala, and Emmanuel Sarango, are now accused of shooting 5-year-old Ileana Cristostomo. Prosecutors claim all 3 men are Sureño gang members.
5-year-old girl on an East Bay freeway. 3 people already in custody for another crime will now be charged in the death of Ileana Cristostomo.
Representative tells me Ileana's parents want justice for their baby girl, and they believe that this will happen with those latest charges. The family is preparing for Ileana.
A drug takedown in LA and the OC. More than a dozen state and local law enforcement agencies teamed up for the sweep. They announced 10 new arrests of the Brownwood Street gang.
Shows the 85 people the Orange County Sheriff's Department and the Department of Justice arrested over a 3-month span. The so-called Operation Scarecrow targeted the Sureño Street Gang and Mexican Mafia members operating in Orange County.
Jenga was just 17. His sister tells us someone inside a car approached him last Friday and asked him if he was in a gang. He answered no. Then he was shot in front of his home. Witnesses say there were 2 people in the car, which is described as a dark-colored sedan.
The search continues tonight for the person who shot and a 9-year-old girl playing in front of her house in Anaheim.
Residents can now feel safer as a result of these arrests.
The investigation resulted in the indictment and arrest of 15 people on federal charges and 29 people on state charges.
Anaheim. It happened that fast. On March 4th at about 2 p.m. at El Pastillo restaurant on Cannon and Brighton in Beverly Hills. Investigators say a group of gang members target a man dining in this watch, a $500,000 Richard Mille timepiece. The man wearing it says they put him in a headlock, repeatedly hitting him in the head with the
brazen armored car robberies on the streets of L.A. that seemingly couldn't be stopped, and now more than 2 years after the first, most members of the crew are either behind bars or dead.
Members were arrested in the South Bay. San Jose police say 6 men and 2 juveniles were arrested between October 15th and the 17th, accused of several felonies. And the arrests follow several violent crimes ranging from assault with a deadly weapon, carjacking, robbery, and illegal possession of firearms.
3 of the deputies involved in Tut's case are part of a group named after the 3rd or 3,000th floor of Men's Central Jail, where they're assigned. The group works hard and they play hard. As a symbol of their bond, they flash gang-like hand signs, 3 fingers for 3,000. They sport similar tattoos. One even has their number inked onto his neck.
New Year's Eve, 153rd Street. Deputies say Mexican gang members threatened a black man walking home, beat him up. 30 minutes later, up to 20 Mexican gang members surrounded his home, threw a beer bottle through the window, shouted the N-word, and told them they couldn't live there because of their race. These 2 armed gang members were arrested for the reported
Pac Shakur Dwayne Davis was back in court today. At the center of this case lately has been the way Davis posted bail this year, using money from a producer who allegedly offered Davis the bail in exchange for exclusive television rights to Davis's life story. Judge Carly Kearney denied Davis's bail again this morning, and afterward Davis spoke up, claiming the prosecution ordered corrections officers to attack him in his cell.
They brutally beat me up, they attacked me and assaulted me. And it was wrong. I told them I had cancer. I'm on blood. Only ugly on the outside, but they ugly on the inside, too.
Suspect wanted in the fatal shooting of a 3-year-old boy in Compton 2 months ago is now behind bars.
More than 2 decades after a father and his 2-year-old daughter were gunned down in Compton, a suspect has been arrested. For 22 years, Stephen Murphy and his daughter Kaylee were assumed to have been in the wrong place at the wrong time.
And now, with a suspect in custody, their family may finally find justice.
The man is headed to prison for burglary and a home invasion robbery in Montecito. A judge sentenced Davion Jones to at least 18 years in prison, but he could spend the rest of his life behind bars. Jones.
A frightening scene played out on this Inglewood home security cameras. It captured the moments a suspected gang member ran away from a barrage barrage of gunfire past startled children who had been playing in the driveway.
He's running like somebody wanted to shoot him.
One of those children is Consuela Sanchez's 6-year-old nephew. They were not hurt. She says the driver of this gold car stopped in the middle of 112th Street around 6:30 last night, and that's when several people started shooting. Apparently bullets were just flying up and down the street. Take a look at the van behind me. You can see several rounds struck that vehicle. And then further down the street, that's where the teen boy, believed to be about 13 years old, was hit by a stray bullet.
Mob runs into an Inglewood convenience store and goes in a wild rampage. Police say about 50 to 70 juveniles took part in this raid at a 7-Eleven store on Century Boulevard last week. It's not clear just how much merchandise that they made off with or how much money they took. Many of the teens could be seen leaving the store on bicycles.
Identity. Search and arrest warrants were served in Inglewood, Hawthorne, and Los Angeles. More than 200 law enforcement agents and officers took part. These are the suspects they were after. The ones with their faces covered are in custody. 4 are still on the loose. Here are the mugshots of 10 of the 14 members of the so-called Family Street Gang that were arrested this week. According to the FBI and Inglewood PD, these are the shot callers for the gang that law enforcement describes as violent and doing business with affiliates in 10 states.
Police say that 4 men arrested for a jewelry store robbery over the weekend could be part of a crew that's linked to robberies up and down the state.
We're learning more tonight about a triple at a Modesto home over the weekend. We now know a 4th person was at the home during the shootings and managed to hide in a closet as those shots rang out. This is the first time we're seeing pictures of the victims: 31-year-old Edward Reinig, 19-year-old Alexandria Tellez, and 16-year-old David Siebels.
The investigation, dubbed Operation Red Desert, started last year when investigators say they started to see an uptick in violence. They discovered a connection with the Nuestra Familia prison gang and the Norteño street gang. Officials say local street gang members were carrying out the orders of high-ranking prison gang members.
Brutally beaten last month, a homeless man dies weeks later. And investigators say these suspected gang members are the attackers. Detectives say Matthew Arguello and Ruben Rosales confronted Jace Decker August 10th, believing the 63-year-old was a registered sex offender. Detectives say Decker was not.
May be hard to watch. The first robbery happened the day after Christmas. Police say 2 people were assaulted.
News overnight. Officials say 3 people were killed and multiple others wounded in a shooting at a house party in California. Long Beach Fire Department says they were called to the scene of a mass casualty.
Who was murdered in Long Beach is now a big step closer to some justice. Police announcing today that 3 men have been arrested for the deadly shooting of 37-year-old Yanet Ramirez Miranda. He was killed.
Flowers and a framed picture of 34-year-old Vanessa Malapule marked the spot where 5 people were found shot to death.
No one ever think it would be her out of all people, but that's how it happened. No one knows how it happened.
4 behind bars, 2 still at large, linked to a violent criminal network called the Manor Boys.
Their crimes include murder and the conspiracy to commit.
Hi, Barbara. Well, this was a joint effort between local, state, and federal officials. This morning, they arrested 4 people they believe to be associated with the Deep Sea Gang. Now, we were the only television station there with this exclusive video.
Today, Richmond police and the FBI announced the results of an 18-month investigation into a violent Richmond street gang called the Swerve Team. They're facing charges for dozens of crimes, including murder, across 12 cities.
8 members of the Swerve Team, several who were already in custody for a string of violent East Bay home invasions, to all of these additional crimes now charged.
Custer County law enforcement officials, along with the FBI, announced the arrests of 8 suspected violent gang members today.
They arrested 8 suspected gang members.
These arrests mark a successful and significant disruption of a violent neighborhood gang whose associates have allegedly committed serious criminal acts, including burglaries, shootings in public areas, pimping across the state of California, and which includes the shooting death of an innocent bystander.
Richmond, California. Nearly 40 million people, 800 miles of coastline, and a reputation built on sunshine, beaches, and the American dream. But underneath the postcard image runs something darker: a network of street gangs, prison-controlled empires, and turf wars that have shaped entire neighborhoods for decades. This isn't the story of one gang or one city. It's a journey across the whole state, from the deeply entrenched sets of South Los Angeles to the shipyard streets of Richmond. From the Norteno and Sereno battlegrounds of the Central Valley to the Mexican Mafia's tax system reaching out of prison cells and into the streets. From the Inland Empire's hidden wars to suburbs like Fremont and Anaheim that most people assume are untouched. And on the other side of every one of these stories, the task forces, the wiretaps, the multi-agency raids, and the federal indictments built to bring them down. Operation after operation. Arrest after arrest. A relentless back and forth between the people running these networks and the people trying to dismantle them. We're going to take you city by city, case by case, the rise, the violence, the crackdown, and the consequences. Some of these cases ended in life sentences. Some are still unfolding, and some left behind victims who never had anything to do with the war at all. This is California's gang landscape. Exposed. Let's get into it.
Richmond police say the young men pointing guns in this YouTube video are violent street gang members.
A lifestyle that these folks were actually living, toting guns and committing crimes.
They're accused of 3 Richmond, including that of 18-year-old Nico Martinez, who was walking home from work last September, as well as 14 attempted 2 carjackings, 1 home invasion robbery, 6 armed robberies, and 4 home burglaries. This surveillance video of a Fremont home invasion was one of the first pieces in the puzzle. Over 18 months, the Contra Costa FBI Violent Crimes Safe Streets Task Force linked 8 members of the Swerve team, several who were already in custody for a string of violent East Bay home invasions, to all of these additional crimes now charged. The Contra Costa County Sheriff's Office Crime Lab used a federal database that includes pictures of shell casings to connect the remaining puzzle pieces. One of the suspects, Mariko Williams, was a member of the Richmond Office of Neighborhood Safety, a program that pays members a stipend in part to turn their lives around.
2017, law enforcement announced the arrest of several members of the Swerve team, a North Richmond street gang tied to a violent 18-month crime spree that spread across multiple East Bay communities. The operation, involving Richmond police, the FBI, and other local agencies, uncovered a gang connected to 3 deletions, at least 14 attempted deletions, and a long list of armed robberies, carjackings, and home invasions. Investigators said the gang's violence reached far beyond Richmond's borders. One of the victims was 18-year-old Otilio Nico Martinez, who was gunned down in a barrage of 67 shots while walking home. An innocent bystander caught in a storm of gunfire. Another incident involved a 70-year-old school board member in Orinda, shot at in her driveway and pistol whipped during a robbery, while a separate shootout at the Willow Shopping Center in Concord sent bullets flying into nearby restaurants. Authorities called it one of the most dangerous crime waves to hit the Bay Area in recent memory. The investigation began when a Richmond detective recognized a known Swerve team member in surveillance footage from an armed home invasion in Fremont. That clue unraveled a much larger web of violence. Over the following months, police tied the gang to shootings in multiple cities, freeway gun battles, and robberies involving stolen vehicles. Members flaunted their crimes online through homemade rap videos showing themselves armed with pistols and assault rifles, footage that later became crucial evidence. By the summer of 2017, 7 members were in custody, with 1 more facing a $24 million arrest warrant. Among those charged were Mariko Williams, Torian Young, and Cardell Waters, whose cases would become central to the prosecution. The Contra Costa District Attorney's Office accused them of participating in a conspiracy that left 3 men, Dedim Elvin James, Otilio Martinez, and Maxim Biswas, and several others wounded. After years of investigation and courtroom battles, 2 of the gang's most violent members were finally convicted. In 2022, Marico Williams was found guilty of conspiracy to commit deletion, 2 counts of deletion, multiple attempted deletions, assaults with a firearm, robberies, burglaries, and carjackings. He faces multiple sentences of 25 years to life. Torian Young was convicted of conspiracy to commit deletion, 2 deletions, 4 attempted deletions, and related firearm charges. Cardell Waters was found guilty of conspiracy to possess an illegal firearm, though the jury deadlocked on his remaining counts. The trial lasted nearly 8 months and involved hundreds of exhibits, ballistic reports, and digital evidence. Investigators testified that Swerve Team's ambition went beyond local turf. They wanted dominance, status, and fear across the East Bay. Their downfall came through wiretaps, cell site data, and their own videos flaunting weapons and cash.
Contra County law enforcement officials, along with the FBI, announced the arrests of 8 suspected violent gang members today. As ABC 7 News reporter Melanie Woodrow explains, this is just the latest success for this local task force.
Guns, drugs, and gang paraphernalia. This is what Contra Costa County law enforcement officials, along with the FBI, say they seized in late October after serving 11 search warrants. They arrested 8 suspected gang members. It was all part of Operation Clap It Out, named after the gang the operation targeted.
The takedown is exactly what the FBI Safe Streets program is all about.
This past August, the FBI Safe Streets Task Force also announced the arrest of a violent Richmond street gang called the Swerve Team. And in May, the same task force announced cameras on Bay Area freeways following multiple highway shootings.
Contra Costa County law enforcement, working alongside the FBI, announced a major sweep targeting members of a violent street gang in an operation code named Clap It Out. The coordinated takedown led to the arrest of 8 suspected gang members, marking what officials described as a major blow to a group accused of wreaking havoc across multiple Bay Area communities. These arrests mark a successful and significant disruption of a violent neighborhood gang whose associates have allegedly committed serious criminal acts including burglaries, public shootings, pimping across California, and even deletion, which includes the tragic death of an innocent bystander, said District Attorney Diana Beckton during a press briefing. The operation, carried out in late October, involved 11 search warrants executed across Contra Costa County. Law enforcement recovered a cache of guns, drugs, and gang paraphernalia.
This is a case that has impact. People in the city of Richmond and the Bay Area should not live in fear.
Today, the FBI and Richmond police announced the names of these suspects, 4 behind bars, 2 still at large, linked to a violent criminal network called the Manor Boys. These are photos of associates of the Manor Boys. The task force is investigating and say more arrests will be happening soon.
I give a warning to the other ones out there that you better start looking over your shoulder because they're coming.
The Manor Boys' crime spree spans throughout the Bay Area in Richmond, El Sobrante, Oakland, Antioch, and Sacramento. The Manor Boys' violent crime spree dating back to July of 2016 to the most recent, May of this year. Discovery Bay woman Alexandria Schweitzer in Richmond. A 15-year-old was arrested this week in connection with her, and 21-year-old Terry Watts is still at large.
2 ongoing investigations led by Richmond Police, the Contra Costa District Attorney's Office, and the FBI San Francisco office have resulted in the arrests of half a dozen individuals connected to a series of crimes, including authorities announced on Wednesday. During a press conference at Richmond Police Headquarters, officials provided limited details regarding Operation Crescent Moon and Operation Big Houses, both focused on the Manor Boys gang. These investigations were initiated by the FBI's Safe Streets Task Force and supported by the District Attorney's Office. The recent arrests follow months of legal challenges, including 2 failed prosecutions involving alleged Manor Boys members who were implicated in a Vallejo deletion and at least 2 conspiracies to commit. Law enforcement officials executed warrants at 7 locations in Richmond, El Sobrante, Antioch, Oakland, and Sacramento. Among those arrested were 18-year-old Daryl Vaughn Waters, suspected of illegal firearms possession, 18-year-old David Jones, arrested on charges of robbery and illegal firearms possession, and 23-year-old Deshaun Ford, taken into custody for a probation violation. Officers recovered 3 firearms, along with cash, narcotics, and evidence of credit card fraud, bringing the total number of seized guns to 11. In May, an alleged Manor Boys associate, DeJuan Rice, was indicted on 2 counts of deletion. Authorities say the Manor Boys gang has been active in West Contra Costa for several years and has ongoing rivalries with other Richmond area gangs such as Deep Sea, Easter Hill, and North Richmond gangs. The gang's name comes from an apartment complex in Richmond formerly called Kennedy Manor, now known as Monterey Pine. In 2016, 5 alleged members of the Manor Boys were indicted on charges of conspiracy, deletion, and weapons offenses following a wiretap investigation. However, the case faced setbacks, with 3 defendants being acquitted of conspiracy and deletion charges against 2 others being dismissed after it was revealed that a prosecutor had misled grand jurors with an inaccurate question.
Several members.
The Richmond Police Department, state parole officials, DEA, and FBI began investigating the Deep Sea Gang in October of last year because of an increase in shootings and street-level violence. Throughout the investigation, law enforcement officials conducted over 100 undercover purchases of from people arrested in connection with this operation. Now, many or all of the people arrested today are suspected to be members of the Deep Sea Gang, a gang known to law enforcement for drug trafficking and violence.
Many of the individuals that we're attempting to contact and apprehend right now are already indicted for crimes that have been witnessed and, in some cases, videotaped.
Police became aware of the Deep Sea Gang about 2 years ago. The C stands for Central, since they are primarily in central Richmond around the 4th Street Park. An investigation began following an increase in shootings and street-level violence between North and Central Richmond.
With gunplay heating up and Richmond rattled by a wave of daylight shootings, law enforcement launched a major wiretap operation that ultimately led to 23 arrests. The investigation, codenamed Operation Exodus, was the result of cooperation between the DEA, Richmond Police, and the Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office. Authorized by a federal judge, investigators tapped multiple cellular and landline phones linked to members of Deep Sea, a long-standing Richmond street gang accused of fueling much of the city's violence. Over the course of 2 months, authorities say they prevented several planned shootings and seized 17 handguns along with $11,400 in cash. Prosecutors emphasized that the operation prevented people from being deleted or shot, intercepting conversations where gang leaders issued direct orders to commit deletions. The wiretaps revealed chilling details: plots of drive-by shootings, retaliatory ambushes, and discussions about arming up for conflicts sparked by social media insults. Police acted swiftly on the intelligence, staging raids, making car stops, and thwarting multiple assassination attempts. In one instance, officers pursued a car believed to be en route to a drive-by. Spike strips on Highway 37 ended the chase, and the suspects were arrested before shots could be fired. Among the 23 arrested, 12 defendants were charged with conspiracy to commit deletion, while others faced gun and narcotics charges. One of those defendants, Todd Gillard, allegedly directed attacks by phone from jail. Another, Ronell Robinson, had previously been tied to earlier Deep Sea prosecutions for attempted deletion. The group's power base centered in Richmond's Pullman Point housing complex, and investigators say intra-neighborhood rivalries and personal beefs, not drugs, were driving the escalating violence. The arrest came after several high-profile incidents that shook Richmond in early 2016. The demise of Lincoln Player, a beloved 21-year-old community worker, a deadly shooting outside the Richmond BART station, a gun battle that struck a 1-year-old child, and the broad daylight demise of DeMaria Young at a city-funded job training program. Each event heightened urgency. In what authorities described as a takedown of a new generation of North Richmond gangsters, federal and state agents arrested 8 Bay Area residents on charges ranging from robbery and gun possession to conspiracy to commit deletions. The 25-count felony complaint outlined a trail of brazen violence, including an attempted deletion in which over 50 rounds were fired at a rival from central Richmond, and a home invasion robbery in Concord where tens of thousands of dollars in cash, jewelry, and luxury items were stolen. The gang, known as Jet Life, was described by investigators as the latest crew to emerge from North Richmond, a small, unincorporated community of about 5,000 residents. Over the decades, this area has seen various street cliques rise and fall, from the Project Trojans to the Swerve Team, each leaving behind a legacy of violence. Jet Life's formation marked a continuation of that pattern, fueled by long-standing rivalries with central Richmond groups like Deep Sea. On March 21st, police alleged that Jones, Hunt, Colbert Matty, and Maddox fired 4 different guns during a shootout with rivals from a Crescent Park gang, striking one target. Investigators linked one of the weapons to a previous shooting in November, when 3 guns were used to fire 50 rounds at a Deep Sea member. 2 weeks later, on April 4th, Colbert Matty, Jones, LaPierre, My Precious Matty, and other conspirators allegedly carried out a home invasion in Concord. Wearing ski masks and carrying firearms, they stormed a residence, making off with $20,000 in cash, a Rolex watch, a gun, a brand new Chevy Silverado, and several pieces of jewelry. Shortly after, David Godfrey reportedly displayed the stolen items on social media. During follow-up searches, police recovered an assault weapon used in the March 21st shooting from the home of Maddox's 15-year-old girlfriend. Authorities also seized other firearms, including handguns and extended magazines, during raids in Richmond, Concord, and Walnut Creek. Investigators said they were able to connect multiple crimes across these cities, building a case that tied the same group to several violent incidents. Officials described Jet Life as an ambitious and reckless crew, one that relied on social media clout as much as street reputation. Detectives said the gang's members often recorded themselves flashing stolen items online, unintentionally helping investigators piece together the timeline of their crimes. In a major multi-agency raid, about 200 federal and local law enforcement officers swept into North Richmond, California, targeting one of the region's most violent street gangs. Law officers executed a coordinated series of 12 federal arrest warrants and 14 search warrants across the community. A helicopter hovered overhead as FBI SWAT teams, sheriff's deputies, and Richmond police deployed flashbang grenades and made arrests in the 5th and Market Street area, known as a hub for drug sales, shootings, and gang violence. Authorities say the gang under investigation is the Project Trojans. According to investigators, the group maintains roughly 300 members and associates and has long controlled large portions of the drug trade in North Richmond. One official noted that nearly 90% of homicides and attempted deletions between 1991 and 2004 in the area were linked to the Project Trojans. The raid comes days after a separate March operation that indicted 15 alleged gang members on charges of trafficking, cocaine, and methamphetamine. During the sweep, police recovered drugs, numerous firearms, drugs, and gang paraphernalia. A sheriff's lieutenant said the operation was part of a larger effort. Our goal is to take the violence out of North Richmond. FBI officials described the action as part of their Safe Streets Task Force mission, disrupting entrenched violent groups whose crimes spill across jurisdictions. Although many suspects were arrested on state charges, at least 6 face federal drug and gang-related counts. Before dawn, the quiet streets of southeast Richmond were suddenly filled with flashing lights and armored vehicles. Federal agents, immigration officers, and local police moved in on a small single-family home on Monterey Street, ending a 6-month investigation that authorities say stopped one of the world's most violent street gangs from tightening its grip on the Bay Area. Inside, officers arrested a 33-year-old man identified as a high-ranking leader of MS-13, the Los Angeles-based organization known for its brutality and military-style discipline. The suspect, who had recently relocated from San Francisco to Richmond, was believed to be directing operations in the East Bay. Since his arrival, police say MS-13 members had been linked to 3 deletions and several shootings, as the gang attempted to carve out new territory and intimidate rival groups. During the raid, officers recovered a loaded shotgun and a handgun. At 2 additional locations, no other members were found, though investigators said the gang's network extended across the Bay Area. A police dog team was deployed after a pit bull charged officers at the door. No agents were seriously injured. Witnesses described a dramatic scene as roughly 30 heavily armed officers surrounded the quiet residential block. Neighbors, startled awake, watched from porches and windows as the raid unfolded. They kept to themselves, one resident said. They had dogs out front all the time, but they never talked to anyone. Police described the man as a shot caller, a senior figure in the MS-13 hierarchy, with a prior record for assault with a deadly weapon and firearms offenses. Authorities said he was arrested on federal immigration violations, but may face additional charges tied to gang-related murders and assaults. According to Richmond Police Lieutenant Mark Gagin, the operation was part of a broader effort to prevent MS-13 from taking root in Northern California. The MS-13 has established itself as a very violent gang, he said. They're starting to get a foothold in the Bay Area, and several of the people we targeted are implicated in murders and assaults with deadly weapons. Investigators believe the surge in violence stemmed from an ongoing feud between MS-13 and a rival Serrano-affiliated group known as RST, Richmond Serrano 13. The conflict marked the first time local law enforcement realized that MS-13 had begun expanding its presence into Richmond. We were surprised to learn we had multiple MS-13 members living here, Gagin admitted. This was a safe base for them while they committed crimes throughout the Bay Area. Authorities said the takedown targeted the upper levels of the gang's regional leadership. When you dismantle a gang, you have to start at the top, Gagin said. You go after the ones calling the shots. For Richmond, the raid was a wake-up call. It showed how easily global criminal networks can infiltrate local communities and how a quiet suburban block can suddenly become a front line in an international gang war. A violent chain of events that began on a busy stretch of Interstate 80 ended with a plea deal and a 36-year prison sentence for one Richmond area gang member and 2 deaths tied to the same circle of friends. Prosecutors say the case traces back to 2017, when a man named DeMarcus Doss was shot and met his demise while sitting in traffic with his girlfriend. Investigators allege that a car pulled alongside theirs and opened fire without warning. Doss shielded his girlfriend with his body, taking multiple bullets before dying at the scene. The shooters were identified as 3 young men from Richmond's Parchester Village neighborhood: Elliot John Henry Johnson, Brian Jamari Anderson, and Lonnie Hopkins Jr. Johnson was accused of driving the vehicle, while Anderson was alleged to be the gunman. Hopkins later accepted a plea deal in 2019, admitting to voluntary manslaughter in exchange for a 13-year sentence. But the violence didn't end with their arrests. In 2020, while housed together in the Martinez detention facility, Johnson and Anderson allegedly beat another inmate, Lovell Williams, during a brutal assault that left him with a broken jaw. Williams died a day later during surgery. Authorities said the 2 men had somehow bypassed their cell locks before launching the attack. A beating Anderson later appeared to admit was pre-planned during a recorded jail call. Johnson eventually accepted a plea agreement that closed both cases. He pleaded no contest to 2 counts of voluntary manslaughter, 1 count of conspiracy, and multiple enhancements, including the use of weapons and participation in gang activity. In exchange, prosecutors dropped the 2 open murder charges. The plea carries a 36-year prison term, though Johnson must still face formal sentencing. During court proceedings, prosecutors outlined other violent episodes inside the jail. In May 2019, Johnson and Anderson were caught with a homemade knife hidden in their cell. The following month, they attacked another inmate, breaking his nose and causing a concussion. Johnson admitted involvement in those incidents as part of his plea. Anderson, identified by police as the shooter in the Interstate 80 demise, continues to face 2 active deletion charges. Because he was 17 years old at the time of the freeway shooting, his case has been transferred back to juvenile court, with the possibility of being retried in adult court depending on the judge's decision. Authorities say all 3 men, Johnson, Anderson, and Hopkins, were connected to a small Richmond area gang operating out of Parchester Village, a tight-knit but often turbulent neighborhood, long marked by rivalries and cycles of retaliation. For the family of DeMarcus Doss, prosecutors said, the plea deal brought some measure of closure. Doss was remembered as a young man who died protecting someone he loved, a hero caught in the crossfire of a senseless feud that stretched from the streets to the jailhouse.
Serious criminal gang activity with a history of gun violence impacting Stockton.
A major gang sweep in Stockton tonight, 2 years in the making, and also nearly 24 people are behind bars, including a correctional officer.
Investigators seized a number of weapons and drugs during a citywide raid yesterday.
23 people are behind bars tonight for possession of narcotics, conspiracy, theft, promoting gang activity. The list goes on, and the tally, more than 60 felony charges.
This was an outstanding operation to dismantle a very violent gang in Stockton.
For the last 2 years, Stockton Police Department has had its eye on the Northside Gangster Crips. Police Chief Eric Jones says he called on several agencies to join Operation Blue Storm, the effort to take down the gang.
That the Northside Gangster Crips were involved in at least 4 shooting incidents that would have otherwise have gone possibly unreported and unsolved.
The operation came to a head on Wednesday after a round of raids throughout the city.
And all I heard is boom. Police, police.
This man says officers rushed into his home early in the morning.
They said we're looking for guns and weapons.
Officers made 15 additional stops throughout the city. 12 people were arrested in Stockton, but the search didn't end there.
These subjects were then driving to Nevada and selling the narcotics at a much higher price than could be sold for in Stockton.
Nearly 200 miles away, investigators found more drugs and guns in Reno and arrested 11 more people. The investigation uncovered the alleged involvement of a San Joaquin County correctional officer, 31-year-old Ashley Johnson.
And because she was arrested for felony charges, her employment with the sheriff's office was terminated, and we were very disheartened at that activity.
Johnson faces various narcotics and conspiracy charges. Her connection to the gang is still under investigation.
The Northside Gangster Crips is a long-standing criminal street gang originating in Stockton, California. Affiliated with the Crips and known for wearing the color blue, the Northside Gangster Crips has maintained a significant presence in Stockton, with law enforcement documenting nearly 200 members over the years. The gang is widely recognized as one of the city's most violent groups, engaging in various criminal activities. The Northside Gangster Crips' violent history was well known to local authorities even before 2017. Stockton Police Chief Eric Jones highlighted the gang's involvement in numerous shootings. One notable incident occurred in 2007 when a shootout at a house party involving NSGC members resulted in 1 deletion and multiple injuries. Despite community programs aimed at reducing gang violence, the Northside Gangster Crips remained active, contributing significantly to Stockton's crime rates. In late 2015, law enforcement initiated Operation Blue Storm, a multi-agency investigation targeting the Northside Gangster Crips as part of Stockton's broader Operation Ceasefire strategy. This unified effort aimed to curb violence by focusing on the small group responsible for most of the city's gun crimes. When repeated warnings failed, authorities launched an 18-month investigation involving federal, state, and local agencies. The investigation revealed a drug and gun trafficking operation between Stockton and Reno, Nevada. Gang members transported drugs from Stockton to Reno for higher profits. They used the proceeds to purchase firearms in Nevada, where gun laws were less stringent, then smuggled the weapons back to Stockton. The operation combined surveillance, undercover buys, informants, and forensic analysis, connecting the Northside Gangster Crips to several previously unsolved shootings. On April 12, 2017, Operation Blue Storm culminated in coordinated raids in Stockton and Reno, leading to the indictment and arrest of 23 individuals, including the Northside Gangster Crips members and associates. The broad sweep dismantled the gang's network and leadership. The charges included conspiracy, drug trafficking, illegal weapons sales, participation in a criminal street gang, and various violent offenses. Among those arrested were high-ranking members like Rothel Satchel and Lamont Harper, who managed the gang's Reno operations. Authorities also apprehended a San Joaquin County correctional officer, Ashley Johnson, who allegedly collaborated with the gang, showcasing how the Northside Gangster Crips had infiltrated law enforcement. The wide-reaching indictments aimed to neutralize not only the shooters and gang leaders, but also their enablers. Collectively, the defendants faced over 60 felony counts, with some individuals tied to specific violent incidents. The legal strategy included leveraging evidence and potentially flipping lower-level suspects into cooperating witnesses to strengthen the cases against top leaders. The 2017 takedown significantly disrupted NSGC's operations, marking a critical step in Stockton's efforts to reduce gang violence and restore community safety. 13 members of the East Side Crips, a Stockton-based street gang, have been arrested following a months-long investigation led by the Stockton Police Department in collaboration with the California Department of Justice and the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office. The investigation, which began in January, uncovered the gang's involvement in a range of serious criminal activities in Stockton, including deletion, attempted deletion, assault with a deadly weapon, illegal weapon trafficking, and human trafficking. Law enforcement officers executed search warrants at 10 different locations across Stockton. The operation resulted in the seizure of 8 firearms and various drugs. We want to send a clear message to those who choose to engage in violence in our community, said Stockton Police Chief Eric Jones.
An innocent gathering of friends down this quiet street in East Stockton on Friday, September 29, 2017, turned into a murder scene. 18-year-old Brianna Ballesteros was in a car waiting for her boyfriend when she was shot. She said, "My daughter was a very nice young woman, smart and caring. She had her whole life ahead of her."
The police department there say that they've arrested 10 gang members connected to several in that area. Police say the 10 suspects are members of a gang that has been identified as the East Oak Street Norteños. The crimes in this investigation date back all the way to August of 2017.
A 9-month investigation into the East Oak Street Norteños, a new subset of the long-standing Norteño gang, resulted in the arrests of nearly a dozen individuals linked to multiple deletions, shootings, and other crimes in Stockton and San Joaquin County. During the course of the investigation, officers recovered weapons, narcotics, and evidence connecting the suspects to a series of violent incidents. The investigation, which began in August 2017, aimed to address rising violence in the region, including 3 unsolved deletions. The East Oak Street Norteños, an offshoot of a gang with roots in Stockton since the 1970s, had been on law enforcement's radar for the past year and a half, according to Officer Joseph Silva of the Stockton Police Department. New data-driven tactics were pivotal in identifying and apprehending the suspects, contributing to the arrests of 10 alleged gang members on charges ranging from deletion to possession of weapons, drugs, and stolen property. Among the most significant cases solved during the investigation were 60-year-old Neftali Gonzalez Castaneda, 18-year-old Brianna Ballesteros, and 19-year-old Daniel Ibarra. Ballesteros, an honors student who had recently graduated from Cesar Chavez High School, met her demise while waiting in her car to pick up her boyfriend. Ibarra was shot while in the back seat of a truck near Wilson Way and Anderson Street, with the driver and another passenger critically wounded but surviving. The Stockton Police Department emphasized that these arrests demonstrate the effectiveness of targeted investigations and advanced data analytics in curbing gang violence. Officer Silva stated, "These arrests are a direct result of our commitment to keeping Stockton safe."
More than 50 people were arrested in Stockton in an operation against the Norteño street gang. The California Department of Justice says the operation got underway in August. They were targeting the gang's suspected criminal activities, including attempted robbery, controlled substances, and firearms.
In 2019, Stockton, California, became the focus of a large-scale law enforcement initiative known as Operation Red Ruins, targeting violent subsets of the Norteño street gang. The operation was launched in response to a spike in gang-related violence in Stockton, with incidents ranging from shootings and attempted deletions to armed robberies. One particularly alarming case involved a 10-year-old girl who was injured by stray gunfire while playing in her backyard. The operation resulted in the arrest of 50 individuals connected to the Norteño gang. Those apprehended faced an array of felony charges. During coordinated raids, law enforcement officers seized 42 firearms, including 8 assault weapons, and confiscated 25 pounds of illegal drugs. Chief Jones emphasized that the operation had disrupted the very foundations of the gang's criminal infrastructure, providing a sense of relief to a community long plagued by gang violence.
Based upon documented shootings shootings and attempted, which occurred in 2015. The agencies initiated a collaborative effort to A, identify those gang members and associates most likely to participate in or carry out the next violent crimes. B, dismantle and disrupt sources of income for the street gang, such as prostitution, human trafficking, credit card fraud, and drug trafficking. And C, dismantle and or disrupt the leadership and influential members belonging to the Westside Bloods and Taliban criminal street gangs.
Operation Bloodline was launched in response to a sharp rise in gang-related violence in Stockton, California. In 2015, the city witnessed a dramatic surge in violent crimes, including a troubling increase in deletions. The escalation of violence was primarily attributed to the activities of two notorious street gangs, the Westside Bloods and the Taliban gang. These gangs were involved in a range of criminal activities, including illegal firearms trafficking, armed robberies, drug distribution, and violent assaults. A particularly shocking incident, a triple deletion, highlighted the urgent need for a robust law enforcement response. The violent rivalry between the Westside Bloods and the Taliban gang had created an atmosphere of fear in Stockton's neighborhoods. These gangs were notorious for drive-by shootings, targeted assaults, and the illegal sale of firearms and narcotics. California Attorney General Kamala Harris emphasized the severity of the situation, stating that gang members had terrorized the Stockton community and escalated violence and the proliferation of illegal guns in the city.
A Stockton special education teacher and baseball coach was shot on Friday as he was waiting to have lunch with his fiancée. KCRA 3's Kay Reseed spoke with Mark Scott's fiancée and shares his family's fight for justice.
Hey, what happened?
Mark Scott was the boy next door with a magnetic smile.
He has like this infectious smile, like who is he? And I remember we met one day and we just hit it off.
A man, father, fiance, and educator who Alyssa Henderson says was her soulmate.
Displayed on a table, assault weapons, handguns, and ghost guns. 58 firearms in all, representing deadly gun violence in what law enforcement dubbed Operation Hybrid Havoc Takedown.
While we cannot take away the grief and loss the Stockton community has felt as a result of these horrific crimes, we can bring to account the people who committed them.
90 arrests were made, 3 arrested for 2 separate as part of a multi-agency operation that began in January.
Yeah, well, out of this today, there were 2 arrests made and 2 homicides solved. One of those, Mark Scott, the Edison High School baseball coach who was in February. You might remember that story. This is something that the California Attorney General said doesn't erase the pain that the Stockton community has felt, not just from that loss, but from other violent crimes, but it does hold those responsible accountable.
Summer's here. Kids can play in the park. We're giving them back.
Stockton streets have fewer criminals on them today if you ask city, county, and state leaders.
California Department of Justice, Stockton Police Department, and San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office announced the results of Operation Hybrid Havoc Takedown, a months-long joint investigation aimed at dismantling criminal street gangs in Stockton, California. The operation began in January 2022, targeting gangs responsible for a series of violent crimes, including at least 2 deletions. The operation resulted in the arrest of 90 individuals and the seizure of a substantial amount of illegal items. Law enforcement confiscated 58 firearms, including 12 ghost guns and 10 assault weapons. Authorities also seized $23,000 in cash along with a variety of dues. Attorney General Rob Bonnet praised the collaborative efforts of the involved agencies, highlighting the significance of the operation in enhancing public safety. Among those arrested were Damian Cook, 18, and a 15-year-old boy for their roles in a gang-related shooting on January 23, 2022, in the 1800 block of Platte Road. Cook was also charged for involvement in another gang-related shooting on February 25, 2022, in the 400 block of East Flora Street. Additionally, 35-year-old Antonio Thomason was arrested for a deletion that occurred on February 11, 2022, in the 8000 block of North El Dorado Street. In another case, 30-year-old Antonio Hoskins and 38-year-old Roberta Howard were arrested for a deletion that took place on May 15, 2022 in the 8100 block of West Lane. The operation also led to the arrest of several individuals for conspiracy and firearms-related crimes. Butler was arrested for his role in a gang-related shooting on March 20, 2022 in the 100 block of Gateway Court, and for conspiracy to commit another gang-related shooting alongside Harris.
A months-long gang sweep in Stockton leads to more than 30 arrests. Police dubbed it Operation Kryptonite Takedown. After serving 55 search warrants, investigators arrested 34 suspected gang members. Charges range from assault to gun trafficking to EDD fraud.
On October 15, 2020, the Stockton Police Department announced the results of Operation Kryptonite, a collaborative effort to combat street gang activity in Stockton, California. The operation was launched in response to a significant increase in violent crime involving documented street gang members between 2018 and 2020. During the investigation, law enforcement officials executed 55 search warrants, resulting in 34 arrests for various criminal violations. Authorities recovered 38 firearms, seized approximately $40,000 in cash, and confiscated various drugs. Several significant arrests were made during Operation Kryptonite. Authorities found 21 firearms in their vehicle during the arrest. Months-long investigation into several feuding gangs in Stockton, California, led to the arrest of nearly a dozen individuals involved in violent crimes, including shootings, robberies, and gang-related activities. The Stockton Police Department, in collaboration with the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office, announced the arrests following an extensive probe into multiple shootings between 2014 and 2018, including deletions in Stockton and San Joaquin County. According to police officials, the shootings were linked to ongoing conflicts between several Norteno-affiliated gangs that have been feuding since 2012. The gangs identified in the investigation include the Barrio Conway Nortinos, the United Nortinos, the Southside Stockton Nortinos, and the Triple Six Gangsters. These groups have been responsible for numerous violent crimes, contributing to instability and fear within the community. Among those arrested were members of the United Nortinos, including Manuel Solis, 23, Jorge Herrera Cruz, 25, a member of the Southside Stockton Nortinos, and Carlos Valencia, 21, a General Norteno gang member. The trio was charged with multiple robberies at Stockton banks, where they assaulted bank patrons and stole cash. During the investigation, authorities also arrested Solis's mother, 44-year-old Mona Sandoval, for being a felon in possession of a firearm and child endangerment. 2 loaded firearms were recovered from her home during a search warrant execution. Varrio Conway Norteno members Angel Lopez, 24, and Adonis Bustamante, 18, were charged with kidnapping, attempted deletion robbery, and gang enhancements related to a violent incident on October 5, 2018, near La Cresta in Carabrook Ways. During the incident, Lopez and Bustamante forced a 16-year-old male out of his car, stealing his money and cell phone. They then forced the victim into another vehicle, threatening to delete him. The teenager managed to escape by jumping from the moving car, at which point the suspects fired shots at him. Fortunately, the victim was not struck by the gunfire. Additional arrests included Barrio Conway Norteno gang member Hector Perez, 31, who was charged with trafficking and sales of controlled substances, trafficking and possession of firearms, acting as an accessory after the fact, and gang enhancements. Another Barrio Conway Norteno member, Daniel Farias, 22, faced charges for trafficking and sales of controlled substances, firearm violations, possession of a 50-round drum magazine, and gang enhancements. Felix Torres, 34, a member of the Triple Six Gangsters and a parolee, was arrested for being in possession of an assault rifle. Authorities also apprehended Freddy Rendon Arriaga, 19, a Flyboys associate and parolee, who was charged with being a felon in possession of a firearm and gang enhancements for his possession of 2 firearms and an illegal extended magazine. Law enforcement officials emphasized that the operation's success was due to coordinated efforts between local and county agencies and a commitment to holding violent offenders accountable.
Police here in Stockton are calling it Operation Mustang, and we went along for the ride during the takedown.
No, keep going, keep going.
It's a major gang crackdown, one arrest after another, mainly in the northeast Stockton area.
This is a very sophisticated as well as a very vicious gang.
The vicious street Stockton gang seen on this chart are the target of the state attorney general and California law enforcement.
We pretty much wiped out, as of today, the hierarchy of this gang.
More than 300 officers hit the streets today. 32 people were arrested.
The tentacles of this gang cancer certainly spreads throughout the city, the state, and as you can see, all the way across the nation.
Some of those states include North Carolina, Ohio, Philadelphia, and Rhode Island. Investigators say this gang was using FedEx, DHL, and UPS to transport the drugs. This week started at 7 o'clock this morning, and several houses that we pulled up to had bullet holes from previous drive-bys. Police hope this gang...
A criminal grand jury on Friday indicted 12 suspected members of the Loketown Crips, a Stockton-based gang, on charges related to a nationwide drug trafficking ring and a series of violent crimes that disrupted otherwise quiet neighborhoods. The indictments follow a major law enforcement sweep that took place, which more than 30 alleged gang members were arrested. The Loketown Crips, an ethnic Cambodian gang, are accused of shipping illegal drugs through commercial couriers to fellow gang members in states as far away as North Carolina. The San Joaquin County Supervising Deputy District Attorney, Ron Freitas, noted that this is the first time in recent memory that such a large group of suspected gang members has been indicted simultaneously by a San Joaquin County criminal grand jury. I think these defendants now realize what they're facing, Freitas said. I hope they do. The charges against them include participation in a criminal street gang, being felons in possession of firearms, drug sales, firing weapons, and transporting drugs. One significant outcome of the indictments is that the defendants will go directly to trial, bypassing the preliminary hearings where a judge would typically review evidence to decide if a trial is warranted. In total, the grand jury indicted 13 men.
3 people are dead and 2 others wounded, and police say it all started as a feud between rival gangs.
70 days after a string of gang-related shootings started, they arrested 8 known gang members and connected them to 2 attempted accessory after the fact, shooting into an inhabited dwelling, and confiscated 49 weapons, many of them assault weapons. Known gang members in gang territory, and people talked, some reluctantly, but they gave information. From last December until mid-February, week after week it seemed, there was some type of gang shooting in Pasadena. This is how out of hand things became. There was a vigil held for that December shooting. The date was January 6th. It was right here where I'm standing. At the vigil, there was a drive-by shooting. 3 more people were shot. 2 of them died. A woman at the vigil was struck, and she ran down the street, around the corner, to get help for herself at the fire station.
Between December 2016 and January 2017, Pasadena was hit by a violent surge of gang-related attacks that detectives later confirmed were part of a brewing war between 2 rival sets, Pasadena-Denver Lane Bloods and Duarte's Doric Crips. Over several weeks, 3 people met their demise and 2 more seriously wounded in a string of coordinated shootings that struck neighborhoods already on edge. To residents, the violence felt sudden and senseless. But to seasoned investigators, the patterned late-night drive-ups, targeted ambushes, and quick escapes looked like the work of an out-of-town crew hunting Pasadena rivals. The first demise occurred on December 22, 2016, when 25-year-old Brandon Douglas, a man detectives said had ties to the Pasadena-Denver Lane Bloods, was shot multiple times on North Fair Oaks Avenue. The attack was carried out from a vehicle that had been spotted earlier cruising slowly through Pasadena. Behavior detectives later tied to Doric Crips members scouting for targets. 2 weeks later, on January 6, 2017, mourners gathered for Douglas's vigil on West Claremont Street. As dozens of people stood outside grieving, a car cut its headlights and rolled toward the group. Gunmen opened fire into the crowd. 24-year-old Antoine Sutphin Jr. and 24-year-old Ormoni Duncan, both known by law enforcement to be affiliated with Pasadena-Denver Lane Bloods, met their demise. A woman standing near them was also shot and survived. Minutes later, another burst of gunfire struck an occupied home nearby, which prosecutors later used as the basis for the shooting into an inhabited dwelling charges. As Pasadena detectives began comparing shell casings, tracking vehicles, pulling security footage, and interviewing wary witnesses, the truth became clear. The shooters were part of a squad of Doric Crips members who had been driving into Pasadena specifically to hit their rivals from PDL Bloods. The feud between the two sets had been simmering for years, rooted in territory, past shootings, and the long-standing Blood versus Crip rivalry that stretches across Los Angeles County. Evidence showed planning rather than spontaneous violence. Coordinated car swaps, phones turned off before attacks, and consistent ballistic matches. 8 suspected members of the Doric Crips were identified. 4 of them were arrested and charged with 3 counts of first-degree deletion, 2 counts of attempted deletion, conspiracy to commit deletion, shooting from a vehicle, shooting into an inhabited dwelling, and multiple gang enhancements. Detectives described Lee as a key instigator and organizer within the Doric Crip subset responsible for orchestrating the Pasadena attacks. One additional defendant, Andrew Vasquez, was acquitted, but prosecutors emphasized that the core hit team had been successfully removed from the streets. At trial, jurors heard how the Doric Crips squad allegedly traveled into Pasadena specifically to target PDL members, turning neighborhoods like Fair Oaks, Claremont Street, and the surrounding blocks into active battlegrounds. Once convicted, the defendants were handed life without parole sentences, effectively ending the violent Pasadena-Duarte feud that had terrorized residents for months. Detectives later said they believe the crew may have been involved in other unreported shootings tied to the rivalry.
The gang members, well, police believe they are behind a murder. We're talking about 5 men arrested in Panorama City and a woman arrested in South Los Angeles. According to the Pasadena Police Department, they believe they are behind the murder of 32-year-old Jesse Munoz last weekend while he sat in his car on Angeles Crest Highway. And now police believe that was not an isolated incident. They believe the gang could also be behind the murders of Jorge Ramos and Taylor Raven Whitaker, who were shot to death inside Ramos' car at Pelican Cove Park in Rancho Palos Verdes this weekend. The gang say detectives operating with a very distinctive M.O.
Targeting victims who were parked in scenic turnouts or areas that were somewhat desolate with very little, cell phone reception. And in most cases, those victims were distracted when they were assaulted.
Brought in the early hours of July 22, 2023, Jesse Enrique Munoz drove with a female companion to a scenic overlook off Angeles Crest Highway above Pasadena, a spot meant for quiet views of the city. Instead, it turned into a deadly ambush. Detectives say a group of armed suspects walked up to their parked car, robbed the couple at gunpoint, and opened fire. Munoz met his demise while his companion survived the holdup. Pasadena police quickly realized this matched a pattern. In the weeks before the shooting, a string of late-night robberies had been targeting parked cars at remote turnouts along Angeles Crest, with victims forced at gunpoint to hand over property before the suspects vanished back down the mountain. Using roadway cameras, vehicle tracking, and victim interviews, detectives identified a suspect car tied to the night Munoz met his demise. On July 25th, just 3 days later, a coordinated operation took down 5 male suspects and 1 female. Inside their vehicle, officers recovered 2 semi-automatic handguns, and ballistics later confirmed one of them was used in the demise of Munoz. Prosecutors quickly filed robbery charges. Luis Ventura was charged with 2 counts of armed robbery for the holdup of Munoz and his companion, while Wendy Cerritos and Russell Joshua Hernandez were each hit with multiple robbery counts tied to earlier gunpoint stick-ups along the highway. On August 29th, homicide detectives launched another wave of raids that led to the arrests of Abraham Ernesto Alvarenga Cortez and Marco Antonio Hernandez, believed to be core members of the same robbery crew. After meeting with prosecutors on August 31st, Ventura, Cortez, and Marco Hernandez were all formally charged with 1 count of deletion and 2 counts of robbery, with firearm and gang enhancements tied directly to Munoz's demise at the Overlook. As the case expanded, Gang investigators identified the crew as members or associates of the Mara Salvatrucha MS 13th Street Gang and began linking their Angeles Crest robberies to other violent crimes across Los Angeles County, including a double homicide in Rancho Palos Verdes, where Jorge Ramos and Taylor Raven Whitaker met their demise in a parked car during an attempted robbery. Evidence from that scene, including ballistics and digital data, pointed back to the same network, positioning Marco Hernandez as a key defendant in a broader triple homicide investigation, while Cerritos and Russell Hernandez faced additional robbery charges tied to the larger.
Got an update on the murder of a young man in Pasadena. Police have arrested 19-year-old Fabian Rojas. He's accused in the shooting death of Jesus Maldonado. It happened Wednesday on Allister Avenue near Burrell Street. Court documents indicate Maldonado was involved in a fist fight with another person when Rojas allegedly shot him.
On October 2019, in Pasadena, California, a gathering of young men quickly turned into tragedy. According to investigators, two groups arranged a meeting in the 200 block of Allister Avenue under the guise of a fight out an informal gang confrontation. As tensions escalated, Fabian Rojas allegedly pulled out a firearm and fired multiple rounds at one of the opposing group's members, striking Jesus Maldonado. The victim was pronounced dead after being transported to a hospital. Pasadena police homicide detectives reviewed social media and cell phone video of the fight, which captured the shooting and helped identify Rojas as the shooter. Investigators also flagged Rojas as a documented gang member, which added gang enhancements to the potential charges. Rojas was arrested and charged.
3 alleged gang members are facing federal and racketeering charges over a shooting spree in Lancaster. 22-year-old Jerry Wembley Jr. and 20-year-old Jerry Wembley III are charged along with 37-year-old Vianney Richardson. The charges stem from shootings on June 25th that left 2 people dead and nearly killed a third. Authorities say the 3 are members of the PDL Bloods gang in Pasadena and Antelope Valley.
Between the night of June 25, 2024, and the early hours that followed, investigators say a Pasadena-affiliated gang went on a coordinated shooting spree in Lancaster. Violence prosecutors believe was carried out to honor a slain gang member. Federal authorities arrested Jerry Wembley, charging him with 2 counts of deletion in aid of racketeering, a charge used when deletions are committed to elevate a gang status. His co-defendants include Vianney Richardson and Jerry Wembley Jr., both of whom face similar racketeering counts. According to the indictment, the spree began when Richardson allegedly shot and wounded a man in the first attack. Hours later, Richardson and the Wembley brothers allegedly regrouped and carried out a second shooting at Wick Carter Park, deleting 1 victim, then drove to a Lancaster gas station where a third person was fatally shot. All 3 shootings happened within a tight time window, pointing to a planned series of retaliatory or symbolic gang hits rather than random violence. Federal prosecutors say the group had gathered earlier that evening at the gravesite of a deceased gang member, posting messages and coded imagery on social media promising to put in work in his honor. Investigators claim the defendants continued posting throughout the violence, creating a digital trail tying them directly to the crimes. Between the spring and summer, detectives in Los Angeles and Ventura counties started seeing the same pattern. High-end homes in Thousand Oaks, nearby unincorporated areas, and parts of Ella County getting hid in clean, daytime burglaries. The crew slipped in through rear sliders or windows while residents were at work, went straight for bedrooms and closets, and stole jewelry, cash, handbags, and electronics. Quick, surgical hits that clearly weren't random. A break came when evidence from 1000 Oaks job pointed to Pasadena residents Terrence Hall and Keith Callum, documented members of a Pasadena street gang known for burglary runs and home invasions. Working together, Ventura and LA investigators used surveillance, plate readers, and phone data to track a traveling burglary crew using rental and borrowed cars to case neighborhoods and strike only when homes were empty. They later uncovered an insider at a residential cable company who was allegedly feeding them information on home layouts, residences' schedules, and camera locations. By the time the case went public, detectives believed the crew was behind at least 5 burglaries in Ventura County and 8 in Ella County, With more cases likely to be linked as stolen property was identified and additional suspects were brought in. Pasadena police say the October 10th raids were the result of months of rising violence tied to a Pasadena-based street gang involved in armed robberies, gun crimes, and retaliation attacks across the San Gabriel Valley. Detectives had linked the crew to a pattern of late summer crimes. Victims robbed at gunpoint in parking lots and near apartments, homes and rival hangouts hit with gunfire and vandalism, and social media clips showing members flashing guns and boasting about confrontations. In several cases, witnesses described the same vehicles circling blocks before shots were fired, and shell casings from different scenes began matching up, pointing back to the same small group of suspects. Because the gang had a history of shootings and standoffs with law enforcement, Pasadena PD launched a multi-location pre-dawn takedown with SWAT and partner agencies. 5 suspects, 3 adults and 2 juveniles were arrested and booked on multiple felonies, including armed robbery, illegal weapons possession, high-capacity magazine violations, and felony vandalism. Detectives say the operation was aimed at stopping the crew before their escalating gun violence triggered even more serious retaliation on Pasadena's streets.
A violent summer in 2001. That's when investigators say gunfire and constant battle between rival gangs rocked the Compton community. In the crossfire, this innocent father and his little girl who died on their grandmother's front porch.
They were just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Investigators say they were both unintended targets. They say the LAX employee had no gang ties. He was a student who was about to get married when he and his daughter were hit in the head by stray bullets. Detectives released photos of 2 suspects and a vehicle similar to this one that may be tied to the shooting. The day before this shooting, investigators say members of a different rival gang clashed on the streets of Compton. 22-year-old Richard Lawrence was shot to death. They say the motive in this case still unclear.
Summer 2001, Jahan Smith was out driving around with gang members in Compton, according to investigators, and looking for Hispanics to shoot in retaliation for a gang shooting the night before. The victims, 25-year-old Stephen Murphy and his 2-year-old daughter Kaylee, shot in the head in front of his grandmother's house, both black, dead in a drive-by shooting. 2 years after detectives arrested now 47-year-old Jahan Smith in connection with their
2001, one of the most heartbreaking crimes in Compton's history, unfolded when 25-year-old Stephen Murphy and his 2-year-old daughter, Kaylee Murphy, were gunned down outside their family home on Willowbrook Avenue. Stephen had been preparing to put his daughter into the back seat of his car when gunfire erupted. He was shot multiple times on the porch, and Kaylee was struck in the head. Both were rushed to the hospital, where Kaylee was pronounced dead soon after. Investigators determined the shooting was part of a violent retaliation spree, following the demise of a 22-year-old man the night before, tied to an ongoing gang war between rival Compton crews. That night, 5 separate drive-by shootings were reported across the area, one injuring a teenager, another striking at a deputy sheriff, all believed to be connected to the same retaliation wave. For more than 2 decades, the case went unsolved. It wasn't until 2023 that cold case detectives with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department reopened the investigation using newly available forensic technology and witness testimony. Their efforts led to the arrest of 47-year-old Jahan Terez Smith, known by the nickname Quant, a documented gang member with a violent past. Smith was charged with 2 counts of deletions, 4 counts of attempted deletions, and the special circumstance allegation of multiple deletions. Prosecutors also alleged that the crimes were premeditated and that Smith personally used a firearm during the attacks. Authorities believe Smith was directly involved in several of the drive-by shootings that night, including the one that claimed the lives of Stephen and Kaylee Murphy. He was arrested in late 2023 and ordered held without bail pending trial. The case marked one of the longest-running unsolved gang homicides in Compton's history to result in charges. If convicted, Smith faces life in prison without the possibility of parole.
They are illegal jail against inmates. I need help. And on the outside against their fellow deputies. The sheriff? Yeah, the sheriff and their party downstairs. Coming up, our exclusive KTLA investigation into the 3,000 boys. named after the 3rd or 3,000th floor of Men's Central Jail, where they're assigned. The group works hard and they play hard. As a symbol of their bond, they flash gang-like hand signs, 3 fingers for 3,000. They sport similar tattoos. One even has their number inked onto his neck. And another case involving the 3,000 boys lends credence to the notion that some had indeed lost their way.
Sheriff? Yeah, the sheriff and the party downstairs.
This 911 call obtained by KTLA News came from the Quiet Cannon Club in Montebello. It happened here last December. Dozens of sheriff's deputies, including racial Christmas party. After plenty of drinks, a fight broke out. Witnesses called 911.
3 of them held one guy down while another one beat him. So the sheriff officers are fighting? Yeah.
Deputies beaten up that night filed a criminal complaint. Now, 6 deputies from the fight, including 3 in the Evans Tutt case, are facing termination.
In 2020, a whistleblower claim by Los Angeles County Sheriff's Deputy Austraberto Art Gonzalez alleged that the LASD's Compton station had been infiltrated by a violent deputy clique calling itself the Executioners. According to the filing, the group described as an evolution of the old 3,000 Boys jail clique operated with impunity, influencing schedules, assignments, tip lines, and discipline inside the station. New members were allegedly celebrated with matching inking tattoos after participating in violent acts, and the clique's insignia was said to feature a skull in a military-style helmet holding a rifle, often paired with references to Compton, CPT. Gonzalez claimed that after he reported the clique to Internal Affairs, his identity was leaked, he was branded a rat in graffiti at the station entrance, and he was ostracized by co-workers. The allegations extended beyond internal retaliation to include illegal arrest quotas, threats of work slowdowns, falsified force reports, and incidents of excessive force. Community leaders in Compton publicly decried the alleged culture, accusing deputies of terrorizing residents and covering their tracks, while the sheriff's department, under then Sheriff Alex Villanueva, denied that any gang controlled a station, even as it announced a policy banning such cliques. In subsequent litigation, a separate whistleblower retaliation suit brought by an LASD lieutenant was rejected by a jury on causation grounds, a decision that did not resolve whether the executioners existed as alleged or committed misconduct, only that the plaintiff hadn't proven retaliation caused the adverse employment outcome. As of the latest public updates, no criminal case has been brought against the executioners as a group, and no final, public determination has formally branded the clique a criminal organization, though internal reviews and civilian oversight inquiries have continued.
Sheriff's deputies are investigating 2 hate crimes in Compton. In one case, authorities say gang members repeatedly terrorized an African-American family.
Well, they simply say the demographics here are changing. For instance, this is an African-American Baptist church behind me that is now in the middle of what is now a predominantly Hispanic neighborhood. And they say recently a Mexican street gang tagged that church, and deputies say it's more hate crimes that's happening between those 2 groups.
It's like you might as well just put a hood on your head and ride around and just say, you know, we don't like black people. I mean, it'd be better like that.
LaFrancis says the racial street war continues in Compton, differing from block to block. Sharon Smith says her black neighbor couldn't even walk home one time.
He was trying to come home after work, but he was chased home by Mexican Americans.
Then there was New Year's Eve, 153rd Street. Deputies say Mexican gang members threatened a black man walking home, beat him up. 30 minutes later, up to 20 Mexican gang members surrounded his home, threw a beer bottle through the window, shouted the N-word, and told them they couldn't live there because of their race. These 2 armed gang members were arrested for the reported hate crime.
In late 2012, a black family in Compton became the target of a racially motivated campaign to drive them from their home. According to investigators, the harassment began on December 31st, when 4 Latino men in a black SUV confronted a male family member on his walk home, announced themselves as local gang members, and told him his family could not live in the neighborhood because of their race. The group chased him, hurled slurs and threats, and beat him with metal pipes. One assailant pointed a handgun and threatened to shoot. About 30 minutes later, the same men returned this time with roughly 15 to 20 associates surrounded the residence, shouted racial epithets, and threw a beer bottle through the living room window while continuing to threaten the occupants, including a child inside. Over the rest of the day, vehicles tied to the group repeatedly cruised past the home, escalating the intimidation. Sheriff's detectives ultimately identified two principal suspects, Efren Marquez of Riverside County and Jeffrey Aguilar of Compton, and arrested them in January 2013 on hate crime charges. A juvenile alleged to be a gang member was also detained after struggling with deputies who were serving a search warrant related to the case. Federal prosecutors later charged Marquez and Aguilar with interfering with housing rights because of race, a civil rights hate crime offense. Both men pleaded guilty in 2013, admitting that the purpose of their conduct was to force the family to move out. In early 2014, a federal judge sentenced each of them to 21 months in prison, followed by supervised release. The court described the attack as a deliberate, coordinated effort to terrorize a family out of its home.
Man is headed to prison for burglary and a home invasion robbery in Montecito. A judge sentenced Davion Jones to at least 18 years in prison, but he could spend the rest of his life behind bars. Jones and two others broke into homes in Goleta and Los Angeles. In July 2018, they ransacked a Montecito home as the homeowner hid in a closet and called 911. The trio are Compton Crip gang members.
In July 2018, as Montecito was still recovering from the debris flow disaster, Davion Dwayne Jones, a documented Front Hood Compton Crips member, joined two accomplices, one a juvenile, on a burglary spree that escalated into a late-night home invasion. A homeowner dialed 911 and hid in a closet while intruders ransacked rooms and kicked through a locked bedroom door before fleeing out a nearby creek bed. Deputies soon recovered a loaded gun and discarded clothing linking the trio to the break-in and to an earlier Goleta burglary the same day. By the following afternoon, Jones had allegedly carjacked a running vehicle on Coast Village Road to escape an intensive manhunt, crashed near Butterfly Beach, and was chased down and arrested along the railroad tracks. Investigators tied him to the crimes through surveillance footage, cell site data, physical evidence, and gang indicia, and prosecutors charged him with home invasion robbery, residential burglaries, carjacking, street gang participation, false impersonation, and auto theft-related counts. A Santa Barbara County jury convicted Jones on multiple felonies, and in May 2020, citing his prior serious felony strikes, the gang enhancement, and the danger posed by armed, coordinated intrusions, a judge sentenced him to a determinate 18 years plus 115 years to life under California's three-strike scheme. On appeal, the convictions were upheld, but the case was remanded for resentencing in light of newer laws, narrowing gang enhancements and expanding judicial discretion. Jones remains convicted and serving a life tail term. Co-defendant Adolph Washington Jr. was also convicted in connection with the Montecito incidents.
Suspect wanted in the fatal shooting of a 3-year-old boy in Compton 2 months ago is now behind bars. LA County Sheriff's deputies arrested 27-year-old Kevin Harris. The family of 3-year-old Franklin Ponrose says Harris is the boyfriend of the victim's mom. Harris and the second suspect, Dwayne Ward, are accused of trading gunfire after getting into an argument in a parking lot on January 20th. A stray bullet killed Franklin as he sat in his car seat. Ward.
In January 2018, a tragic shootout between rival gang members in Compton claimed the life of 3-year-old Franklin Ponrose. The violence erupted in the parking lot of a liquor store on West Alondra Boulevard when Dwayne Ward and Kevon Harris confronted one another. Harris was walking toward his parked car where his girlfriend and her young son were waiting, when an argument broke out between the two men. Both, affiliated with rival gangs, drew handguns and exchanged gunfire at close range. In the chaos, one of the bullets struck Franklin, who was sitting in the back seat. His mother escaped injury, but Franklin died shortly after being rushed to the hospital. Ward surrendered to authorities 2 days later, while Harris was arrested shortly afterward. Prosecutors charged both men with the demise, shooting at an occupied motor vehicle, and possession of a firearm by a felon. During the investigation, detectives confirmed that the confrontation stemmed from a long-running feud between rival Compton gangs, and that neither the child nor his mother were connected to the dispute. In December 2019, both Ward and Harris were convicted after a jury trial. In early 2021, they were sentenced to lengthy prison terms. Harris received 103 years to life, and Ward 89 years to life. The judge described the crime as a senseless act of gang violence that robbed a child of his future and devastated an entire community. However, in 2022, a California appellate court overturned the convictions, ruling that the jury should have been allowed to consider lesser charges, such as voluntary manslaughter, based on the circumstances of the gunfight. The case was remanded for further proceedings, leaving open the possibility of retrial or resentencing. Despite the legal reversal, the demise of Franklin Penrose remains one of Compton's most heartbreaking examples of innocent lives lost to gang crossfire. In March 2012, 4 self-admitted Santana, Block Compton Crips cousins Raymond and Larry Fradiu, along with Deonta Walker and Randy Rollins, stormed the indoor swap meet at 7th Street and La Paz Drive in Victorville during a planned smash-and-grab robbery. According to sheriff's investigators and witness testimony, Larry and Raymond were armed with handguns, while Rollins and Walker used hammers to shatter glass jewelry cases. As the crew ran out to a waiting white Jeep Cherokee, 58-year-old vendor In-ho Lee, an ex-police officer from Korea who ran a tool booth, followed them outside. He was shot multiple times. An autopsy later documented 2 gunshot wounds to the chest, one of them fatal after piercing his aorta and left lung. Detectives testified that the group rendezvoused with additional Santana Block members along the freeway, handed off the guns and stolen jewelry, and then went to the Compton swap meet to pawn the loot. The getaway Jeep was later found abandoned in Compton. A 5th participant, the driver, was never publicly identified and remained at large at the time. After multi-state arrests, 2 suspects picked up in Georgia, 1 in New Mexico, and 1 in San Bernardino. A San Bernardino County judge ruled at a preliminary hearing that sufficient evidence existed to try all 4 on charges that included Lee's demise, robbery, and participation in a criminal street gang. According to the U.S. Marshals Service, Terry Williams, a self-identified Compton Crips member with a history that includes arrests for attempted murder, robbery, and assault deletion, battery with a deadly weapon, drug trafficking, obstruction, and robbery, was taken into custody in Sparks, Nevada, after a prolonged SWAT standoff. Investigators said Williams had absconded from a Las Vegas halfway house in May, while under federal supervision for a prior conviction. Sparks Police SWAT secured the perimeter, and, after extended negotiations and tactical containment, Williams was arrested without reported injuries to officers or bystanders. From there, standard procedure would be to book him into local custody on the Nevada hold in the federal detainer, then present him before a magistrate for an identity initial appearance and transfer on the supervision violation warrant. Between January and May of a given year, Brandon Moss of Compton, California, purchased 15 handguns from 4 gun shops located in Phoenix and Mesa, Arizona. He allegedly used forged federal forms to make the purchases, giving false information about his address and drug use, and acknowledged buying the guns for others in exchange for about $100 per weapon. After the purchases, Moss transported the firearms back to California, where he sold them to individuals he knew were gang members. Police located one of the handguns after it was thrown out of a car window containing gang members. Moss was arrested on May 3rd near Southern Avenue and Horn Street in Mesa. He was charged with multiple offenses, including weapons misconduct and forgery of ATF purchase documents.
Hawk Shakur Dwayne Davis was back in court today. At the center of this case lately has been the way Davis posted bail this year, using money from a producer who allegedly offered Davis the bail in exchange for exclusive television rights to Davis's life story. Judge Carly Kearney denied Davis's bail again this morning, and afterward Davis spoke up, claiming the prosecution ordered corrections officers to attack him in his cell.
They brutally beat me up, they attacked me and assaulted me, and it was wrong. I told them I had cancer, and I'm on blood. Only ugly on the outside, but they ugly on the inside too.
Dwayne Keefe D. Davis lashing out at prosecutors during another hearing about releasing him on bail.
And you just use something in the boxes. They just use something in the boxes. From 1996.
Those boxes contain
Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, a former Southern California street gang leader, pleaded not guilty Thursday to deletion charges in the 1996 demise of rap icon Tupac in Las Vegas. Davis is the only person still alive who was in the car from which the shots were fired, and the first person to be formally charged in connection to the case, which has remained one of hip-hop's most enduring mysteries for 27 years. Standing in shackles before Clark County District Court Judge Tira Jones, Davis waved to his wife, son, and daughter in the gallery before entering his plea. When asked for his response to the charges, Davis simply said, "Not guilty." Originally from Compton, California, Davis was arrested on September 29 outside his home in suburban Henderson, following a search warrant executed by Las Vegas police in July. Davis remains in jail without bail and has not testified before the grand jury that indicted him, nor has he spoken with the media. The indictment claims that Davis supplied the firearm used in the fatal shooting, handing it to someone in the back seat of a Cadillac. The gunfire caused the demise of 25-year-old Tupac and wounded rap mogul Marion Knight, who was with Tupac at the time. Shocker met his demise a week later from his injuries. Prosecutors allege the shooting was tied to an East Coast-West Coast rivalry between gang-affiliated rap groups. The conflict escalated after a brawl earlier that day between Tupac and Davis's nephew, Orlando "Baby Lane" Anderson, at a Las Vegas casino. .40 caliber handgun that night, he stopped short of directly identifying Anderson as the shooter. Anderson, who denied involvement in Tupac, met his demise in a 1998 shooting in Compton. The driver of the Cadillac and another backseat passenger have also since met his demise. In his memoir, Davis revealed he cooperated with law enforcement in 2010, sharing what he knew about the demise of Tupac and his East Coast rival, the Notorious B.I.G., to avoid prosecution for himself and 48 other members of his Southside Compton.
The woman was injured in what we now know was a violent armed robbery. It's the latest in a series of armed robberies in and around the area of Beverly Hills, a total of 4 different incidents. Ed Lascos has new video of today's shooting. He joins us live with the latest. Ed.
And Christine, the manhunt goes on this late hour for these 3 armed suspects. They get away with a very high-end designer, expensive watch. Have a look. There's the restaurant where it happens. It's all dark, quiet, shut down for the night after bullets fly. And all of this, incredibly, just 2 blocks away from the world-famous Rodeo Drive. Broad daylight here at the famed Il Pastel restaurant at Brighton Way in Cannon Drive.
We hear one shot and immediately turn to get my girlfriend and her friends out of the way. I throw them through the doorway and dive in. As we were going through, there were 3 more shots.
His girlfriend, an innocent bystander, is hit by a ricocheting bullet in the lower leg. She's rushed off to the ER.
The actual crime scene at Il Pastel, and someone was shot while dining in.
This cell phone video shows the chaotic scene in the very heart of Beverly Hills.
We were sitting there eating a cheese plate, and the guys came up, held a gun to his head, and demanded his watch.
The suspects targeting a high-end designer watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, but the owner not giving up his watch without a fight.
And they robbed his watch, and he was fighting with them. While they were fighting, he pulled the gun.
The victim was trying to take the gun away from them. They didn't like that, so they pulled the trigger.
It happened that fast. On March 4th at about 2 p.m. at El Pastel restaurant on Cannon and Brighton in Beverly Hills. Investigators say a group of gang members target a man dining in this watch, a $500,000 Richard Mille timepiece. The man wearing it says they put him in a headlock, repeatedly hitting him in the head with the gun.
With the thing cocked and all he had to do is squeeze the trigger right to his temple, he was able to get the gun away from the guy and wrestle him on the floor.
Detectives say the gunman fired twice, hitting this woman at another table in her leg. The 3 thieves took off and into a getaway BMW.
This robbery was the definition of bold and brazen.
With the help of the FBI, they've arrested 3 of the 5 involved. 18-year-old Kai McGee, 30-year-old Marquise Gordon, and 20-year-old Malik Powell, each facing up to 20 years in prison.
From witness interviews to DNA evidence to CCTV surveillance cameras, and they were able to put a case together and identify the subjects.
The bad guys were caught on camera scouring the sidewalk for their target right before the incident. Investigators.
3 gang members have been arrested on federal charges in connection with an armed robbery at an upscale Italian restaurant in Beverly Hills. The incident took place on March 4th at Pastel, a popular celebrity hotspot located at Brighton Way and North Cannon Drive. During the robbery, a patron was held at gunpoint over a $500,000 Richard Mille wristwatch, and a woman was injured by gunfire. The suspects, identified as Malik Lamont Powell, 20, Kai McGee, also known as Cameron Smith, 18, and Marquise Anthony Garden, are documented members of the Rollin' 30s Crips street gang from South Los Angeles. The Department of Justice announced that the three were arrested on Tuesday and are facing federal charges, including 1 count of conspiracy to interfere with commerce by robbery, which carries a potential sentence of up to 20 years in prison if convicted. Authorities responded to the scene within 90 seconds of receiving the call. According to witness accounts, masked men confronted Los Angeles jeweler Shea Belhassan, a former Israeli soldier, and attempted to steal his high-end wristwatch. A struggle ensued, during which 2 shots were fired, one of which grazed Amanda Shawan, a patron dining nearby. Shawan, who was with her boyfriend Drew Hancock at the time, was treated for non-life-threatening injuries and released from the hospital 2 days later. Another woman was also injured but did not require hospitalization. Investigators determined that 5 individuals were involved in the robbery based on surveillance footage and witness testimony. Powell and McGee were identified as 2 of the robbers, while Garden was allegedly the driver of a BMW used as the getaway vehicle. Surveillance footage reportedly shows the suspects scouting the area before the attack. Additionally, McGee's DNA was found on the clothing of one of the victims, and Powell's social media featured images of firearms and luxury watches. Cell phone data also placed Powell and McGee near the restaurant at the time of the robbery. San Jose police have arrested 4 males in connection with a series of strong-armed, gang-related robberies that took place last summer. The San Jose Police Department's Gang Investigations Unit identified 5 suspects believed to be involved in at least 5 such robberies. Police believe all 5 individuals are associated with a Gilroy-based gang. One of the reported robberies occurred on July 24th at approximately 8:24 p.m. in the 2200 block of Eastridge Loop in San Jose. According to police, 2 males approached a juvenile victim, shoved him, and forcibly removed his gold necklace. Before fleeing the scene, the suspects displayed gang signs and shouted gang-related slurs. Investigators believe this incident was part of a larger pattern of crimes likely committed by the same group. Initially, the suspects targeted rival gang members, but they later expanded their focus to other victims in San Jose. In some cases, they brandished weapons, including firearms and knives. 2 Southern California gang members have been sentenced to prison for a violent robbery targeting elderly victims at a shopping mall. Corey Thomas, 18, of Los Angeles, and Jonathan Requillo, 18, of Inglewood, received 2-year state prison sentences for their involvement in the crime, according to an announcement by the Ventura County District Attorney's Office. The incident took place on June 27 when Thomas, Requillo, and 3 juvenile accomplices traveled from Los Angeles County to the Oaks Shopping Mall in Thousand Oaks. Upon entering a Macy's store, security footage captured the group suddenly attacking 2 elderly shoppers. They forcibly stole a Rolex watch from a male victim and took a purse and cell phone from a female victim, leaving both with significant injuries. Police responded quickly and spotted the suspect's vehicle, initiating a high-speed pursuit on the southbound lanes of the 101 freeway when the group refused to pull over. During the chase, one suspect discarded a loaded firearm out of the vehicle's window. The pursuit ended when the driver finally stopped, prompting 3 of the 4 occupants to flee on foot. However, police successfully located and arrested all 4 suspects, recovering the stolen items from the elderly victims. Authorities later identified Thomas and Requillo as documented members of the Crips gang. On September 10th, both pleaded guilty to multiple felony charges, including second-degree robbery, elder abuse, theft from an elder, and conspiracy to commit robbery. Thomas also pleaded guilty to illegal firearm possession and felony evasion from law enforcement. Special allegations were found to be true, including that the crimes involved great violence, the victims were vulnerable, and one of the victims, over the age of 70, suffered serious bodily injury. Tulare County Sheriff's Office has arrested 3 men and a teenager, all believed to be members of a Delano-based gang. for their alleged involvement in a series of armed robberies using stolen vehicles, which were later set on fire. On January 31, 2024, SWAT team members executed multiple search warrants at residences in Delano, leading to the arrests of 20-year-old Ricardo Ramirez, 20-year-old Jordan Lawson, 19-year-old Ezequiel Lopez, and a 16-year-old boy. The suspects are accused of participating in 3 armed robberies that took place at Big B's gas stations along Highway 99 in southern Tulare County. The incidents occurred on December 23rd, December 30th, 2023, and January 22nd, 2024. Investigators discovered that stolen vehicles were used in each of the robberies and later burned to destroy evidence. This pattern ultimately led detectives to the suspects. During searches of their homes, additional evidence linking them to the crimes was found. The jury found both Vanoy Sutton and Jerry Bowen guilty of robbery committed for the benefit of, at the direction of, or in association of the Bloods criminal street gang along with firearm use during the commission of the robbery and gang-related firearms charges. On January 30th, 2020 at around 9:00 p.m., the victim agreed to a meeting with Bakersfield Buyer, a username from Letgo, which is an app that connects buyers and sellers of used products. Investigators identified Bakersfield Buyer as defendant Vanoy Sutton. The meeting was initiated by Sutton for the claimed purpose of buying used video games from the victim. Sutton suggested to meet at 130 Olive Street in a residential area. The victim drove to the agreed-upon meeting location, and upon parking, the victim was approached by Sutton and Bowen. While Sutton looked through the video games, Bowen produced a handgun, pointed it at the victim's head, and began searching the victim. Sutton and Bowen also searched the victim's vehicle, locating a handgun, which Sutton and Bowen stole from the victim, in addition to the video games that the victim had brought for sale. Sutton and Bowen fled with the property. On February 15, 2020, Sutton and Bowen were driving in the wrong direction on White Lane. Bakersfield police officers attempted a traffic enforcement stop, leading to a short pursuit that ended when Sutton sped through a residential area and into a dead end called the Sack. During the pursuit, Sutton discarded the handgun stolen from the victim. According to the DE's office, Sutton failed to appear for the remainder of the trial as the attorneys were delivering closing arguments in the case, having previously been released pending trial upon posting a $100,000 bail.
Members were arrested in the South Bay. San Jose police say 6 men and 2 juveniles were arrested between October 15th and the 17th, accused of several felonies. And the arrests follow several violent crimes ranging from assault with a deadly weapon, carjacking, robbery, and illegal possession of firearms. The police say all 8 suspects are tied to the same violent crime.
The suspects were targeting rival gang members, but also started targeting community members, people of neighborhoods like Loma Verde as well as Cadillac Winchester neighborhoods.
8 suspected gang members linked to assaults, robberies, carjackings, and other crimes in San Jose over the past year have been arrested, police announced Monday. Between November 2023 and September 2024, authorities responded to multiple crimes allegedly committed by the suspects, who targeted both rival gang members and residents in the Loma Verde and Cadillac/Winchester neighborhoods. The arrests took place between October 15-17 in San Jose. The suspects were identified as 22-year-old Josue Castro, 26-year-old Jonathan Rodriguez, 21-year-old Daniel Romo, 20-year-old Luis Orizmendi Bravo, 21-year-old Joe Maldonado, 19-year-old Eric Curiel, and 2 juvenile males, ages 16 and 17. During the execution of search warrants, detectives recovered evidence linking the suspects to the crimes, along with a fully automatic submachine gun and ammunition.
A $25,000 reward to catch a group of thieves they call the Chesapeake Bandits. So the armed robbers have targeted armored vehicles around LA County. Take a look.
These robberies occurred in broad daylight. They occurred when the drivers were going to ATMs and banks to receive money, and The defendants in this case and other co-conspirators were heavily armed and pointed their weapons at the victims when robbing them.
Mark, detectives dubbed them the Chesapeake Bandits, named for the street where they allegedly gathered to plan their heist, making off with six-figure hauls. The complex case playing out like a made-for-TV movie.
Hey, he's climbing down. He's climbing down. Hey! Hey! Get back inside! Get back inside! He's got a gun.
A daring leap from his third-floor balcony with an assault rifle.
Don't reach for it! Don't reach for it! Let it go! Let it go! Let it go! Stop reaching for it!
Turns deadly as Zeph Rocco grabs for his gun. The recently released body cam and surveillance video showing the dramatic end for a suspect believed to be part of a brazen crew of thieves dubbed the Chesapeake Bandits, who targeted armored cars.
This group has targeted ATMs and other businesses, including check cashing locations, and the suspects operating by overtaking the armored car driver while they service drive-through ATMs or exit businesses.
The FBI and LAPD piecing together a puzzle that included suspects dressed in painter jumpsuits, often wearing body armor, and armed with assault rifles and zip ties. A Hollywood whodunit of robberies totaling more than $500,000. The crimes committed in broad daylight, from this Brinks truck targeted in front of a Reseda Taco Bell to ATMs and check cashiers in South LA, Hawthorne, and Inglewood.
The victim drivers have been zip-tied and detained as they are held at gunpoint while being robbed.
34-year-old James Russell Davis and his half-brother, Denavius Hobson, believed to be the original masterminds, carefully picking their targets.
In some of the instances, defendants Hobson and his half-brother Davis were observed casing the victims weeks in advance of the robberies.
After authorities nabbed the brothers, they zeroed in on other members of the crew. One found in a field, Rocco holed up in his apartment.
Zeph Rocco, this is the LAPD. We have a search warrant for your location.
His attempt to escape costing him his life. Officers finding his assault rifle, multiple high-capacity magazines, and body armor. Evidence in a complex case ripped right out of the movies.
A sophisticated and daring series of armed robberies in Los Angeles, in which gang members targeted armored trucks at gunpoint and escaped with hundreds of thousands of dollars, has come to an end with multiple arrests. The heists, which spanned over 2 years, played out like scenes from a Hollywood film, executed with precision, carried out in broad daylight, and involving heavily armed suspects in ski masks. Dubbed the Chesapeake Bandits, the group, now linked to the Crips and Black Keystone Bloods gangs, focused on robbing armored trucks as they picked up or delivered cash at banks, fast food restaurants, markets, and credit unions. During each heist, the suspects ambushed security guards, zip-tied them at gunpoint, and quickly seized bags of cash before fleeing within seconds. Authorities believe the gang planned the robberies from a home on Chesapeake Avenue in the West Adams neighborhood, which led to their nickname. One suspect, Zeph Rocco, attempted to escape arrest in dramatic fashion. During a SWAT team raid on his Reseda apartment, Rocco jumped from a third-floor balcony. Footage released by the LAPD shows him reaching for a rifle while on the ground, prompting officers to shoot and kill him. Police later found an assault rifle, high-capacity magazines, and body armor at the scene. Authorities identified James Russell Davis and his half-brother, Denavius Hobson, as the masterminds behind the robberies. After arresting the two men, investigators pursued other members of the crew. One suspect was later found deleted in a field. The FBI and LAPD pieced together key evidence, including surveillance footage of the suspects dressed in painter jumpsuits, body armor, and masks, wielding assault rifles and zip ties. Their crime spree resulted in the theft of over $630,000. According to an FBI report, the group typically struck when armored truck drivers serviced ATMs or exited businesses, using force to overpower them before looting the trucks. The heists were carried out in high-traffic locations, including a Brinks truck outside a Taco Bell in Reseda, as well as ATMs and check cashing businesses in South LA, Hawthorne, and Inglewood. Davis and Hobson reportedly spent weeks surveilling their targets before striking. In a particularly revealing moment, A Valentine's Day 2022 heist at Westcom Credit Union in Hawthorne provided a critical clue. While one of the masked robbers bent down to grab a bundle of cash, his hoodie lifted, exposing a 5-pointed star tattoo on his lower back. Prosecutors later argued in court that this tattoo matched one belonging to Hobson, making it a key piece of evidence. During the trial, defense attorneys challenged the prosecution's claim, arguing that the tattoo alone was not enough to prove Hobson's involvement. Expert witnesses testified that similar tattoos were common among several LA gangs. Nonetheless, prosecutors maintained that Hobson and Davis had carefully planned the heists, tracking their targets for weeks before striking. The group's largest robbery occurred on September 15, 2022, when they targeted a Brinks armored truck at PLS check cashers in South LA, escaping with $375,000. They carried out additional heists at a Bank of America in Inglewood and a 99-cent only store on Crenshaw Boulevard. In the end, 2 of the suspects were deleted, while 3 others were arrested. Davis pleaded guilty to robbery and firearm charges, while Hobson and another suspect pleaded not guilty.
The search continues tonight for the person who shot and killed a 9-year-old girl playing in front of her house in Anaheim. As her family and the community ask for answers, today they held a car wash to help pay for the funeral for Jimena Menza.
If there are tears to be shed, you won't see them in William Mesa's eyes. Today, he is jumping in with both hands to raise money to bury his daughter. His wife is at the same car wash, accepting donations and hugs.
A 9-year-old Anaheim girl, Jimena Menza, was killed on the evening of October 22, 2014. After gunfire erupted outside her family's apartment in the 2300 block of West Greenacre Avenue near Brookhurst Community Park. Investigators said a white car pulled up. A gunman got out and fired at a group of men nearby. Then the shooter and driver sped off. Police said Jimena was not involved in gangs and was an innocent bystander. The case drew intense public attention, and a reward was offered as detectives worked leads from tips and witness interviews. Within days, police arrested Ricardo Cruz and Alfredo Miguel Aquino, describing both as documented gang members. Prosecutors later took the case to trial, and in May 2019 a jury convicted both men of second-degree deletion, active gang participation, felon in possession of a firearm, and possession of a gun in a school zone, with gang-related sentencing enhancements found true. Jurors also found Cruz personally discharged the gun. Cruz was sentenced to 70 years to life, and Aquino was sentenced to 55 years to life. A major later development came in June 2022, when appellate justices ruled the 2 men must receive lesser punishments because of changes in California law affecting gang enhancements, and sent the cases back to the trial court for resentencing.
Shows 85 people the Orange County Sheriff's Department and the Department of Justice arrested over a 3-month span. The so-called Operation Scarecrow targeted the Sereno Street Gang and Mexican Mafia members operating in Orange County. With the arrests, authorities say they've disrupted the criminal actions of the Mexican Mafia, which operates in jails and prisons. In 2016, longtime Orange County Mexican Mafia leader Peter Ojeda was sentenced to 15 years for racketeering and is said to have continued running criminal activity in the area.
Authorities said Operation Scarecrow was a 3-month gang investigation targeting Sereno Street gang subsets and an alleged criminal enterprise directed by the Mexican Mafia, with state and county teams working side by side to disrupt the group's control and trafficking activity. Officials said the cases sparked traced back to a Christmas Day 2016 demise in San Juan Capistrano, which investigators described as the catalyst that expanded into one of the largest operations in OC Sheriff's history. When the operation wrapped, officials announced 85 arrests and major seizures. They also said the investigation turned up counterfeit money and credit card readers, and that 37 search warrants were served as the enforcement phase unfolded.
Juan Reynaga was 17 years old, a standout football player at Anaheim High School. The deadly shooting happened Friday night just before 10 o'clock in the 1100 block of Acacia Street. When police got here, they found Juan suffering from 2 gunshot wounds. The suspects had already taken off. Juan was taken to the hospital where he later died. Juan's family says the teen was not involved in gangs. The family says Juan was coming home from work. His 2 younger siblings were waiting for him outside when a dark sedan pulled up. 2 people get out and asked if they were gang affiliated. Juan responded no, but the suspects fired at least 5 rounds. One of those bullets struck Juan in the neck. Police say he was innocent of any wrongdoing. The suspects, however, are believed to be gang members.
A teenage boy was shot and met his demise in Anaheim in a case police described as gang-related on the suspect's side, even though they said the victim himself was not involved in gangs. The shooting happened July 8, 2022, in the 1100 block of North Acacia Street near La Palma Avenue. The teen was taken to a hospital and later died. Family identified him as 17-year-old Juan Renaga. In the days after the demise, Anaheim police said the suspects were believed to be gang members, but they did not release a suspect description publicly at that time, and early reports said no arrests had been made.
Gang and drug takedown in LA and the OC. More than a dozen state and local law enforcement agencies teamed up for the sweep. They announced 10 new arrests of the Brownwood Street gang out of Anaheim. The case involves drug and gun charges from a year-long investigation using a confidential source. 3 suspects are still fugitives.
In January 2022, the FBI and local gang task forces in Orange and Los Angeles counties announced a federal crackdown that centered on the Brownwood Street gang, based largely in Anaheim. Officials said a long-running investigation had reached the point where 16 people tied to Brownwood were charged in federal court, with 10 arrests made that morning, 3 defendants already in custody, and 3 fugitives still being sought. Investigators said the case began with Anaheim police in July 2019, after allegations that Brownwood members were involved in illegal gun sales and drug distribution in Orange County. According to federal officials, the organization wasn't just local. Some members allegedly traveled from Texas to California to trade firearms for narcotics, then resold the guns and drugs in Southern California. A key piece of the case, officials said, was controlled undercover work. Between July 2019 and August 2020, a confidential source carried out repeated purchases, part of 25 separate operations, buying approximately 759 grams of meth and 23 firearms from individuals later charged.
These arrests. The investigation resulted in the indictment and arrest of 15 people on federal charges and 29 people on state charges. The majority of them are documented gang members in Anaheim. This investigation was initiated in June of 2011 after receiving numerous accounts of information from residents in the East Anaheim area. The information obtained was related to illegal narcotics violations, violent crimes associated with criminal street gang activity in that area.
Operation Halo was a year-long Anaheim gang and guns crackdown that officials said targeted the East Side Anaheim gang, described by police as one of the city's most entrenched groups after investigators linked a spike of violence and trafficking to the gang's orbit. 49 defendants facing charges in federal or state court, with allegations ranging from drug trafficking to homicide. Investigators said the case leaned heavily on undercover work. During the probe, informants and undercover personnel bought 38 firearms and about 1 pound of meth, and enforcement actions tied to the operation led to additional seizures, bringing totals reported by media to roughly 40 guns and about 11 pounds of meth. Authorities described the recovered weapons as including sawed-off shotguns, assault-style weapons, and semi-automatic handguns, and the ATF release also notes an explosive device seized during the final sweep. Officials said Operation Halo began around June 2011, and the Los Angeles Times reported the investigation was sparked after the 2011 stabbing death of a 12-year-old that detectives connected to rival tagging crews affiliated with the gang ecosystem. On March 9, 2017, Anaheim police say a gang-related shooting erupted in the 800 block of East Balsam Avenue, when suspects allegedly fired about 20 rounds from an assault rifle into a neighborhood. No one was hit, but police said multiple homes' residences were struck by bullets, turning the block into a crime scene and raising fears that the gunfire could have killed bystanders. After a near-week-long investigation led by the Anaheim PD Gang Detail and Crime Task Force, detectives identified 4 suspects and obtained both search warrants and probable cause arrest warrants. 3 Anaheim men tied by prosecutors to the Anaheim Vados Locos gang were accused of shooting at an unmarked police car during a late-night confrontation and chase on June 1, 2012. Prosecutors allege the incident began near Palm Street and Boyson Avenue in the Guinita Lane area, when the trio's car pulled in front of the unmarked unit and blocked it. Authorities said the officers inside were in full uniform, and that after shots were fired, the officers activated emergency light sirens and tried to get away while the suspects allegedly pursued, and more rounds were fired during the chase. The pursuit ended after the suspects' car crashed while turning near Midway Drive and Anaheim Boulevard, and officers arrested the men after they attempted to flee. On August 14, 2015, Orange County Superior Court Judge Patrick Donahue sentenced each defendant to 15 years to life in state prison, an outcome driven by the combination of the 246 conviction plus the gang and firearm enhancement findings. After sentencing, prosecutors indicated they would not refile the attempted deletion of police charges, meaning the case's final outcome rested on the occupied vehicle shooting plus gang counts and enhancements. In Anaheim, detectives say Jeremy Ray Brahmer of Garden Grove met his demise in a shooting just after midnight outside the Motel 6 in the 1400 block of North State College Boulevard. Officers found Brahmer in the motel parking lot, and he was taken to a hospital where he was pronounced dead. Early witness accounts said he was found near a BMW with a shattered window, suggesting the shooting may have happened close to or while he was near the vehicle, but police did not release a motive. In Anaheim, detectives say David Gutierrez Hernandez, a father of 2 who police said was not gang involved, was deleted in a drive-by shooting on December 21, 2021, in the 2100 block of East Balsam Avenue. Police say their investigation later identified 2 suspected gang members. Anaheim police said an assault and kidnapping case with suspected gang ties unfolded in 2 fast-moving stages, first at a neighborhood address, then during a later pursuit that ended in an officer-involved shooting. Officers responded to the 1800 block of West Neighbors Avenue after a male victim reported he was assaulted and taken against his will by 2 men and a woman. The victim told police one suspect had a handgun, the other had a knife, and the woman had a club-like weapon. Detectives later identified the 2 male suspects as Frank Velasquez and Alan Osvaldo Reza Palomino, and said gang involvement was suspected, though the motive wasn't immediately clear. Investigators spotted Velasquez and Reza Palomino getting into a vehicle near the same location. When officers attempted a stop, police said the driver didn't yield, and a slow-speed pursuit followed through the surrounding area. The chase was ended at La Palma Avenue and Mohican Avenue using a pursuit intervention technique. Reza Palomino then ran, and during the foot pursuit an officer-involved shooting occurred. Police said a firearm was recovered and that the officer's body-worn camera was activated. Reza Palomino was taken to a hospital in critical condition, while Velasquez was arrested at the scene. Anaheim police say the August 12, 2024 demise of Christopher Monge happened on the 900 block of North Siesta Street, where officers and Anaheim Fire and Rescue found him unresponsive in front of a residence with gunshot wounds. He was taken to a local hospital and later pronounced dead. After several weeks of investigation, detectives identified 2 adult suspects and a juvenile. Police say all 3 were arrested. The 2 adults were named as Oscar Daniel Aguilar and Dadar Martinez, both Anaheim residents. The juvenile's identity was not released.
On December 22, 2020, 32-year-old Cedric Dempsey was found shot in the head. Investigators say they located the suspect in the killing of the father of 9 just about a week ago.
Detectives served a search warrant at a residence in our community after receiving information the suspect was manufacturing and selling firearms to gang members.
SWAT officers arrested 50-year-old Arthur Akins III, but it was during this investigation that authorities across the Inland Empire focused on another in Moreno Valley, also back in 2020. Suspect Darnell Tate was linked to Akins, who investigators say played a large role in a gang. Detectives believe Akins sourced weapons to gang members across the Inland Empire.
5 of the handguns were ghost guns, and the detectives also recovered a 3D printer to manufacture those.
In all, 17 people were arrested for various felonies, including weapons, drugs, and pimping charges.
In late 2020, police linked two seemingly separate deletions to the same gang. On December 22, 2020, 32-year-old Cedric Dempsey was found shot dead behind Boardwell Park in Riverside. At the same time, the Riverside County Sheriff's was investigating a June 7, 2020 demise in Moreno Valley. 43-year-old Kevin Henderson was found shot near his apartment on Myers Avenue. Detectives from both jurisdictions realized their cases were connected by a local criminal street gang. Starting in 2021, Riverside PD and the sheriffs, joined by the district attorney, CHP, and DOJ Special Operations, conducted a coordinated probe. They executed numerous search warrants and interviews. On May 6, 2022, sheriff's deputies arrested Darnell Frederick Tate for Henderson's demise. 2 weeks later, on May 21st, Riverside robbery homicide detectives arrested Arthur Lawrence Akins III, 50 years old at the time, for Dempsey's demise. Investigators announced that Akins was also being booked for Henderson's demise. The May 2022 sweep, Operation Walk in the Park, netted 17 felony arrests and a large cache of weapons and drugs. Altogether, authorities seized 55 firearms, including assault rifles and homemade ghost guns, plus sizable quantities of drugs. Riverside PD credited the joint operation with taking those weapons out of circulation and holding gang members accountable for the deletions.
This quiet cul-de-sac looks a lot like many of the other streets in the Casablanca neighborhood in Riverside, but looks can be deceiving. And on Thursday, El Sol Way was the focal point of a large-scale gang bust. All of these people arrested, including these four, now charged with. Riverside police say the recent string of violence on El Sol Way started last January with a fight in the street.
An uninvolved neighbor nearby shouted from her house to break up the fight, and in response they shot her repeatedly.
She survived, but a month later a rival gang member was beaten to death in this street. Then in September, another innocent man was shot and while driving down the street. These are the four gang members Riverside police say were responsible. They say this man, Edward Smith, pulled the trigger.
Between January and September 2019, the Casablanca neighborhood of South Riverside was terrorized by a string of gang-related attacks. Police and DOJ special agents joined a task force called Operation Blockbuster to dismantle the Casablanca gangster crips, blamed for multiple violent crimes. In one early incident, on February 8, 2019, 22-year-old Jordan Love was beaten at an El Sol Way residence. He suffered severe head injuries and died days later. Police later identified Kelvin Taylor as the assailant. Taylor pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter in 2023. Also in early 2019, a female resident who yelled at a noisy street fight on El Sol Way was shot by gang members. She survived her wounds. Finally, on September 1, 2019, William Felix Calderon was gunned down while test driving his van on El Sol Way. Investigators recovered surveillance showing gang members directing the shooter to hit the next vehicle down the street, making Calderon an innocent target. By January 2020, authorities had arrested 4 suspects in Calderon's demise.
Today, 2 arrests made in connection with the of Lorenz Simmons. Let's get right to those booking photos. This is Christian Velasquez and Manuel Barberin, both arrested after police got information, they say, back in August of 2014. They won't go into a lot of details about how this tip came through and how they eventually made these arrests, but these men both incarcerated right now on unrelated charges. Police say the 2 guys are reputed gang members and they gunned down this 14-year-old just because of his race. We spoke with family members who came to today's press conference. They are elated about these arrests.
If you ever lost a 14-year-old, you can tell me what closure is. You know, but every day I cry and I think about God and I'm happy, but this is the happiest to know that they're going to be held accountable.
On February 23, 2012, Larian Simmons, a 14-year-old sophomore at Riverside Poly High School, was fatally shot near his grandmother's house. Simmons had been walking home after visiting a friend when a car pulled alongside and its occupants opened fire. He stumbled close to his grandmother's driveway but collapsed. He spent several days on life support before dying of his wounds. Simmons was an honors junior ROTC student with dreams of joining the military or becoming a police officer, and he had no gang affiliation. In 2015, authorities announced arrests in the cold case. Two members of the East Side Rivas gang, Christian Velasquez and Manuel Barberin, were charged with first-degree deletion in Simmons' demise. Prosecutors alleged the shooting was racially motivated. Simmons was African-American, and the Rivas gang had a history of targeting black residents. The demise was treated as a hate crime with special gang enhancements.
There's a new buzzer on the front door at the Camp Transformation Center in Riverside. After the gym says a homeless man brought all his belongings inside, refused to leave, and turned violent.
He did punch me in the face in the lobby, and then when we went outside, he proceeded to pull out a knife and threatened to poke me multiple times.
Eric Salgado owns the gym. He's one of many small business owners along the Magnolia Corridor in Riverside who've made complaints to police about an increase in crime. The Northgate Market says shoplifting has been out of control for years. Riverside police are trying to keep everyone safe too. They just arrested over 100 people here in a 3-day sting called Operation Street Sweeper. 44 people were arrested for selling narcotics. Riverside Police Chief Larry Gonzalez says state laws like Prop 47 and 57 have made it much harder for police to do their jobs and minimize jail time, allowing people out committing crimes to fall deeper into addiction and homelessness. He says most of the people they just arrested were homeless, struggling with substance abuse issues.
In spring 2024, the Riverside PD Narcotics Unit targeted open-air drug sales along the Magnolia Avenue corridor between Van Buren and Pierce Street. Dubbed Operation Street Sweeper, this undercover sting aimed to dismantle a homeless-driven drug market in several motels. Over 3 weeks, officers made 46 separate purchases of various drugs from the suspected dealers. Each buyer was typically a transient motel resident. After gathering evidence, police conducted a multi-day raid on May 2024. They identified 44 drug-selling suspects. 33 were arrested and booked for narcotics sales violations. In addition, 71 other individuals were taken into custody for unrelated charges, including parole and probation violations, outstanding warrants, felony and misdemeanor, and trespassing. The total number of arrests was 104 people. Riverside PD noted that nearly all arrestees claimed homelessness. The chief reported that crime calls and emergency medical calls along Magnolia Avenue immediately and significantly decreased after the operation. The raids turned up more than drugs. For example, one motel room search discovered a woman wanted for a 2022 felony DUI crash and a man with an outstanding burglary warrant. Officers also found thousands of dollars in stolen merchandise in the room. City officials said the operation disrupted a high-volume drug hub and made the neighborhood safer in the short term. In early 2025, Riverside police announced charges against Juan Nieto Sanchez, aka Sleepy, a lieutenant in the Sur Riva Tiny Winos gang, for abuse of an underage girl. Nieto Sanchez was already in custody on a separate parole violation when detectives uncovered that he had engaged in a relationship with an underage girl. The investigation revealed that Sleepy used social media to contact juvenile victims both while he was in prison and after his release in October 2024. Authorities have charged Nieto Sanchez with felony abuse against a child and warned there may be additional victims who have not yet come forward. In 2018, Riverside police launched Operation Eastbound and Down to counter a wave of violent crime sweeping through the city's east side. For months, investigators tracked a sharp rise in gang-related deletions, attempted deletion, drive-by shootings, and armed robberies. The violence was driven by rival crews fighting for control of the area, and detectives began seeing familiar names, individuals recently released from custody resurfacing in new acts of retaliation and intimidation. On October 18, 2018, authorities executed the takedown in coordinated pre-dawn raids across Riverside and nearby cities. The results were sweeping. 45 suspected gang members and associates were arrested, and 63 firearms, including 13 assault rifles, were recovered. Officers also seized large amounts of narcotics, cash, and gang paraphernalia. Prosecutors filed charges against 25 suspects, including 22 adults and 3 juveniles, with counts ranging from attempted deletion and aggravated assault to firearms and drug trafficking offenses. In early 2017, more than 200 law enforcement officers carried out a massive coordinated sweep across Riverside County, targeting the Westside Riva Gang, one of the region's most violent criminal organizations. Beginning just after sunrise, teams of deputies, SWAT members, and federal agents executed 16 search warrants at homes throughout Jurupa Valley, Riverside, and Ontario. The operation was part of a months-long investigation into gang-related shootings, assaults, and narcotics trafficking that had plagued the Inland Empire. By the end of the morning, 8 individuals believed to be members or close associates of the Westside Riva Gang were taken into custody. Their charges ranged from participation in a criminal street gang and felon in possession of a firearm to probation violations, drug manufacturing, and child endangerment. Authorities said the suspects were part of a network responsible for terrorizing neighborhoods in Rubidoux, Jurupa Valley, and surrounding communities. Inside several of the targeted homes, investigators found an alarming cache of weapons, including 2 AR-15 rifles, a modified 12-gauge shotgun, a .22 caliber semi-automatic rifle, a 9 handgun, and hundreds of rounds of live ammunition. Detectives also uncovered a clandestine honey oil lab hidden inside a residence on Jalany Lane in Moreno Valley. The lab was being used to produce concentrated cannabis oil using butane, a highly explosive process that put both residents and nearby homes in serious danger. Officials said the Westside Riva Gang had long been tied to a pattern of gun violence, drug trafficking, and intimidation of residents. The coordinated takedown marked one of the largest gang crackdowns in Riverside County history. Following the raids, all 8 suspects were booked into the Robert Presley Detention Center on a variety of felony charges. Several were held without bail due to prior convictions and probation violations, while others faced gang enhancement allegations and firearm possession counts. Prosecutors said the investigation would continue, as additional suspects and associates were being identified through evidence recovered at the scene. The discovery of the honey oil lab added a new dimension to the case, showing how the gang had expanded its illegal activity from street violence to drug production and distribution. Law enforcement officials emphasized that the Westside Riva Gang had long been one of Riverside's most entrenched street gangs, dating back decades and historically connected to the Sureño network. They described the operation as a warning to other local sets that the era of unchecked violence and drug manufacturing in Jurupa Valley was over. These operations are more than headline figures in case files. They reflect a city wrestling with its past and trying to chart a safer future. When gangs lose their grip on blocks, residents gain something far more valuable than arrests: the freedom to walk down their street without flinching, to let children play outside, to hope for better days. Riverside's story, to borrow from its legacy of citrus groves yielding fruit, shows that in hard ground, good things can still grow. What remains is the work of nurturing those seedlings, so the shadows of conflict don't reclaim the space that belongs to people fighting to live well in their hometown.
And local law enforcement fanned out across the city of San Bernardino in order to round up members of the Westside Verdugo street gang. Now, we're told the gang sweep targeted a total of 35 members, of which 24 were arrested during the raid. 10 are already in custody and 1 remains at large. According to the federal indictment, the violent street gang is responsible for the trafficking and distribution of drugs throughout Southern California on behalf of the Mexican Mafia. The investigation into the gang began in 2017 after gang intelligence got wind of a conspiracy. Authorities tell us that the gang members were purposely getting arrested in order to smuggle drugs into the county and city jail via their body cavity. Today's operation, dubbed Westside Guillotine, was aimed at disrupting the gang's activity.
On April 25, 2019, federal and local authorities announced that 35 alleged members and associates of the Westside Verdugo Street Gang in San Bernardino were charged in a sweeping probe known as Operation Westside Guillotine. The gang, long tied to the Mexican Mafia, was accused of running a large-scale narcotics operation that moved meth and H throughout the Inland Empire and into local jails. More than 250 law enforcement officers participated in coordinated early morning raids, arresting 24 of the suspects, while 10 others were already in state custody and 1 remained at large. Investigators said the group's operation stretched from July 2017 through April 2019 and included a disturbing smuggling tactic. Members intentionally getting arrested to sneak drugs into county jails by hiding narcotics, syringes, and packaging in body cavities. Once inside, the drugs were distributed among inmates and sold through outside contacts who sent proceeds back into gang-controlled accounts. Authorities seized more than 30 pounds of meth, along with weapons, and cash. The 35 defendants faced a combination of federal drug trafficking, firearms, identity theft, and money laundering charges, many of which carry potential life sentences. Prosecutors described the Westside Verdugo gang as one of San Bernardino's oldest and most entrenched street crews, acting as a local extension of the Mexican Mafia's control over Southern California jails and neighborhoods. Officials said the goal of the operation was to dismantle a criminal network that had exerted influence over San Bernardino for nearly 50 years.
Investigators in the Inland Empire have arrested 5 alleged gang members in the of a 41-year-old mother. Carmen Rodriguez was gunned down outside a San Bernardino cafe in January of last year. Rodriguez was the wife of a Mexican Mafia member who was doing time at Pelican Bay. Detectives believe other gang members ordered a hit on the mother of 5 from behind bars. Matthew Manzano, Eric Moreno, and Richard Garcia were all locked up when Rodriguez was. Isaac Aguirre and Robert Fernandez are believed to have carried out the hit.
In January 2017, Carmen Rodriguez, a mother of 5 and the wife of Mexican Mafia member Andrew Huero Verde Rodriguez, was shot and met her demise in the parking lot outside Gabby's Cafe in San Bernardino. Detectives determined the demise was a contract hit ordered from inside the prison system by members of the Mexican Mafia, who used the Westside Verdugo Street gang to carry out the plan. Evidence later showed that imprisoned gang leaders coordinated the assassination through contraband cell phones and intermediaries. After months of investigation, authorities charged 5 suspects. Prosecutors alleged that Garcia, Manzano, and Moreno were involved in orchestrating the demise from behind bars, while Aguirre and Fernandez acted as the gunmen on the outside. The case exposed the extent of the Mexican Mafia's ability to control street-level violence from within California's prison system. The outcomes varied among the defendants. Eric Moreno Jr. was deleted by his cellmate at Kern Valley State Prison in July 2018 before he could stand trial. Robert Fernandez Jr. pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter and participating in a criminal street gang later that same year. Richard Garcia entered a similar guilty plea in 2019 and was sentenced to 30 years in prison, served consecutively to an existing life term. Matthew Ruben Manzano went to trial and was convicted of first-degree deletion in 2020, receiving a 25 years to life sentence. Isaac Paul Aguirre maintained his innocence and went to trial in 2022, where a jury acquitted him on all charges due to insufficient evidence linking him to the shooting. The investigation also revealed that Carmen's husband, Andrew Rodriguez, was found dead in his Pelican Bay cell months after the demise under suspicious circumstances, believed to be linked to internal power struggles within the Mexican Mafia.
Pistol whipped and threatened for their lives. That's what investigators with the San Bernardino County Sheriff say happened to a couple who owns one Inland Empire business before thieves made off with more than $12,000 in cash. The incident dates back to March 12th at about 3 a.m. Investigators say 2 victims were sleeping when they were woken up and held at gunpoint by 3 armed suspects at a location off Valley Boulevard in Bloomington.
Pero luego después oí como que empujaron aquí la puerta.
One of the victims telling KTLA she heard a noise outside. Shortly after, the suspects break through the door. They pistol whip her husband and then force him to the front where they demand money.
Ya oía que la señora le decía, no, pues que él quiere el dinero.
Investigators say the thieves were there for roughly 2 hours before leaving. One of the victims left bloodied and bruised. He later went to the hospital where medical staff reported the injuries to authorities.
Investigators identified the three suspects, and they were taken into custody on May 30th. During the course of the investigation, they also learned about a 4th suspect, and that 4th suspect was also identified and arrested in Upland on June 11th.
3 men and 1 woman arrested. Authorities believe they're responsible for other unreported home invasions, assaults, and extortion on local business owners.
In mid-June 2024, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department announced the arrests of 4 suspects with alleged Inland Empire gang ties in connection with a violent home invasion robbery, saying the same crew was believed to be behind a wider pattern of home invasions, assaults, and extortion targeting local business owners. In San Bernardino, California, police tied 2 February 2022 deletions to gang member Quinton Stringfellow after a week of rapid-fire violence. On February, officers found Emmett Marcus Stokes on the 1700 block of North Fairfax Drive with multiple gunshot wounds. He died at the hospital. 6 days later, on February 10th, officers responding to the 1300 block of North Arrowhead Avenue discovered Terrence Coates shot to death inside a vehicle. Detectives linked both shootings to the same suspect and to a vehicle registered to Stringfellow's mother. When officers moved to arrest Stringfellow in Redlands on February 16, he briefly fled on foot before being taken into custody. Investigators recovered a handgun believed to have been used in one of the deletions and located the vehicle believed to have been used in both. Police described Stringfellow as a self-admitted member of a local street gang PPG and booked him on 2 counts of deletions. As of the latest public reporting from that period, authorities had not released final courtroom outcomes, plea, trial, or sentencing for Stringfellow. Available records confirm the arrests, the recovered firearm and vehicle, and the filing of 2 murder counts, but do not show a concluded case disposition. In December 2014, San Bernardino police wrapped a months-long crackdown on gang violence that led to 30-plus arrests and the seizure of dozens of guns, after a spike in carjackings, robberies, and attempted deletions earlier that year. During the sweep, detectives said they believed they caught the shooter, who unalived Michael Martinez Jr. in August 2013. The suspect was Corey Thomas, described as a gang member and also accused in a second homicide. City leaders called the operation a success, taking a bunch of guns out of people who have no business owning guns, as then Chief Jared Burguan put it, while County D. Michael Ramos framed it as a message to local terrorists. Over roughly a year, San Bernardino police led a sweeping crackdown on the Westside Verdugo gang that produced 180 felony arrests, shut down 30 illegal gambling parlors, and seized 111 firearms along with nearly $300,000 in cash and hundreds of pounds of meth. Fendi, H, and Mary. What began as an inquiry into illicit gun sales quickly widened when detectives realized the crew was running a coordinated, conspiracy-style operation that stretched into Los Angeles and Orange counties, intertwining guns, narcotics, and high-end gambling machines imported on the black market. The case, nicknamed Operation Westside Jenga, culminated with 34 search warrants served in a single day, 31 arrests, and tables of assault weapons and handguns displayed at police headquarters. Investigators said the gambling sites, hidden in homes, warehouses, and shuttered businesses, were jointly operated with the Mexican Mafia, generated tens of thousands of dollars per week, and were linked to multiple deletions and attempted deletions. Evidence from the probe also helped close 2 separate deletion cases and reportedly prevented several planned shootings and armed robberies. Unlike many large gang takedowns, authorities kept the prosecutions local rather than going federal under RICO. The San Bernardino County District Attorney filed charges against at least 45 defendants, stacking 57 firearm enhancements, 41 gang enhancements, and several third strike allegations, and indicated more filings were coming as cases were reviewed. In San Bernardino, California, law enforcement arrested 6 individuals: Tamisha Bryce, Nathan Gonzalez, DiCarlo Crockett, Donald Jones, Isaac Baker, and Donda Davis on suspicion of attempted deletion enhanced by gang participation. 5 were taken into custody on the same day at residences in the 3400 block of East 20th Street in San Bernardino, while the 6th had been arrested earlier. Each defendant was booked at the Central Detention Center in San Bernardino, and bail was set at $1 million for each. Law enforcement described the crime as a gang-motivated attempt on a rival gang.
According to friends, Eliana and her family were headed to the Outback Steakhouse in Milpitas. As they drove along I-880, a vehicle pulled up and someone inside began firing shots. The third shot struck Eliana, and friends say she died within 30 seconds. Hours after this I-880 shooting, Santa Cruz police arrested 3 suspects after a police pursuit on Highway 17. Officials believe the 3 may be connected to Eliana's death in the I-880 shooting and are trying to determine if that shooting could be linked to another one that happened around the same time in Fremont.
3 men, Humberto Ayala, Cristo Ayala, and Emmanuel Sarango, are now accused of shooting and 5-year-old Ileana Cristostomo. Prosecutors claim all 3 men are Sureño gang members. Ileana was with her family driving south on 880 near the Mission Boulevard exit when prosecutors say the 3 suspects started shooting at the family's vehicle, believing it belonged to a rival gang member. Investigators claim the men flashed gang signs before firing into the vehicle, carrying 6 people. Investigators say the same men are connected to a shooting 50 minutes prior on Fremont Boulevard. In that case, the men allegedly approached a man wearing red clothing and shot at him with a semi-automatic weapon. Nobody was hit. All 3 suspects were ultimately arrested in Santa Cruz in a car that fit the description in both shootings.
A 5-year-old girl, Eliana Cristostomo, met her demise in a shooting on Interstate 880 in Fremont on April 8, 2023, while riding in a vehicle with family members, according to the Alameda County District Attorney's Office. Prosecutors say 3 men, Humberto Anaya, Cristo Ayala Valderrama, and Emmanuel Sarango, were later arrested and charged with the demise, along with 7 counts, each of shooting at an occupied vehicle. Authorities allege the defendants are members of a Fremont Sereno gang and that they fired into the family's vehicle because they believed it was connected to rivals. Prosecutors also allege gang signs were flashed before shots were fired. Investigators also connected the same group to a separate shooting about 15 minutes earlier on Fremont Boulevard, where prosecutors say a man was shot at but not hit. After the freeway shooting, the suspect vehicle described as a red Honda Accord was later located in Santa Cruz, and authorities say the defendants were arrested after a pursuit in Santa Cruz County involving CHP and local agencies. Along with the demise and freeway shooting counts, prosecutors say the earlier Fremont Boulevard incident led to additional felony allegations, including assault with a semi-automatic firearm, and firearm-related charges were also alleged for 2 of the defendants. Fremont police say a May 5th home invasion robbery in the Laurel Canyon court area turned into a same-day crime spree that stretched across multiple cities, and they tied it to 2 men they described as known gang members connected to the Fillmore Knockout Posse out of San Francisco. Investigators said the pair entered a Fremont home armed, ordered the homeowner to the ground, ransacked a bedroom, and left with jewelry and cash, then allegedly kept moving, attempting additional residential break-ins in Fremont and Union City and committing a separate robbery in San Francisco. Later that same day, police said they were able to identify the suspects using a mix of surveillance footage, license plate readers, and community camera systems. Authorities announced they tracked down and arrested Tyler Spears in Vallejo on May 14th with SWAT, and police said he had a loaded firearm that had been reported stolen in a January residential burglary in Susan City. Spears faced multiple felony allegations tied to the Fremont case. The second suspect, Vermin Jones, was described as having numerous pending cases in San Francisco and being on a GPS ankle monitor. Police said he later disabled that monitor, and a warrant was issued while agencies searched for him. Reporting in 2020 stated Jones met his demise in an October 1st Union Square shooting in San Francisco, and that he was still wanted in the Fremont case at the time of his death. Fremont police say this case started after a big jump in smash and grab auto burglaries.
8 people arrested and 21 guns seized.
Those are the results of a multi-agency gang investigation involving Modesto Police, the CHP, and the Department of Justice. Now, we first told you about the bust yesterday. The investigation, dubbed Operation Red Desert, started last year when investigators say they started to see an uptick in violence. They discovered a connection with the Nuestra Familia prison gang and the Norteño street gang. Officials say local street gang members were carrying out the orders of high-ranking prison gang members.
Operation Red Desert was a 6-month, multi-agency crackdown targeting Norteño Nuestra Familia crews across Stanislaus and San Joaquin counties. It launched in February 2019 and culminated in July. Authorities reported 28 arrests, the seizure of 21 firearms, and $15,950 in cash. Charges included conspiracy to commit deletion, kidnapping, robbery, attempted deletion, and a range of drug and gun offenses, along with gang enhancements. Officials also said the operation disrupted a planned deletion and a home invasion robbery. Local outlets later noted the arrest tally climbed to 38 as additional suspects were booked during warrant service. All defendants are presumed innocent until proven guilty.
Police have arrested 5 people accused in 2 violent robberies they believe are connected. The first robbery happened the day after Christmas. Police say 2 people were assaulted. The men were armed, took cash and backpacks. One person's now in the hospital with major injuries. Second robbery happened at a gas station yesterday morning. That victim also in the hospital with major injuries.
Modesto police say 5 suspected Norteño gang members were arrested on suspicion of organizing a crew to carry out armed home invasion robberies in the Modesto area. Detectives reported recovering loaded handguns, masks, and gloves during the takedown, and emphasized the investigation is still in its early stages. The adults were identified as Jesus Regalado, Edgar Mendez, Edgar Garcia, and Nestor Garcia. A 16-year-old was also taken into custody. All 5 face counts of conspiracy to commit residential robbery and criminal street gang activity. According to investigators, the group was allegedly coordinating roles and scouting potential locations. Detectives are processing the seized firearms and other evidence and are working to determine whether the suspects may be connected to additional crimes in Stanislaus County or nearby jurisdictions.
Brutally beaten last month, a homeless man dies weeks later. And investigators say these suspected gang members are the attackers. Detectives say Matthew Arguello and Ruben Rosales confronted Jace Decker August 10th, believing the 63-year-old was a registered sex offender. Detectives say Decker was not. Investigators say during the attack, Decker pleaded with the suspects to stop. Instead, they beat him until he was unconscious. They add the attack was unprovoked and gang motivated. Arguello is now in custody, but investigators say Rosales is a dangerous man and is on the run. The community here says Decker mostly kept to himself.
Modesto police say 2 men beat Jace Decker unconscious at Garrison Park on August 10, 2019, after mistakenly believing he was a registered sex offender. Investigators described the assault as unprovoked and gang motivated, noting the assailants used only their hands and feet. Decker never regained consciousness and died weeks later. Police confirmed he was not a sex offender. Detectives identified the suspects as Matthew Arguello and Ruben Rosales. Arguello was arrested on August 17, 2019. Rosales later surrendered on September 6, 2019. Days after that, a third suspect, Samuel Cervantes, was taken into custody at the Elliott Alternative Education Center. All 3 were booked on deletion as the investigation continued into each person's role and potential gang enhancements. Friends said Decker was a quiet regular at the park coping with the loss of his wife, a case that underscores the danger of vigilante violence and bad information. All defendants are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in court.
Police say that 4 men arrested for a jewelry store robbery over the weekend could be part of a crew that's linked to robberies up and down the state. Police say that the suspects crashed a car into the front of the Side Jewelers on Standiford Avenue about 6:30 last night, and then several suspects jumped into the store, grabbing a large amount of jewelry before they drove off in different vehicles. The city's license plate reader cameras spotted one of those vehicles as stolen, alerted officers. They stopped the suspects, and Nasir Blocker, Antron Crawford, Gangster Lawson, and Nehemiah Miller are all now facing a long list of charges.
Turlock police say a 28-year-old man was fatally stabbed Friday morning in what appears to be a targeted act of gang violence. The attack, captured on surveillance video, unfolded near Lander and Bernal Avenues. Footage shows the victim standing with several men outside a liquor store in the 900 block of Lander Avenue when a black 2003 GMC Yukon pulled up and 3 adult Hispanic males got out. An argument quickly escalated. The victim ran across Lander Avenue with 2 suspects chasing him, and one attacker caught up and stabbed him at least once in the upper body. Officers arrived to find the man, described as Hispanic, with life-threatening wounds. He received immediate aid and was rushed to a local hospital where he died. Investigators broadcast the suspect vehicle, which was spotted within 3 hours in the 600 block of Vermont Street. The driver, Manuel Maldonado of Turlock, was detained, interviewed, and booked into Stanislaus County Jail on a deletion charge. Detectives said preliminary information indicates the crime was likely gang-motivated and not random. Police Chief Jason Hedden vowed an aggressive pursuit of the remaining suspects and offered condolences to the victim's family. Records show Maldonado has a prior history in gang-related cases. In 2011, he was arrested after a SWAT-assisted standoff tied to an attempted deletion investigation, later accepting a plea deal and serving a short sentence. In 2020, he was arrested again during a large Norteno gang sweep linked to a rural home invasion robbery that netted guns, cash, and narcotics. Authorities ask anyone with information or video from the area to come forward as the investigation continues. Detectives say they have arrested 3 suspects in connection to an apparent gang-related shooting that left a 14-year-old girl dead in Modesto last month. The shooting happened early in the morning back on December 26, 2020. Modesto police say officers responded to the intersection of South Martin Luther King Drive and Oak Street to investigate a reported shooting and crash. 4 young people were inside the car that crashed: an 11, 14, and 18-year-old girl and a 16-year-old boy. The 14-year-old girl died at the scene, police say. 2 other occupants were also taken to the hospital for treatment of gunshot wounds. Investigators believe the group was driving down Oak Street when they came to a dead end. As they were turning around, police say some people who were loitering outside a home in the area started shooting at the car as it passed by. Detectives say the suspects kept shooting at the car even after it crashed. It appears the shooting was motivated by and involved either members or associates of the Valley Boys Crip Criminal Street Gang, detectives say. On Monday, police announced that 3 suspects had been arrested in connection to the shooting. 21-year-old Damon Demon Morrison, 24-year-old Angelo Keogh, and a 16-year-old boy. All 3 are facing charges of deletion and attempted deletion.
And a months-long investigation into the Norteno Street Gang led to 23 arrests in Stanislaus County. It started with a home invasion in March. By the time the investigation ended, not only had the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office made those 23 arrests, but they also seized 18 guns and nearly $20,000 in cash.
A months-long investigation that began with the March 17, 2020 home invasion in unincorporated Turlock led to 23 arrests and the seizure of cash, drugs, and guns, authorities said. Detectives identified Adrian Ortiz as a suspect early on and, with a court's authorization, tapped his phone and others believed to be involved. During the wiretap, investigators say they intercepted plans for drug deals, learned the locations of suspected drug houses, and heard discussions about taxing gang members and even local business owners the group claimed belonged to them. The case grew into a coordinated operation with search warrants served at 17 locations. In the most recent phase, completed in December 2020, teams recovered 18 firearms, more than $19,000 in cash, about 2 pounds, 786 plants, over 19 pounds of processed Mary, 4.8 grams of white, and nearly 300 pills. Detectives said the trove reflected both retail and wholesale activity and offered a rare inside view of how the crew generated money and enforced control. 2 suspected Norteño gang members have been arrested in connection with an October 28, 2020 assault at Parklawn Park in unincorporated South Modesto that left a man unconscious and hospitalized, according to the Stanislaus County Sheriff's Office. Detectives arrested Daniel Avina of Modesto and Eric Roca of Ceres and booked them into the Stanislaus County Public Safety Center on charges of felony assault, participation in a criminal street gang, and conspiracy. Roca also faces 4 additional counts as a felon in possession of a firearm and ammunition. Investigators say several Norteño-affiliated assailants confronted 2 victims at the park. One victim managed to flee while the second was kicked in the head and torso until he lost consciousness. Both suspects were identified through multiple lineups and taken into custody at their homes after search and arrest warrants were served. The case remains active as detectives work to identify any additional participants. A Stanislaus County jury found Abel Rodriguez Jr. of Ceres guilty on March 28, 2019 of first-degree deletion and 2 counts of attempted deletion with firearm and gang enhancements for a July 4, 2009 drive by that tour through a family barbecue in Modesto, deleting 1 person and injuring 2 others. Prosecutors said Rodriguez was both the driver and the shooter. His accomplice, Pedro Alvarez of Ceres, the front seat passenger, pleaded no contest on April 2, 2019 to aiding and abetting. According to trial evidence, Rodriguez and Alvarez drove to the gathering after hearing rivals were nearby. With his headlights off and a handgun illegally converted to fire fully automatic on his lap, Rodriguez slowed in front of the home and sprayed the crowd, striking 3 people and deleting an innocent bystander, a migrant laborer. Within minutes, deputies spotted the car and pursued it at speeds over 125 miles per hour. During the chase, the passenger threw the gun out. The car crashed soon after, and both men were arrested. Investigators recovered the weapon, found 1 shell casing in the vehicle and 12 at the scene, and a DOJ criminalist determined all 13 casings were fired from the same gun. Rodriguez also tested positive for gunshot residue. Jurors rejected a defense gang expert's paid testimony suggesting someone else pulled the trigger. Modesto police say a New Year's Day shooting on the 3,400 block of Penny Lane triggered a months-long spree that left homes riddled with bullets across southeast Modesto. In the weeks that followed, officers documented 11 additional shootings, most causing property damage, with no one inside hurt. 1 person was shot several times during a fight on February 9th, but survived. A 14-year-old was arrested in that case. Detectives traced the violence to 2 feuding families with gang ties. Working with probation and parole teams, they served searches at 14 homes in Modesto, Empire, and Ceres, arresting 12 people, recovering 11 guns, and seizing drugs. Police said the coordinated sweep aimed to stop the feud before anyone else was injured. 2013, investigators say a caravan of Sereno-affiliated suspects met at a nearby park to plan retaliation against Norteños, then cruised north Modesto confronting people with gang challenges and hand signs. Around the 2,400 block of Vera Cruz Drive, the group attacked Eric Gomez, beating, stabbing, and shooting him. He later died at the hospital. a 17-year-old associated with the group. Dalia Mendoza was also stabbed during the melee and treated. Detectives described the assault as coordinated, gang-motivated, and fueled by a long-simmering rivalry. The accused shooter, Giovanni Barocchio, initially fled. Authorities later located him in Mexico and returned him to Stanislaus County to face charges. Carranza and Jenna Saborn pleaded no contest to accessory to deletion with a gang enhancement and were sentenced soon after. In 2016, Rodriguez, Robles, and Jesse Saborn each pleaded to voluntary manslaughter with a gang enhancement and received 21 years. Lisandro Mendoza pleaded to voluntary manslaughter with a gang enhancement for 16 years. And Michael Terrell Saborn pleaded to second-degree deletion and received 16 years to life. Barocchio was later captured and charged.
Kelly, all three victims lived in this house. A candlelight vigil remains out here in their memory. Now, police are following up on all leads, but they say one thing is clear: the victims were targeted. A single candlelight still burns outside the house where police say they found 3 victims with fatal gunshot wounds. Police say it was not a random crime, nor was it a suicide.
Why they were targeted, what's the motive, those are all the things that we are working on right now.
Neighbors say they were sleeping Saturday morning and didn't know what happened until they saw the patrol cars outside.
The year after 3 people were shot to death inside a Southeast Modesto home, detectives arrested 6 suspects, capping an 11-month investigation that included witness protection and quiet surveillance. On February 26, 2013, officers surprised Robert Palomino and Juan Jose Mila in Stanislaus Superior Court as they exited Department 6 on an unrelated weapons matter, detaining them in a nearby room before leading them out in handcuffs. Investigators had promised the families of David that arrests would come before the March 3rd anniversary of the deletions, and they made good on that vow. Court documents tie the triple homicide to a torture case weeks earlier. On January 27, 2012, an 18-year-old woman reported being bound with tape, beaten, burned with lighters, gagged, and threatened with being forced to dig her own grave inside a Richland Avenue apartment in Ceres. Police searching the unit shared by her boyfriend Richard Garcia and his friend Armando Osegueda found drugs, a stolen TV, and about $6,500 in cash, leading to arrests for false imprisonment, assault with a deadly weapon, and later torture. Jose Osegueda Jr. was arrested on drug charges connected to the search. Although all 3 initially landed in the Stanislaus County Jail, Garcia posted a $50,000 bond on February 8. And on February 28, Armando Osegueda was released to a work alternative sentence on unrelated charges, which he never served. By early March, several key figures were back on the street. Detectives, meanwhile, had set up surveillance on the Richland Avenue complex as they continued probing the suspects and the Norteno-affiliated Empire Bulls. In the early hours of March 3rd, a camera captured Armando Osegueda and an unidentified man sitting on the steps, wearing gloves and scraping small objects believed to be ammunition against the concrete and inspecting them as if altering markings. When Mila arrived, 7 minutes later, all 3 depart. Around the same time, 2 intruders entered the MC Clore Road residence of the torture victim. She woke to a man in her dark room using a cell phone as a light, then heard movement toward Reinig's room, a gunshot, Reinig scream, and several more shots. She reported hearing a startled exchange, something like, "What was that? Who's that?" followed by a door being kicked in. Hiding and calling 911. She survived. Responding officers found Siebel's face down on the downstairs sofa with 2 gunshot wounds to the back of the head. Upstairs, Reinig lay on the floor with wounds to the chest and head, and Teles was in bed with 3 gunshot wounds to the chest. Turlock police say a 28-year-old man was fatally stabbed Friday morning in what appears to be a targeted act of gang violence. The attack, captured on surveillance video, unfolded near Lander and Bernal Avenues. Footage shows the victim standing with several men outside a liquor store in the 900 block of Lander Avenue when a black 2003 GMC Yukon pulled up and 3 adult Hispanic males got out. An argument quickly escalated. The victim ran across Lander Avenue with 2 suspects chasing him, and one attacker caught up and stabbed him at least once in the upper body. Officers arrived to find the man, described as Hispanic with life-threatening wounds. He received immediate aid and was rushed to a local hospital where he died. Investigators broadcast the suspect vehicle, which was spotted within 3 hours in the 600 block of Vermont Street. The driver, Manuel Maldonado of Turlock, was detained, interviewed, and booked into Stanislaus County Jail on a deletion charge. Detectives said preliminary information indicates the crime was likely gang-motivated and not random. Police Chief Jason Hedden vowed an aggressive pursuit of the remaining suspects and offered condolences to the victim's family. Records show Maldonado has a prior history in gang-related cases. In 2011, he was arrested after a SWAT-assisted standoff tied to an attempted deletion investigation, later accepting a plea deal and serving a short sentence. In 2020, he was arrested again during a large Norteno gang sweep linked to a rural home invasion robbery that netted guns, cash, and narcotics. Authorities ask anyone with information or video from the area to come forward as the investigation continues.
Look, here are the mugshots of 10 of the 14 members of the so-called family street gang that were arrested this week. According to the FBI and Inglewood PD, these are the shot callers for the gang that law enforcement describes as violent and doing business with affiliates in 10 states. It's all about drugs and guns, according to Inglewood PD and the FBI. It's part of their efforts to rid Inglewood and nearby communities of violent street gangs.
In the course of the investigation, task force investigators working with the Inglewood Police Department participated in controlled purchases during which they acquired firearms and other narcotics.
With the new football stadium under construction and maybe a Clippers arena coming to the city of Inglewood, we asked the mayor, is this all part of an effort to clean up the city before those are complete? He said no. He simply, along with the FBI, they want to get rid of the street gangs here in Inglewood and the surrounding areas.
Federal and local authorities announced a coordinated takedown of 14 alleged members and associates of an Inglewood-based street gang known as The Family, describing it as a violent, multi-state pipeline for guns and narcotics. According to investigators, the crew moved drugs while also trafficking firearms that later surfaced in crimes across roughly 10 states. The case grew out of a long-running joint task force probe led by federal drug agents working with Inglewood PD and the U.S. Attorney's Office in Los Angeles. Undercover officers and confidential sources made controlled buys of both guns and dope, and agents documented interstate trips, stash locations, and hand-to-hand sales before a series of early morning arrests capped the case. A federal grand jury returned 6 separate indictments, charging the defendants with a mix of conspiracy to distribute controlled substances, possession with intent to distribute, using a communication facility to facilitate drug trafficking, dealing firearms without a license, illegal gun possession by prohibited persons, and, where applicable, possessing a firearm in furtherance of a drug trafficking crime. Officials characterized the enterprise as networked rather than top-down. Some defendants allegedly specialized in sourcing firearms, others in moving product and cash, and still others in brokering sales to allied crews outside California.
The FBI and Inglewood PD investigated what was being produced and distributed out of the so-called convenience store. It's only a few blocks away from where the LA Rams' new stadium is being built.
On numerous occasions throughout the investigation, law enforcement officers saw OLC gang members participate in hand-to-hand drug sales in and around the Inglewood area.
This is exclusive video of federal agents processing the suspects they picked up late last night and early this morning. The agents' faces have been blurred to protect their identity. Search and arrest warrants were served in Inglewood, Hawthorne, and Los Angeles. More than 200 law enforcement agents and officers took part. These are the suspects they were after. The ones with their faces covered are in custody. 4 are still on the loose. According to the grand jury indictment, the suspects would take the drugs from this storefront and deliver them to places like the Social Security office in Inglewood, where they'd meet customers.
In August 2018, federal and local authorities executed a pre-dawn sweep that targeted the Osage Legend Crips, an Inglewood South Los Angeles set investigators said had evolved into a drug, manufacturing and distribution enterprise protected by violence. A federal grand jury charged roughly 15 defendants, 10, arrested during the sweep with conspiracy to manufacture and distribute drugs, maintaining a drug-involved premises, possessing firearms in furtherance of drug trafficking, and being felons in possession of firearms. At the center of the case was a small storefront on South Prairie Avenue that, according to the indictment, doubled as a cooking and packaging site where powder coke was converted, bundled for street sales, and dispatched to customers. Investigators said the Osage Legend Crips members coordinated deliveries to public sites, used coded communications and lookouts, and enforced their territory with intimidation and gunplay to protect drugs, proceeds, and routes from rivals. Agents seized firearms and narcotics tied to the operation and alleged the crew relied on a blend of retail-style distribution and classic gang tactics armed security, rapid car-to-hand drops, and the use of a seemingly legitimate business as cover. Prosecutors emphasized that the enterprise model, rather than isolated street deals, drove the charging strategy and exposed defendants to stiff federal penalties. On the lead narcotics conspiracy counts, defendants faced mandatory minimums of 10 years and up to life in federal prison, with additional consecutive time possible on firearm and furtherance charges. On July 31, 2018, in a mobile home park in Gardena, California, Selvin Fabian Salazar opened fire at a vehicle in which Dolores Sanchez was seated as the driver. He also shot and wounded Saith Pedraza, a passenger who would later die from his injuries in 2020. Investigators say Salazar believed his pregnant ex-girlfriend, Ana Ortiz, had set him up for an ambush by rival gang members. After the initial shots, Salazar turned the weapon on Ortiz, striking her in the neck as she sat in the vehicle with Sanchez. Salazar then forced Francisco Montes and Montes' wife into their car and instructed Montes to drive him to a friend's house. During the ride on the 710 freeway southbound on ramp from Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Salazar ordered the car to stop, shot and deleted Montes in the back of the head, and attempted to delete Montes' wife, though his gun malfunctioned. Salazar fled, but was arrested the following day by Los Angeles County Sheriff's homicide detectives. In September 2024, a jury in Torrance Superior Court convicted Salazar of 3 counts of first-degree deletion, Sanchez, Montes, Pedraza, 2 counts of attempted deletion, Ortiz and Montes' wife, 1 count of witness intimidation, 1 count of carjacking, and 1 count of being a felon in possession of a firearm. The jury also found true the special circumstance of multiple deletions. With this ruling in hand, on October 23, 2024, Judge Scott T. Millington sentenced Salazar to 3 consecutive life terms, without the possibility of parole for the 3 deletions, plus approximately 21 years and 4 months for the remaining charges. Millington characterized the crime as one of the most gruesome, unjust, unjustified cases he had encountered in his 2-decade career, in part because one victim, Montes, had been his friend. The sentence ensures that Salazar will remain in prison for the rest of his life. Throughout the sentencing hearing, family members of the victims addressed the court. Olga Pedraza, sister of Saith Pedraza and longtime girlfriend of Sanchez, forgave Salazar for my own sanity, but told him, "I will never forget what you did." Other relatives expressed their pain, anger, and disbelief that their loved one's me, they're in what they described as completely unprovoked, gang-driven violence. Salazar made a brief statement apologizing to the families, but also stated there were things left unsaid you don't know. Judge Millington rejected that as inadequate, issued the life without parole verdict, and denied Salazar's motions for a new trial or removal of his prior strike convictions.
Keith Marvel Walton, a senior member of the Inglewood family Gangster Bloods, was sentenced to 55 years in federal prison for leading a violent robbery crew that stole roughly $6 million in luxury watches and jewelry from stores across Southern California. Between 2014 and 2016, Walton organized and directed a series of daytime smash-and-grab robberies in busy malls and shopping centers, where his crew often stormed stores, shattered glass display cases, and fled with Rolex, Audemars Piguet, and other high-end timepieces. The crimes were executed with military-style coordination, using lookouts, getaway cars, and hammers to break showcases within seconds. Prosecutors said Walton personally recruited participants, provided firearms and vehicles, and arranged fencing of the stolen merchandise. During several heists, shots were fired to intimidate employees and security guards. The robberies left shoppers traumatized and caused millions in losses to jewelry retailers across the region. Walton's leadership role and violent history, including a prior federal robbery conviction, led prosecutors to label him one of the most dangerous career criminals to appear in federal court. After a 5-week trial, a jury found him guilty of conspiracy to commit Hobbs Act robbery, armed robbery, and firearm offenses. District Judge Cormac Carney described the robberies as terrifying and said Walton's actions traumatized victims for the rest of their lives. He imposed a 55-year sentence, calling Walton a prolific, incorrigible criminal. 19 other defendants connected to the same robbery network were also convicted. Walton's lieutenants Jamison Lafferst and Robert Wesley Johnson received sentences of 22 years and 8 months and 22 years respectively, while lower-level members received lesser prison terms depending on their roles. The case closed one of Southern California's largest coordinated jewelry store robbery sprees, highlighting the intersection between organized gang activity and high-value retail crime.
Officials say 3 people were killed and multiple others wounded in a shooting at a house party in California. Long Beach Fire Department says they were called to the scene of a mass casualty incident Tuesday night. When they arrived at the home, they found a total of 12 people, at least 3 confirmed dead and 9 injured. All of the deceased victims were male, and police immediately set up a perimeter around the home as investigators search for clues.
Police say it was about 25 to 30 people who were at the party Tuesday night. It was a celebration for Halloween, also a birthday party. Police say the gunman came in from an alley behind the home and then just opened fire. In addition to the 3, 9 others were wounded.
Long Beach police arrested 12 people in connection with a mass shooting at a Halloween party last year. 3 men died and 9 people were injured. Police say they believe it was a pre-planned attack targeting a party of rival gang members. Investigators say 8 people rode in 3 SUVs from North Long Beach to the home on 7th Street. 3 of them started shooting from an alley into a crowd of 25 to 30 people gathered in the backyard of a home.
On the night of October 29, 2019, a Halloween-themed birthday party in Long Beach's Rose Park neighborhood turned into one of the most tragic mass shootings in the city's recent history. What began as a celebration with friends, family, and co-workers ended in chaos and bloodshed when 3 masked gunmen opened fire from a nearby alley. The shooters, later identified as members of the Tiny Rascals gang, believed they were targeting a rival gang gathering. In reality, the party had no gang affiliation, and all the victims were innocent. The shooting occurred around 10:30 p.m. at a home located at 2711 East 7th Street, near Temple Avenue. A group of Tiny Rascals gang members had convened earlier that day in North Long Beach and drove 7 miles to the party's location. Acting on misinformation, they carried out a planned ambush. As guests gathered in the backyard, 3 assailants opened fire, spraying bullets into the crowd. When the shooting stopped, 3 men had met their demise and 9 others were wounded. The victims who lost their lives were later identified as 25-year-old Maurice Poe Jr. of Long Beach, 35-year-old Melvin Williams of Gardena, and 28-year-old Ricardo Torres of Inglewood. The attack shocked the community. Candlelight vigils and memorials followed within days. On October 30th, family, friends, and neighbors gathered to honor the victims, lighting candles with their names and mourning together. A week later, The family of the party host held a traditional Buddhist memorial service in the same backyard where the attack took place. Monks led prayers, and incense filled the air as loved ones tried to find peace amidst the trauma. By September 2020, 10 suspects had been arrested, all identified as members or affiliates of the Tiny Rascals gang. Those arrested included Jeremy Penn, who police and prosecutors labeled as the shot caller or mastermind of the attack, along with David Hang Long, Kalen Thick, Ryan Sim, Grant Johnson, and Joshua Sam. Additional suspects included Danny Sorn, Christopher Williams, and others who played supporting roles as drivers or lookouts. According to prosecutors, Penn called a meeting in his North Long Beach apartment on the day of the attack. At that meeting, he instructed younger gang members to target what they wrongly believed was a rival gang party. The shooters Long, Thick, and Sim were selected by Penn to carry out the attack in exchange for earning their stripes. Sam and Johnson acted as getaway drivers, while others, like Sorn and Williams, served as lookouts. The attackers used 3 handguns, later recovered and matched to the crime scene through ballistic evidence. Surveillance video, phone records, and jailhouse recordings further tied the group to the shooting. In early 2022, formal charges were filed. 8 of the 10 suspects faced 3 counts of first-degree deletion and 9 counts of attempted deletion. The remaining 2 were eventually charged only with firearm-related offenses. In March 2023, Joshua Sam agreed to a plea deal, pleading no contest to 3 counts of voluntary manslaughter and 3 counts of attempted deletion. In return for his cooperation and testimony against the others, Sam received a 17-year prison sentence. The main trial for the remaining 5 defendants, Penn, Long, Thick, Sim, and Johnson, began in 2023. In a surprising moment during the trial, Brian Sim took the stand and claimed he acted alone, saying he was motivated by a personal grudge and was not following orders. Prosecutors, however, argued that this testimony was self-serving and contradicted the evidence. After 2 days of deliberation in November 2023, the jury returned guilty verdicts on all counts for all 5 men. In December, Judge Laura Lasik sentenced each to life in prison without the possibility of parole. She stated that the defendants showed no remorse and that their crimes left a permanent scar on the community. In February 2024, Sam was formally sentenced under his plea deal. Judge Lasik echoed this sentiment, telling Sam and the others that the trauma they caused would outlast even their prison sentences. The 2019 Long Beach Halloween shooting remains one of the most senseless acts of gang violence in the city's history. It underscored the devastating impact of mistaken identity and the far-reaching consequences of street gang culture.
Candles, flowers, and a framed picture of 34-year-old Vanessa Malapule marked the spot where 5 people were found shot to death.
No one ever think it would be her out of all people, but that's how it happened. No one knows how it happened. We don't know how. We never knew she was hanging out over here.
The 3 men and 2 women happened in a homeless encampment next to a Long Beach, California freeway. The coroner's office says some of the victims were shot multiple times. Those who live nearby say there's a lot of drug dealing in the wooded area.
In September 2017, a Los Angeles County jury found David Cruz Ponce and Max Eliseo Rafael guilty for one of Long Beach's most horrific mass deletions, a 2008 execution-style deletion at a homeless encampment near the 405 freeway. Both men were identified as members of the Nuthood Woods criminal street gang. The jury deliberated for just 1 day before convicting them on 5 counts of first-degree deletion and 1 count of kidnapping. Jurors also found special circumstances to be true. The deletions were committed during a kidnapping, involved multiple victims, and were gang-related in nature. The deletions occurred on the morning of November 1, 2008. Ponce and Rafael targeted an encampment where 5 individuals were living: Lorenzo Villicana, Catherine Verdun, Hamid Shrafat, Frederick Neumeyer, and Vanessa Malapule. According to prosecutors, The primary motive stemmed from a drug-related debt involving Ponce and one of the victims, Villicana. The other 4 victims were executed to eliminate potential witnesses. Prosecutors presented damning jailhouse recordings in which the defendants were overheard bragging about the deletion statements that would prove pivotal in securing the convictions. The brutality of the crime shocked the community. In addition to the encampment massacre, David Ponce was also convicted for the March 2009 kidnapping and deletion of Tony Bledsoe in Lancaster, as well as multiple counts of illegal firearm possession. Given the extreme nature of the crimes, the jury recommended the death penalty for Ponce in October 2017. Max Raphael, by contrast, was sentenced to 5 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole, a punishment that reflected both the gravity of his actions and his lack of remorse. In January 2018, Raphael was formally sentenced to life in prison, and Ponce's death penalty hearing proceeded shortly thereafter.
The family of a street vendor who was in Long Beach is now a big step closer to some justice. Police announcing today that 3 men have been arrested for the deadly shooting of 37-year-old Yanet Ramirez Miranda. He was killed back in March when police say he was shot by a stray bullet during what police call a gang shooting. Investigators say Ramirez Miranda has no gang ties.
On the afternoon of March 20th, 2024, a tragic shooting in Long Beach claimed the life of an innocent street vendor, 37-year-old Yener Ramirez Miranda. Known affectionately in the neighborhood as the Corn Guy, Ramirez Miranda was selling food around 4 p.m. in the 100 block of East Eagle Street when he was fatally struck by stray gunfire. Emergency responders quickly transported him to a local hospital, but he ultimately succumbed to his injuries. Authorities emphasized that Ramirez Miranda had no gang affiliation and was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. According to investigators, multiple suspects were present in the area when at least one individual opened fire, likely aiming at rival gang members. Ramirez Miranda, who had no known connection to the shooters or their targets, was unintentionally hit during the exchange. By July 2024, Long Beach police arrested 3 individuals in connection with the deletion. All 3 were identified as documented gang members. The case is now moving forward in the Los Angeles County Court system. At a news conference today, with Long Beach Police Chief Jim McDonald said LBPD has arrested the alleged leader of Long Beach's Baby Insane Crips gang and 15 other alleged members of the gang. It says is involved in 13 shootings in 3 separate shooting series and at least 1 deletion since November 2009. As detectives reviewed each of the reports and re-interviewed witnesses and victims, a profile began to emerge. The profile revealed that all 3 shooting series were being committed by the Baby Insane Crip criminal street gang. Interviews with other gang members helped detectives identify a specific group within the gang who may be responsible for these crimes. During the investigation, detectives were able to construct a current organizational chart of the gang with the objective of tearing down its leadership and solving as many crimes as possible. Sabril Ackland, who was identified as the leader of the Baby Insane Crip gang, ran his criminal enterprise in Long Beach from his home in Rialto. Ackland would direct his gang to target other gang members, commit robberies, burglaries, and identity theft. Additional associates of the gang were also arrested for their involvement in aiding the gang. Detectives believe these suspects are responsible for additional shootings, burglaries, and robberies.
Man, we out here in Oak Park, blood. You know, we outside. Straight out here with the real MVP TV, blood.
Nigga Sosa. You wanna come outside, but crazy.
He ain't playing, man. He ain't even tell to pull up, man.
GP from the P. We know where he's from. He represents the Heights, but he really from Oak Park. Don't never pee like though. On anything.
Sunny B.
The Oak Park Bloods.
also known as the 456 Oak Park Neighborhood Bloods, were founded in 1980 by Nigel Collins, a member of the 456 Island Piru Bloods. Primarily an African-American street gang, the Oak Park Bloods are based in the Oak Park neighborhood of Sacramento, California. Their origins trace back to the early 1980s, when individuals from Los Angeles migrated to Northern California during the drug epidemic. This migration played a key role in the gang's formation, making them one of the oldest blood sets in South Sacramento. The Oak Park Bloods consist of multiple subsets, including the 4th Avenue Bloods, FAB, 33rd Street, and 12th Avenue Bloods. Among them, the 4th Avenue Bloods, also known as FAB, are the largest and original subset, originating from 4th Avenue Park in Oak Park. Members commonly identify with the numeric code 612, which corresponds to the letters FAB. California Attorney General Rob Bonta has announced the results of a multi-agency investigation into the Oak Park Bloods, a Sacramento-based criminal street gang linked to multiple violent crimes, including. The gang has been identified by the Sacramento Police Department as a significant threat to the community. During the operation, law enforcement executed 19 search warrants and 15 arrest warrants, leading to the arrest of 16 individuals. Authorities also seized 24 firearms, including 6 assault weapons and 4 ghost guns, along with equipment used to manufacture ghost guns. Over the course of the investigation, law enforcement prevented multiple violent crimes, obtained crucial deletion evidence, arrested 26 individuals, and confiscated more than 125 firearms, most of which were assault weapons. In addition to cracking down on firearms, federal drug agents have been investigating the Oak Park Bloods' involvement in drug trafficking.
People Saturday morning strolling through Midtown Sacramento, a sight seemingly very average. This while pieces of police crime scene tape still flutter across the sidewalk on 20th and O Street, not at all typical for this very well-traveled area of the city. Seen here, homicide investigators lingering at a scene in which lasted over 9 hours overnight. According to Sacramento police, just after 1 in the morning, 2 men were shot here, one transported to the hospital by responders of his injuries, and the other arrived at the hospital on his own, and according to police, is in stable condition. Investigators processing the scene, speaking to witnesses, and collecting evidence. This while a car with a busted rear passenger window was towed from the parking lot where investigators gathered. Many questions still remaining.
One of the primary targets was Sacramento rapper Delvonta Fields, also known as Ozzy Snubs, who was shot and met his demise last year. Federal authorities had deployed a confidential informant who conducted multiple drug transactions with Fields before his death, providing crucial evidence of the gang's drug-related activities. A federal grand jury has issued a 15-count indictment against 7 Sacramento residents for drug trafficking and firearms offenses. Additionally, a separate indictment charged another individual with illegal firearm possession. The investigation, which began in November 2023, targeted 2 high-ranking members of the Oak Park Bloods. Authorities allege that the high-ranking members were involved in the trafficking drugs, as well as the illegal sale of firearms, including privately manufactured guns and a machine gun conversion device. During the investigation, law enforcement conducted multiple drug and firearm transactions at Sacramento stash houses. On January 28, 2025, officers executed a search warrant at one of these locations, where they discovered a member in possession of a firearm. Due to his prior felony convictions, Collins is prohibited from owning firearms or ammunition.
We mobbing, man. We busting, man. It's nothing, man. It's all D money, man. It's all D money, man.
The Strawberry Manor Gangster Bloods, also known as Manor Mob or the Manors, are a North Sacramento blood gang named after the Strawberry Manor neighborhood they originate from. They are recognizable by their green colors. Located in North Sacramento, California, the Strawberry Manor area, also referred to as Fairbanks, has a historical background tied to African American small farmers and farm workers. The Strawberry Manor Gangster Bloods emerged as an independent blood set in the mid-1990s, after initially being a subset of the Del Paso Heights Bloods. Their formation was influenced by the expanding Bloods movement in Sacramento, and they have strong connections to other blood-affiliated neighborhoods throughout the region.
The fallout from the tragic 2015 Grant High football star J.J. Clavo continues. Close to a year and a half after he was gunned down, the investigation into his death leads to a huge gang crackdown in Sacramento. Police worked with multiple state and local agencies looking into a pair of rival street gangs from Del Paso Heights and Strawberry Manor. And today they announced that they have arrested 20 gang members from the Strawberry Manor neighborhood. Charges include attempted human trafficking, robbery, narcotics, and firearms. And they believe this could lead to more arrests.
This mother wears her only son's initials on her neck, a daily reminder to keep living for JJ.
Until my last breath, I'll live for him and I'll speak his name.
Nicole Clavo sat in a court hearing Tuesday, blindsided to learn her son's has finished his 4-year sentence 6 months early. On November 13th, 2015, 17-year-old JJ Clavo and friends just left Popeyes to fuel up for their football game at Grant High School. While at an intersection in the Strawberry Manor neighborhood, Kimonte Lindsay walked up and started shooting into the car Clavo and injuring a teammate. Prosecutors called it a gang-motivated, unprovoked, and premeditated ambush. Well, and the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office fought to have Lindsay tried as an adult, but changes made to a state law during Lindsay's court proceedings kept him in juvenile court.
A Sacramento Police Department investigation into the Strawberry Manor Gangster Bloods has led to the arrest of 20 suspected gang members involved in crimes such as attempted deletion, human trafficking, robbery, narcotics, and firearms offenses. The operation, named Operation Challenger, was launched in November 2015 following increased violence between the Strawberry Manor Gangster Bloods and the neighboring Del Paso Heights Bloods. A key factor in the probe was the high-profile demise of 17-year-old Yolanda J.J. Clavo, a Grant High School football player, who was shot in the neck while riding in a car on November 13, 2015. Police had previously arrested 16-year-old Kimonte Lindsay, charging him with deletion, shooting into an occupied vehicle, and a gang enhancement. Authorities later stated that Lindsay was affiliated with or acted on behalf of the Strawberry Manor Bloods. As part of Operation Challenger, police executed 20 search warrants and seized 11 firearms believed to have been used in crimes. Police estimate that the Strawberry Manor Gangster Bloods have up to 100 members. 3 members of the Strawberry Manor Gangster Bloods were sentenced on Friday for the attempted deletion of a Del Paso Heights Bloods member, according to the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office. They were convicted of premeditated attempted in August for their role in the October 2016 shooting of a rival gang member in Del Paso Heights. The group drove into the neighborhood and shot the victim as he exited his car. The man was struck once but survived. Stray bullets also hit a parked car and a nearby school that was in session. During the investigation, law enforcement intercepted a phone call to GI, which led to the seizure of one of the firearms used in the shooting. The second gun was found after officers executed a search warrant at Ackerson's residence. All suspects were arrested by early 2017.
The court ordered enforcement against West Sacramento's Broderick boys has officially ended.
That really broke everything up because it cracked down on everything, you know. Everybody started going to jail.
Darwin Massey did hard time for his involvement within the gang.
I wasted so many years of my life.
Joining a life of crime so young.
I'd say 13, 14.
The infamous gang expanding across generations began terrorizing the community.
These guys are going around shooting at grandma's house.
West is talking about the permanent gang injunction, a 3-square-mile area known as the safety zone, stretching from the Broderick to Bright neighborhood. Young gang members would get picked up for curfew, weapons, drugs, and graffiti violations.
The injunction.
Indicted by a grand jury and charged with multiple crimes, including attempted. 4 alleged gang members made their first court appearance today. The charges stem from an attack on an Amtrak engineer back in April in West Sacramento. 5 suspects are being charged. 3 of them are teenagers and are being tried as adults.
They're being charged as adults, but these defendants who are facing 12 years in prison both look and act their age.
So you believe the defendants were trying to kill this engineer? Yes.
These 3 boys are teenagers. We can show you their faces because they're being charged as adults. Who is your son?
My son is Austin Nunez.
He's 17. This defendant, Orlando Ramos, is only 15. The 3 juveniles, along with 2 adults, are charged with attempted.
The Broderick Boys are a street gang based in the Broderick area of West Sacramento, California. The gang emerged in the 1970s and has been linked to drug trafficking, assaults, and deletions. Over the years, law enforcement agencies have taken steps to curb their influence, including the use of gang injunctions to restrict their movements and activities. One of the most notable incidents involving the Broderick Boys occurred on April 16, 2007, when Amtrak engineer Jacob Keating stopped his train near the I Street Bridge in West Sacramento to remove a trespasser from the tracks. As he exited the train, Keating and the conductor were ambushed by a group throwing rocks and bottles. Keating sustained serious injuries in the attack, and 4 Broderick Boys members were later convicted for their involvement. In response to ongoing gang-related violence, the Yolo County District Attorney's Office implemented a gang injunction in 2005, restricting the activities of suspected gang members within a designated safety zone in West Sacramento. However, the injunction faced legal challenges, with critics arguing it violated civil liberties. Despite this, the injunction remained in effect for over a decade before expiring in 2018.
This is a case that has impact. People in the city of Richmond and the Bay Area should not live in fear.
Today, the FBI and Richmond police announced the names of these suspects, 4 behind bars, 2 still at large, linked to a violent criminal network called the Manor Boys. These are photos of associates of the Manor Boys. The task force is investigating and say more arrests will be happening soon.
I give a warning to the other ones out there that you better start looking over your shoulder because they're coming.
The Manor Boys' crime spree spans throughout the Bay Area in Richmond, El Sobrante, Oakland, Antioch, and Sacramento. The Manor Boys' violent crime spree dating back to July of 2016 to the most recent, May of this year. Discovery Bay woman Alexandria Schweitzer in Richmond. A 15-year-old was arrested this week in connection with her, and 21-year-old Terry Watts is still at large.
2 ongoing investigations led by Richmond Police, the Contra Costa District Attorney's Office, and the FBI San Francisco office have resulted in the arrests of half a dozen individuals connected to a series of crimes, including authorities announced on Wednesday. During a press conference at Richmond Police Headquarters, officials provided limited details regarding Operation Crescent Moon and Operation Big Houses, both focused on the Manor Boys gang. These investigations were initiated by the FBI's Safe Streets Task Force and supported by the District Attorney's Office. The recent arrests follow months of legal challenges, including 2 failed prosecutions involving alleged Manor Boys members who were implicated in a Vallejo deletion and at least 2 conspiracies to commit. Law enforcement officials executed warrants at 7 locations in Richmond, El Sobrante, Antioch, Oakland, and Sacramento. Among those arrested were 18-year-old Darrell Vaughn Waters, suspected of illegal firearms possession, 18-year-old David Jones, arrested on charges of robbery and illegal firearms possession, and 23-year-old Deshaun Ford, taken into custody for a probation violation. Officers recovered 3 firearms, along with cash, narcotics, and evidence of credit card fraud, bringing the total number of seized guns to 11. In May, an alleged Manor Boys associate, DeJuan Rice, was indicted on 2 counts of deletion. Authorities say the Manor Boys gang has been active in West Contra Costa for several years and has ongoing rivalries with other Richmond area gangs such as Deep Sea, Easter Hill, and North Richmond gangs. The gang's name comes from an apartment complex in Richmond formerly called Kennedy Manor, now known as Monterey Pine. In 2016, 5 alleged members of the Manor Boys were indicted on charges of conspiracy, deletion, and weapons offenses following a wiretap investigation. However, the case faced setbacks, with 3 defendants being acquitted of conspiracy and deletion charges against 2 others being dismissed after it was revealed that a prosecutor had misled grand jurors with an inaccurate question.
Several members of a violent gang are off the streets and in custody this evening. Authorities say they are connected to a string of crimes throughout the Bay Area. Elizabeth Cook is here with more. Liz?
Veronica, state and federal authorities announced they arrested 8 members of the Broad Day gang based in Antioch and Pittsburgh. Here's a look at the suspects. These 8 men are facing several charges, including burglary, pimping, and murder. Court records show the Broad Day gang is linked to at least 5 homicides in Contra Costa County. Authorities arrested Giovante Boyd in Jacksonville, Mississippi. Boyd is wanted for the shooting death of an innocent bystander during a drive-by shooting back in March in Pittsburgh.
Authorities announced on Wednesday that 8 members of a violent East Bay gang have been taken off the streets and are now in custody. These arrests mark the culmination of a 16-month investigation known as Operation Clap It Out, during which state and federal officials linked the suspects to a string of criminal activities across the region. The individuals arrested are members of the Broad Daylight Clap Gang, which is based in Antioch and Pittsburgh. They are now facing a range of charges, including burglary, involvement in multiple acts of violence. According to court records, the gang has been connected to at least 5 deletions in Contra Costa County. The Broad Daylight Clap Gang is known to have a violent rivalry with a North Richmond gang that has recently expanded into Antioch. The recent arrests of Darnell Keon Lash, Azel Tommy Jenkins, Daside Kenya Lash, Devancia Quest Sumblin, Lester Gene Curry, Larry Darnell Goins Jr., and Javel Cooksey, along with a suspect arrested in Mississippi, represent what District Attorney Diana Beckton called a significant and successful disruption to the gang's criminal operations. One of the suspects, Giovante Boyd, was apprehended in Mississippi and is wanted in connection with a fatal shooting that claimed the life of an innocent bystander during a drive-by in Pittsburgh this past March. Police believe Boyd had aimed at another individual, suspecting they had stolen a gun from him, but instead struck 47-year-old Andrew Moffitt, who was not involved in the altercation. At least 17 individuals with ties to 2 rival East Oakland gangs were arrested during coordinated raids on Thursday, part of a larger effort by law enforcement to curb the surge in gun violence. According to authorities, those arrested are members or associates of 2 notorious and violent gangs operating in the areas near 65th and 69th Avenues, as confirmed by Police Chief Sean Wendt during a news conference. The pre-dawn raids took place in Oakland, as well as in Stockton, Berkeley, and San Leandro. Law enforcement officers served 22 search warrants, resulting in the arrest of 17 suspects, including 2 women and the seizure of 6 weapons. Oakland Mayor Libby Schaaf, speaking on the operation, stated, "It does not bring us joy to send young men to prison, but it is a necessary part of our absolute determination to bring an end to gun violence in Oakland." The news conference was held at the Acts Full Gospel Church, situated between the territories of the rival gangs. Wendt noted that several gang members involved in the ongoing feud had their funeral services at the church. The tensions between the 2 gangs date back decades, but the conflict intensified in September when Frank Denard, a 21-year-old high-ranking member of the 69th Avenue gang, was fatally shot while driving in the 1300 block of 76th Avenue. His brother, Lawrence Denard, along with another individual, Willie Torrance, both alleged members of the 69th Avenue gang, were previously convicted of the 2011 fatal shooting of 3-year-old Carlos Nava. The child was struck by gunfire intended for 2 65th Avenue gang members who were wounded in the incident. Since 2012, Oakland police and community outreach workers have been pulling gang members aside to warn them of the consequences of continued violence. "We warned members of these gangs that continuing to engage in violence would result in arrests," said Wendt. "We meant it when we said that. We will not tolerate gun violence in this city." This large-scale operation marks another step in the ongoing effort to bring peace to Oakland streets and hold those responsible for the violence accountable.
More than 50 people arrested, 40 guns confiscated. Today, investigators detailed a deadly gang war that spanned from Oakland to Antioch. They uncovered it during the investigation of a homicide last year.
When Donzay Young was found shot to death in Antioch last August, it led to the unraveling of a war between rival gangs, Case, the other ENT.
Young was an active Case criminal street gang member, and he was targeted by a rival criminal street gang known as ENT.
As for Young's murder, police arrested 7 people, among them a father and son, 42-year-old Charles Bolden and his 19-year-old son of the same name. Authorities say the investigation has led to the arrests or identities of 36 adults and 15 juveniles from both gangs who are.
And Antioch Police Chief Brooks said that in addition to the 40 weapons that were confiscated, they took at least 15 more off the group that were ghost guns, and those are weapons that do not have serial numbers, so they're hard for police to trace when used in crimes. Now, both groups.
Police in Oakland and Antioch announced the arrests of suspected gang members involved in an ongoing feud that authorities say is fueling much of the gun violence affecting both cities. The arrests come after a long-term investigation, which began with a probe into the execution-style deletion of 20-year-old Dante Young on Tioga Passway in Antioch on August 29 of last year. According to Antioch police, Young, a member of Oakland's Case Gang, was fatally shot by a member of the rival Oakland Ent Gang. This initial deletion led to a long-term investigation into the violence surrounding this gang feud, said Antioch Police Chief Tammany Brooks during a Thursday news conference. Detectives quickly realized that Young's deletion was just the tip of the iceberg in a larger conflict between the Ent and K Street gangs. The investigation revealed that several other gang-related deletions, attempted deletions, and shootings occurred before and after Young's passing, as violence escalated between the two gangs. 3 men were charged in connection with Young's passing: Charles Bolden, Sr., 42, Charles Bolden, Jr., 19, and DeMarco Lindsay, 19. The charges include enhancements for lying in wait, making the suspects eligible for life sentences without parole or the death penalty. In addition to Young's case, the investigation linked 2 other attempted deletions to the case and Ent gang rivalry. On February 27, a man was shot in broad daylight with a semi-automatic firearm at an Antioch gas station on Lone Tree Way. Then on March 9, a targeted drive-by shooting on Aspen Way in Antioch left 2 men critically injured, with their vehicle riddled with bullets. 4 men were arrested in connection with the Aspen Way shooting: Trent Allen, 20, Keyshawn McGee, 22, Terrion Pugh, 20, and Eric Wyndham, 21. Pugh was also charged in the Lone Tree Way shooting, which sparked reprisal shootings in Oakland later that same night, according to police. Operation Windstar, which involved 27 law enforcement agencies from across California and Nevada, is believed to have a significant impact on reducing violent crime in both Oakland and Antioch.
I hope you got the same person. What? What you this in the set.
Sky 5 was overhead as arrests were being made at a motel early Wednesday morning.
They were branding these young women.
Many times the gang recruited victims through social media. A 31-count indictment details the years-long case against the defendants who allegedly operated in the Figueroa corridor, known as a human trafficking hotbed.
The lead defendant is a woman. She goes by Lady Duck, and she was out there recruiting these young women, children as young as 14 years old.
According to the indictment, at one point, a 14-year-old girl was trafficked for at least 3 days in a row at a South LA motel.
The Hoover Criminals, one of Los Angeles' most notorious and enduring street gangs, have shaped the city's gang landscape for over 5 decades. Operating through multiple neighborhood sets, stretching from 52nd to 112th Street, the Hoovers have earned a reputation for violence, territorial control, and their ability to adapt to changing law enforcement tactics. Their operations range from drug trafficking and armed robberies to organized burglary rings and trafficking along South LA's Figueroa Street. One recent federal case put a spotlight on that adaptability: the indictment of Amaya Lady Duck Armstead, a reputed gang leader of the 112 Hoover said accused of helping orchestrate both multi-county burglary crews and operations involving a minor. While her case is notable for the rare emergence of a young female figure in a leadership role within the gang, it also reflects the Hoover Criminals' broader evolution into a diversified and resilient criminal network.
Consider ourselves Crips when all we do is kill. Crips. That's why we turned criminals. And started wearing orange. Westside, 716.
Nigga, I walk through the turf, over on Hoover. Watch this car, cuz. Crip. Oh yeah, we in the turf. Walking through the hood. Oh shit. Gang.
Hoover. Look, the real looks outside on birds. Hoover.
Shut up, baby, read. That's my little dog. He goes dumb, nigga.
Free my nose cream on Westside Hoover. Free my nose cream.
Norman, I slide, he's smutty gang man. Back on enemigos, this dude's loose to get loose, I make a whole pool juice.
Say low, baby. We in this mother. Hey, third. We in this mother. Yeah, we in this mother.
Don't land on that. Hold on. Oh.
It's so ho. Look at all. Yeah, that's so ho. Yeah, gang in the building.
Big that ass anything.
That's so ho. We see our gang come through the building on home street.
Go with blue. Go with blue.
Oh, that's so.
EST with no V-neck. Norman, I slide, he's smutty gang man. Hoover. Back on enemigos, this dude's loose to get loose, I make a whole pool juice.
Shots, I'm still not easing up. Mad ass anything. Doobie, I'ma goof you. Know some lows bound to shoot. Orange Chuck, get the boo. Slime with you right or wrong, I call you my brother.
Look at these boys. Fast the ski ski.
I'm a bang my been thugging for 16 years.
Danny, Hoover Street though.
Boo. It's the set. Yeah, nigga. Yeah. Don't get the set. Yeah. Boo boo.
Give me a picture, bro. Give me a picture too.
I can't take no picture. We out of here.
Hey, fuck. Hey.
He was a 107 Hoover Crip. 107 Hoover. Not ever go against that. 107 Hoover Crip. We stand firm. We're a family. We watch each other's back. Say no. So 107 is about. Say low. Say low. Say low. Go, go.
7-Eleven, yo.
Everybody out here that fell up under the guidance of 107, you've been warned. This is crip or die.
We building up.
You have been warned. Home boys, home girls.
Young life.
If you're not with it, you shouldn't even be here.
Get off my life, that bad. Fuck sissies, nigga. Sissies, oh killer. Dead homie, nigga. That. Get off my life, punk. Dead homies. Sissies.
Fuck y'all talking about what's a 107? Clock. I'm frontline orange in y'all section. 100 Westside Hoop.
Public quick, taking chances, I'ma make it. If you need some treatment, I'm your doctor, you my patient. If you acting up, turn around and get the spanking. We not even for it, but I'll fly you out to Vegas, put you in the room, and
Down Hoover. Yeah. Down Hoover. Dead homie.
That's 100 shots, you gotta give it up. High speed chase, do you know how to lose your pops? Our helicopter, do you know how to lose your chops?
The Hoover Criminals, also known as the Hoover Crips or simply the Hoovers, are one of Los Angeles' most notorious street gangs, with roots going back to the late 1960s. They originated in South Central Los Angeles, taking their name from Hoover Street, a major thoroughfare that runs through the heart of their territory. In their earliest days, they were known as the Hoover Groovers, a neighborhood clique that was not initially part of the Crips or Bloods. By the early 1970s, however, they had joined the rapidly growing Crips Alliance, which united numerous African American street gangs under a single banner. The gang expanded quickly, forming numbered sets such as the 5 Deuce, 5-9, 7-4, 8 Tray, 9 Deuce, 9-4, 10-7, and 112 Hoovers. with the numbers corresponding to the streets or blocks they claimed. By the 1980s, the Hoovers experienced a major identity shift. Internal tensions and violent feuds, most notably with the rolling 60s neighborhood Crips, led many Hoover sets to drop the Crip label entirely and begin calling themselves the Hoover Criminals or Hoover Criminal Gang. This name change signaled their independence from the larger Crip identity and marked them as a stand-alone force in Los Angeles' gang landscape. The move also reflected a broader trend of Crip-on-Crip violence, in which former allies turned into bitter rivals. Despite this split, the Hoovers maintained their territorial presence and expanded their criminal enterprises. From the late 1980s into the 1990s, the Hoovers developed a reputation for extreme violence and organized criminal activity. They controlled key sections of South Central Los Angeles, but migration and expansion brought their presence to other cities such as Houston, Texas, and Portland, Oregon. Their criminal portfolio included drug trafficking, robberies, home invasions, extortion, and deletion. Law enforcement efforts to dismantle the gang included large-scale LAPD and federal task force operations during the height of the war on gangs, but these efforts failed to eradicate them entirely. By the 2000s and 2010s, the Hoover Criminals had adapted to shifting law enforcement tactics and changes in the street economy. Their various sets operate with semi-independence, but they remain united by the Hoover criminal identity, colors, and culture. Even after decades of arrests, indictments, and high-profile crackdowns, the Hoover Criminals continue to be one of the most feared and resilient gangs in Los Angeles, with influence that extends far beyond the city's borders.
All right, what? I hope you got the same dress on. You're dissing the set. ACG, this on the set. Say sorry. Say sorry for dissing the set.
The alleged ringleader, a 25-year-old woman named Amaya Armstead, who goes by Lady Duck. Prosecutors say she and her co-defendants acted as pimps, using social media to recruit vulnerable teens and young adults, then controlling them through violence, drugs, and intimidation. According to the indictment, victims who disobeyed were assaulted, humiliated, they were denied food or drugs, and in some cases, branded with tattoos of their traffickers' street names.
Agents say the perpetrator was 25-year-old accused gang leader Amaya Armstead, also known as Lady Duck, who used Instagram and TikTok to lure victims.
Lady Duck of the Hoovers. From burglary rings to federal gang indictment. At just 25 years old, Amaya Armstead, better known on the streets as Lady Duck or Lady Duck Down, has risen to an unusually high rank within the 11 Deuce Hoover Criminals, one of Los Angeles' most violent and entrenched street gangs. Federal authorities now allege she is not merely a participant, but a driving force, a young woman calling shots in a gang world still dominated by men. They accuse her of orchestrating criminal enterprises that include RICO conspiracy and the pimping of a minor, crimes that elevate her from a known burglary crew member to a central figure in a sprawling investigation into the Hoover criminal gang's operations. Before the current federal case, Lady Duck had already made a name for herself in law enforcement circles. She was charged in a large-scale burglary ring that spanned multiple counties and even crossed state lines. According to the San Diego County District Attorney's Office, she was among 9 defendants accused of carrying out over 55 home burglaries between January and May of that year. The crimes were concentrated in upscale neighborhoods like Mira Mesa, Carmel Valley, and Rancho Penasquitos, but also extended into Riverside County, Los Angeles County, and as far as Las Vegas, Nevada. Prosecutors described the operation as highly organized and targeted, with crews wearing masks and gloves, breaking in through back doors, and going straight for cash, jewelry, and luxury handbags. Some burglaries occurred while homeowners, including families with small children, were present. This was a sophisticated operation that required extraordinary teamwork, said Deputy District Attorney Malik Berouznami, emphasizing that the crew traveled specifically to hit San Diego County residences. while Lady Duck was already staring down decades in prison for the San Diego burglaries. Federal prosecutors soon painted an even more alarming picture of her criminal role. They alleged she had moved beyond property crime into the Hoover gang operations, not just participating, but taking on a leadership role in the 11 Deuce Hoover criminal gang despite her youth. The latest indictment ties her to the pimping of a minor, a charge that carries severe penalties under federal law and further cements her image as a young gang figure running the show. These new allegations suggest that Lady Duck's influence extended well beyond smash and grab burglaries, positioning her as a power broker in one of Los Angeles' most feared gangs. For law enforcement, her case represents the convergence of two persistent public safety threats: mobile burglary crews that target affluent neighborhoods across Southern California, and organized street gangs that profit from human exploitation. If convicted on the RICO and trafficking charges, Lady Duck could face decades to life in federal prison, a stunning trajectory for someone so young, and a case that now stands as one of the most high-profile examples of a female leader emerging in the violent, male-dominated ranks of the Hoover criminals.
Disturbing sex trafficking bust. Several suspected gang members arrested, accused of forcing young girls into prostitution.
11 alleged gang members, including 6 leaders of the Hoover criminal street gang, now indicted on these really disturbing charges. Take a look at some video. These are images that were mentioned in the indictment, things that they posted to social media. Prosecutors say the gang recruited girls as young as 14 years old, many of them runaways or kids from the foster care system. Along a 3.5-mile section of Figueroa Street in South LA, known as the Figueroa Corridor, and they've been in control from February of 2021 until now.
Where the U.S. Attorney's Office says a total of 11 gang members and associates in the notorious Hoover Street Gang were rounded up and charged with racketeering and trafficking today, saying they exploited minors, runaways, and girls in foster care, some as young as middle schoolers.
Federal and local law enforcement authorities have arrested 6 members and associates of the South Los Angeles-based Hoover criminal gang in connection with a sweeping 31-count federal indictment. The charges include racketeering conspiracy, trafficking of minors and adults through force, fraud or coercion, and related crimes. The operation targeted the notorious Figueroa Corridor, an area long associated with prostitution, and involved victims as young as 14, including runaways and children from the foster care system. Authorities allege gang members recruited victims through social media and branded them with tattoos to assert control. This takedown represents the first major federal action against a trafficking operation along the Figueroa Corridor. The lead defendant, Amaya Armstead, or Lady Duck, is accused of being the de facto leader of the Hoover 11 Deuce set and orchestrating the exploitation of a minor. Other defendants charged with RICO conspiracy include: defendants face additional charges including trafficking of minors, transporting minors for work, sexual exploitation of children, drug trafficking conspiracy, money laundering, and conspiracy to straw purchase firearms. Several defendants were arrested and are scheduled for arraignment in federal court. According to authorities, from February 2021 through August 2025, the Hoovers largely controlled trafficking along the Figueroa Corridor. Gang members acted as pimps, managing and monitoring victims, pooling resources to rent motel rooms for commercial estates, and coordinating transportation. They also created online profiles to advertise victims and exchanged proceeds through Cash App and Apple Pay. Victims were required to turn over all earnings and faced abuse, humiliation, or threats if they resisted. Tattoos featuring the gang members' monikers were used to brand victims and enforce compliance. Recruitment focused on vulnerable minor girls and young women, often runaways or those experiencing financial or emotional hardship. Pimps lured victims with promises of a luxurious lifestyle. Incidents included attempted abductions, such as in April 2022, when Tajon Gray and accomplices tried to force 2 female victims into a vehicle in San Bernardino, though both victims escaped. Armstead and Evans also used motel rooms, including the Stadium Inn in South Los Angeles, to traffic victims. One victim, a minor, was trafficked for at least 3 consecutive days. The gang also used music and social media to glorify their criminal activities and intimidate victims. Videos and photographs of assaults were shared online, reinforcing control over victims and promoting the gang's notoriety. Acting U.S. Attorney Bill Esili emphasized that federal intervention was necessary to ensure these criminals faced meaningful consequences, while law enforcement officials underscored their commitment to rescuing victims and dismantling the gang's operation.
With many criminal acts being documented on various social media accounts.
A lot of these girls came from the foster system.
Federal indictments have documented how burglary crews, narcotics trafficking, and pimping rings intersect under the Hoover banner, sometimes even involving members of other gangs. One example is Darrell Popcorn Robinson, rapper of South Los Angeles, and a documented member of the Black P Stones. Robinson was named alongside members of the Hoover criminals in the same federal case, accused of participating in a racketeering conspiracy tied to trafficking along the Figueroa Street corridor. Prosecutors say that despite his allegiance to a different gang, one historically at odds with Crip sets like the Hoovers, Robinson was part of an organized effort that recruited and exploited victims, including minors. Authorities argue that cases like this show a growing trend. When the financial rewards are high enough, traditional street gang rivalries can take a back seat to business. The inclusion of a Black P Stones member in a Hoover criminal-driven RICO case underscores the complexity of dismantling these networks, as they are increasingly fluid and profit-driven, rather than bound strictly by old territorial or alliance lines. The Hoover criminals' endurance comes from their ability to adapt, diversify, and maintain a decentralized structure across multiple sets. From their beginnings as a neighborhood clique to becoming one of Los Angeles' most feared gangs, they have consistently evolved alongside the underworld economy, shifting from street-level violence and narcotics to organized burglary rings and human trafficking. The federal indictment of Amaya, Lady Duck Armstead, underscores how this evolution works in practice. Her alleged movement from high-end residential burglaries to overseeing pimping operations involving a minor illustrates the gang's fluid approach to crime and its willingness to embrace non-traditional leadership. For law enforcement, her case is a reminder that dismantling the Hoover criminals will require more than targeting individual members. It demands breaking the network systems that allow them to survive and thrive, both inside and far beyond Los Angeles.
These criminals took orders from cartel bosses operating in state prison and preyed on business owners by forcing mafia-style taxes.
Stephan says this was the ringleader, Ronnie Ayala, who's currently in prison serving a life sentence for 3 years in San Diego back in the 1980s. She says he cast a wide net, businesses all over San Diego threatened.
Focus on what I will call the jails indictment, which outlines a criminal enterprise run by the Mexican Mafia that controlled drug trafficking and extortion activities throughout the LA County jail system. The indictment focuses on Jose Landa Rodriguez, who was the leader of the Mexican Mafia in the LA County jail system. The Mexican Mafia had a range of supporters that participated in the racketeering enterprise. For example, there were a number of associates who smuggled drugs into the jails, and there were people who passed messages directing criminal activities between those in the jail and gang leaders on the streets.
This investigation has been going on for years, involving hundreds of law enforcement personnel. The FBI says they were able to target the upper echelon of what they say is this very violent gang. 14 people are charged in a federal complaint that'll be released later today. Authorities say Rancho San Pedro Enterprise is a gang with an estimated 500 members that dates back to the 1970s and is divided into cliques operating under the control of the Mexican Mafia. Of members that are incarcerated in California State Prison.
Los Angeles authorities arrest 28 gang members and associates of the South LA-based Eastside Playboys. The multi-agency task force included personnel from the FBI, ATF, and LAPD. Officers serving search and arrest warrants throughout the LA area overnight. The operation
Authorities hope Operation Black Flag sends a message to gang members.
This is serious prison time. As a whole, the 5 federal indictments paint a chilling portrait of criminal activity and mayhem ranging from extortion to rent collection to conspiracy to commit murder.
New at 11, members of a dangerous gang have been taken down in the San Gabriel Valley, and agents say they have ties to the Mexican Mafia.
Today's operation is the result of a nearly 3-year investigation with federal, state, and local agencies working together to remove narcotics, guns, and violent gang members from the streets.
Federal and local law enforcement fanned out across the city of San Bernardino in order to round up members of the Westside Verdugo street gang. Now, we're told the gang sweep targeted a total of 35 members, of which 24 were arrested during the raid.
Jessica?
Latest of those arrests, 9 of them happening just this morning in the cities of Santa Ana, Placentia, Tustin, Garden Grove, and Long Beach. In the federal indictment, more than 100 pages long, prosecutors allege the members of La M, or the Orange County Mexican Mafia, used fear tactics and violence to control the community, terrorize them, and keep quiet anyone wanting to speak.
High-ranking members of the Mexican Mafia are in custody after an operation with the FBI and the LAPD. They also seized firearms and narcotics.
Southern California has always had 2 maps, the one tourists see and the one built from power, reputation, and prison politics. At the center of that second map sits the Mexican Mafia, formed inside California's prison system in the late 1950s. The media didn't become fear because it was the biggest street gang. It became fear because it learned how to control other gangs through a prison-based chain of command. Over the decades, investigators have described a system where local cliques and street crews are pressured to pay taxes on drug sales, follow rules, and answer to shot callers whose influence can reach well beyond cell blocks. That's the backbone of the gang of gangs reputation. Less about one neighborhood, more about a network. And that's exactly what these cases are about. From Rancho San Pedro in the harbor area, to Puente 13 in the San Gabriel Valley, to San Diego's Los Impuestos tax and extortion allegations, to Wilmington's Wilma's pipeline cases, to Orange County's racketeering indictments and legacy operations like Black Flag and Smokin' Aces, the storyline repeats with different names, but the same structure. Money moving upward, orders moving outward, and communities caught in the middle. This isn't just a list of arrests, it's a look at how investigators say prison influence turns street crime into something that behaves like an organization.
Law enforcement officers arrested 32 alleged gang members off the street and 35 alleged members of the Mexican Mafia who were serving time in LA County Jail awaiting their trials, transferred them to federal custody, and included in the arrest the so-called ringleader, Jose Landa Rodriguez, described by some gang experts to me as, quote, the most powerful, influential inmate in county jail.
Landa Rodriguez controlled all drug trafficking in the jails.
The indictment alleges all on orders from Landa Rodriguez, 55 years of age. And the indictment says he had help from an attorney, Gabriel Sendejas Chavez, who was arrested this morning at his home in Ontario.
The contraband is already inside the cell.
Detectives say the Mexican Mafia had such control and the system was so well run that anyone who didn't cooperate or try to go against them was beaten. Detectives say this is taken from security video in the jail that shows Mexican Mafia members beating an inmate who wouldn't cooperate. And the indictment also says that Landa Rodriguez ordered at least 3 out on the street.
Weapons that we recover.
The investigation alleges that Landa Rodriguez had such power that from behind bars, he would order gang members on the street to purposely break the law and get arrested so they could smuggle drugs into the county jail.
On May 23, 2018, federal prosecutors and the FBI announced Operation Dirty Thirds, a sweeping racketeering case alleging the Mexican Mafia ran a government-like system inside the Los Angeles County Jail network to control drug smuggling, narcotics sales, and extortion. Prosecutors allege the jail operation worked like an underworld bureaucracy. Mexican Mafia leadership used shot callers, facilitators, and outside associates to move messages, enforce rules, and keep the money flowing. The Dirty Thirds name came from an alleged 1/3 tax imposed on contraband drugs brought into the jails by non-Mexican Mafia traffickers. Either they had to pay a third of the load or wait until Mexican Mafia-approved supply was sold first. Authorities also described an extortion fund, sometimes called the kitty, where inmates were pressured to contribute money under threat of discipline. The indictment and press briefings named senior figures and described their roles. One alleged leader was Jose Landa Rodriguez, sometimes reported as Jose Rodriguez, nicknamed Fox, accused by prosecutors of directing jail operations during the charged period, and Luis Vega was described as a high-ranking figure who allegedly ordered violence and assaults to enforce rules. Officials said violence was used as leverage punishment for disrespect, non-payment, or breaking rules, while coded communication and layers of intermediaries helped the structure function. Jose Landa Rodriguez was acquitted of all charges in 2019, even though that did not automatically mean he was released from custody overall. Separately, attorney Gabriel Zinages Chavez, who was originally charged in the Dirty Thirds case and accused of relaying messages, later pleaded guilty in 2024 to misprison of a felony in a deal where prosecutors agreed to seek no prison time, no fine, and no supervised release.
Armored vehicles and hundreds of law enforcement personnel descending, authorities report, on 17 LA Harbor area locations in raids this morning, executing search and arrest warrants, taking 13 people into custody, all aimed, they say, at targeting one of the area's most active gangs, known as Rancho San Pedro.
One of the most violent street gangs that has been terrorizing San Pedro for years.
Agencies including the FBI and LAPD involved in an investigation they say has been going on for years, saying they were able to target the upper echelons of the gang. Some arrests made before today. 5 are facing state charges, 14 facing charges in a federal case, including drug and weapon-related counts and allegations of racketeering and conspiracy, or RICO.
Some would use orders from prison on behalf of the Mexican Mafia. Others committed or conspired to commit acts of violence, including murder. Others engaged in drug trafficking, robbery, and extortion.
Authorities allege the Rancho San Pedro gang has an estimated 500 members, dates back to the 1970s, and is controlled by the Mexican Mafia members incarcerated in state prison.
On October 7, 2025, federal authorities announced a major gang crackdown in the Los Angeles Harbor area, centered on the street gang Rancho San Pedro, often discussed in reporting as having ties to the Mexican Mafia prison network. Investigators said the operation was the result of a multi-year investigation, and agents executed coordinated arrest and search warrants aimed at what they described as the gang's leadership structure and core criminal activity. RSP is described as a multi-generational gang with deep roots in San Pedro, organized into multiple cliques, and allegedly operating under Mexican Mafia influence through taxes and orders that could be relayed from inside prison. The allegations in the federal complaint include a broader racketeering pattern tied to drug trafficking and distribution, plus firearms activity, with investigators specifically naming drugs in connection with the conspiracy allegations. Federal prosecutors said 14 people were charged at the complaint stage. 13 defendants with RICO conspiracy and a drug conspiracy, possession with intent to distribute, and 1 defendant with felon in possession of a firearm ammunition. Reporting around the announcement stated that 8 of the federal defendants were taken into custody that day, and that 5 additional defendants faced related state charges announced alongside the federal
Today's
action.
operation is the result of a nearly 3-year investigation with federal, state, and local agencies working together to remove narcotics, guns, and violent gang members from the streets. In a massive coordinated sweep with multiple agencies, members and associates of the Puente 13 street gang linked to the Mexican Mafia were arrested Wednesday morning for their involvement in dangerous criminal activities, including illegal firearms sales and trafficking narcotics. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Central District of California charged 20 members and associates of the San Gabriel Valley-based gang. Of those charged, 17 were arrested, 2 remain at large, and 1 is already in state custody. Agents executed federal arrest warrants at locations across 3 counties: Los Angeles, Orange, and San Bernardino.
On December 17 and 18, 2025, federal authorities announced a major San Gabriel Valley gang sweep targeting Puente 13 a La Puente-based street gang investigators described as linked to the Mexican Mafia. The operation followed what officials called an approximately 3-year investigation, with agents and local partners serving warrants at 20-plus locations in the San Gabriel Valley area. According to the attorney's office, 16 members and associates were arrested on federal criminal complaints alleging their involvement in 1 kidnapping, 2 shootings, illegal firearms sales, and narcotics trafficking. Authorities said there were 20 total defendants charged across the case, with 3 defendants still at large and 1 additional defendant already in state custody at the time of the announcement. The DOJ release gives several specific incidents investigators say are part of the pattern. It describes a December 2022 shooting at a Covina residence targeting rivals, where one alleged shooter reportedly left a shoe behind, later used to help link him to the scene. It also describes a July 2023 kidnapping of 2 victims tied to retrieving items believed stolen in a burglary earlier that month. 1 victim was released, while the other allegedly escaped after being severely beaten. And it describes a May 2025 shooting outside a La Puente liquor store, where an alleged gang member mistook a person for a rival and fired at the victim's vehicle as it drove away, striking a car door.
Was overhead last week when the raids went down. 39 violent criminals, many of whom were arraigned Tuesday afternoon and have ties to the state's largest prison gang known as the Mexican Mafia.
These criminals took orders from cartel bosses operating in state prison and preyed on business owners by forcing mafia-style taxes.
Stefan says this was the ringleader, Ronnie Ayala, who's currently in prison serving a life sentence for 3 months in San Diego back in the 1980s. She says he cast a wide net. Businesses all over San Diego threatened if they didn't pay.
We'll vandalize your business. We'll burn your business. We will beat your employees. We will kill you and your employees.
Police say a 6-month investigation led to the
Operation Los Impuestos, Spanish for the taxes, was a 6-month undercover investigation in San Diego County that authorities say targeted street gang members operating under the direction of the Mexican Mafia. On January 21, 2025, the San Diego County District Attorney announced the takedown, saying investigators developed evidence against 46 defendants across multiple gangs, and that 39 defendants were arrested in a coordinated countywide sweep. According to the DA's release, investigators allege the prison gang used a wide network to collect extortion taxes from legal and illegal businesses, traffic drugs and firearms, intimidate witnesses and victims, and order violence, including at least 1 deletion and 2 attempted deletions that authorities said were committed at the behest of the Mexican Mafia. Officials said the criminal activity stretched across San Diego, with a heavy focus on areas like downtown, Barrio Logan, City Heights, and South San Diego. The DA said investigators uncovered a case where an order was given to attack a business with a grenade after it stopped paying its tax, and alleged other businesses were hit with Molotov cocktails and robbed, including illegal gambling dens. During the operation, law enforcement reported seizing 21 handguns, 23 rifles, 4 shotguns, a Glock switch, and 2 grenades, along with drugs.
Alongside local law enforcement Wednesday, federal prosecutors announced a 33-count indictment, 31 suspects behind bars, members or associates of the Orange County Mexican Mafia, known as La M. The charges against the suspects include conspiring to violate the Racketeer-Influenced and Corrupt Organizations, or RICO Act, allegations of extortion, drug trafficking, 6 attempted killings, and 2 murders in OC.
Our investigation, which was initiated by the Orange County Violent Gangs Task Force in 2017, revealed that the Mexican Mafia shot callers were utilizing members of Hispanic street gangs in Orange County to traffic drugs, commit extortion, and commit acts of violence.
Investigators say this surveillance video from a Placentia home recorded in January 2017 shows 2 of the suspects charged in this indictment shooting a 35-year-old man because he refused to pay the notorious gang taxes on drug sales. The latest arrest happening in this Santa Ana neighborhood during this very press conference. The search continued for one fugitive, Mark Cooper, believed to be in Oregon. In an effort to help dismantle leadership in this criminal organization, prosecutors looking to move suspects already in custody to federal prisons throughout the nation. Investigators say since the 2018 death of a man known as the godfather of the Mexican Mafia, Peter Ojeda, there has been increased violence as gangsters work to fill that void and take charge, terrorizing vulnerable communities. Federal prosecutors admit La M is far from eradicated.
Martinez is already in prison serving 15 to life, but Orange County District Attorney Tony Rackauckas just announced that he is now being charged with murder while behind bars for ordering the killing of a Placentia man in 2017 that was captured on surveillance video. They say under Martinez's orders here, these armed members of the Mexican Mafia went to Robert Rios's home to collect money and drugs. Investigators say when Rios refused to pay, he was later shot right there in his front yard. Authorities say that Martinez also ordered another hit, but that victim survived his gunshot wounds. Now, there are 8 defendants total in this case, and investigators admit that somehow Martinez has been able to make more than 3,000 communications from prison, whether it be messaging or through cell phones. The DA was...
In April 2022, the Department of Justice unsealed a 33-count federal indictment charging 31 people described as members and associates of the Orange County Mexican Mafia in a racketeering case built from an investigation that authorities said began in 2017. Prosecutors alleged the group functioned as a gang of gangs, using control over local street gangs and jail-prison influence to collect taxes, enforce discipline, and profit from drug trafficking, while using violence and intimidation to keep power in Orange County. Federal filings allege that from around 2016 through at least April 2022, specific defendants were in charge of criminal activity in Orange County and inside OC jail prison facilities, supported by shot callers, mouthpieces, and secretaries, who allegedly moved messages and helped run operations. The indictment's racketeering allegations included 2 deletions and 6 attempted deletions, as well as robbery, extortion, and narcotics trafficking involving meth and H. The DOJ release also listed specific alleged violent incidents tied to the enterprise, including an armed robbery and fatal shooting, 2017 shooting death in Orange, and multiple later attempted deletion allegations involving both rivals and alleged internal discipline, including a jail attack described as retaliation against a person suspected of cooperating. In October 2023, DOJ announced that 3 gang members were convicted by a federal jury of deletion in aid of racketeering tied to the 2017 demise, and DOJ said each faced a mandatory life sentence without parole. Reporting in May 2024 also describes Bernardino receiving 30 months for participating in a jail attack that prosecutors said was carried out for the Mexican Mafia, and it notes additional defendants in that jail attack thread were still awaiting trial sentencing at the time.
Federal and local law enforcement fanned out across the city of San Bernardino in order to round up members of the Westside Verdugo street gang. Now, we're told the gang sweep targeted a total of 35 members, of which 24 were arrested during the raid. 10 are already in custody and 1 remains at large. According to the federal indictment, the violent street gang is responsible for the trafficking and distribution of drugs throughout Southern California on behalf of the Mexican Mafia. The investigation into the gang began in 2017 after gang intelligence got wind of a conspiracy. Authorities tell us that gang members were purposely getting arrested in order to smuggle drugs into the county and city jail via their body cavity. Today's operation, dubbed Westside Guillotine, was aimed at disrupting the gang's activity.
On April 25, 2019, federal and local authorities announced that 35 alleged members and associates of the Westside Verdugo Street gang in San Bernardino were charged in a sweeping probe known as Operation Westside Guillotine. The gang, long tied to the Mexican Mafia, was accused of running a large-scale narcotics operation that moved meth and H throughout the Inland Empire and into local jails. More than 250 law enforcement officers participated in coordinated early morning raids, arresting 24 of the suspects, while 10 others were already in state custody and 1 remained at large. Investigators said the group's operation stretched from July 2017 through April 2019 and included a disturbing smuggling tactic, members intentionally getting arrested to sneak drugs into county jails by hiding narcotics, syringes, and packaging in body cavities. Once inside, the drugs were distributed among inmates and sold through outside contacts who sent proceeds back into gang-controlled accounts. Authorities seized more than 30 pounds of meth, along with weapons, and cash. The 35 defendants faced a combination of federal drug trafficking, firearms, identity theft, and money laundering charges, many of which carry potential life sentences. Prosecutors described the Westside Verdugo gang as one of San Bernardino's oldest and most entrenched street crews, acting as a local extension of the Mexican Mafia's control over Southern California jails and neighborhoods. Officials said the goal of the operation was to dismantle a criminal network that had exerted influence over San Bernardino for nearly 50 years.
Investigators in the Inland Empire have arrested 5 alleged gang members in the of a 41-year-old mother. Carmen Rodriguez was gunned down outside a San Bernardino cafe in January of last year. Rodriguez was the wife of a Mexican Mafia member who was doing time at Pelican Bay. Detectives believe other gang members ordered a hit on the mother of 5 from behind bars. Matthew Manzano, Eric Moreno, and Richard Garcia were all locked up when Rodriguez was. Isaac Aguirre and Robert Fernandez are believed to have carried out the hit.
In January 2017, Carmen Rodriguez, a mother of 5 and the wife of Mexican Mafia member Andrew Verde Rodriguez, was shot and met her demise in the parking lot outside Gabby's Cafe in San Bernardino. Detectives determined the demise was a contract hit ordered from inside the prison system by members of the Mexican Mafia, who used the Westside Verdugo Street gang to carry out the plan. Evidence later showed that imprisoned gang leaders coordinated the assassination through contraband cell phones and intermediaries. After months of investigation, authorities charged 5 suspects. Prosecutors alleged that Garcia, Manzano, and Moreno were involved in orchestrating the demise from behind bars, while Aguirre and Fernandez acted as the gunmen on the outside. The case exposed the extent of the Mexican Mafia's ability to control street-level violence from within California's prison system. The outcomes varied among the defendants. Eric Moreno Jr. was deleted by his cellmate at Kern Valley State Prison in July 2018 before he could stand trial. Robert Fernandez Jr. pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter and participating in a criminal street gang later that same year. Richard Garcia entered a similar guilty plea in 2019 and was sentenced to 30 years in prison, served consecutively to an existing life term. Matthew Ruben Manzano went to trial and was convicted of first-degree deletion in 2020, receiving a 25 years to life sentence. Isaac Paul Aguirre maintained his innocence and went to trial in 2022, where a jury acquitted him on all charges due to insufficient evidence linking him to the shooting. The investigation also revealed that Carmen's husband, Andrew Rodriguez, was found dead in his Pelican Bay cell months after the demise under suspicious circumstances, believed to be linked to internal power struggles within the Mexican Mafia.
Los Angeles authorities arrest 28 gang members and associates of the South LA-based Eastside Playboys. The multi-agency task force included personnel from the FBI, ATF, and LAPD. Officers serving search and arrest warrants throughout the LA area overnight. The operation stems from 6 grand jury indictments. Authorities arrest 28 gang members and associates of the South LA-based Eastside Playboys. The multi-agency task force included personnel from the FBI, ATF, and LAPD. Officers serving search and arrest warrants throughout the LA area overnight. The operation stems from 6 grand jury indictments, one of which alleges a racketeering scheme and includes allegations of narcotics and weapons trafficking, as well as the extortion of local businesses.
Gang members were taken into custody in Boyle Heights this morning as part of citywide bust. The FBI and LAPD were among the multiple agencies working overnight to serve search and arrest warrants throughout Los Angeles. The operation targeted gang members and their associates. Authorities say the people taken into custody are believed to be involved in a range of crimes, including racketeering, possession of weapons, and drug violations.
Authorities arrested 28 members and associates of the East Side Playboy street gang in South Los Angeles. These arrests are part of a 4-year investigation dubbed Operation Down the Rabbit Hole, which led to federal racketeering, narcotics, and firearms charges against the gang. The indictments, including one under the RICO Act, reveal the gang's structure, its ties to the Mexican Mafia, and its illegal activities such as drug and weapons trafficking and extortion. In total, 41 gang members were charged, with 10 still at large. During the investigation, law enforcement seized 47 firearms, large quantities of drugs, and $140,000 in cash. The lead defendant, Eliseo Luna, is accused of overseeing the gang's operations and authorizing violent acts, including murders.
Arrested 3 members of MS-13 in early morning raids this week at 10 locations throughout the San Fernando Valley. They are accused of shooting and killing a homeless man while he slept at a rec center in North Hollywood. Officers say MS-13 members are also believed to be responsible for at least 5 violent assaults at the rec center just after the shooting.
This morning, a coordinated law enforcement effort led by the Los Angeles Metropolitan Task Force on Violent Gangs targeted the leadership of MS-13, one of the largest and most deeply entrenched gangs in Los Angeles. A gang that started here in Los Angeles, but which has spread its mayhem across the United States and Central America.
We're diving into the origins of the infamous Mara Salvatrucha gang, better known as MS-13, a criminal organization that has become one of the most notorious in the world. MS-13 was born in Los Angeles, created by Salvadoran immigrants who fled the brutal civil wars in Central America. These immigrants settled in neighborhoods like Pico Union, Westlake, and Rampart, where they faced severe racial prejudice and persecution. Initially, MS-13 was just a group of young, delinquent, heavy metal fans trying to find their place in a hostile environment. The gang's original purpose was to protect Salvadoran immigrants from the more established gangs in Los Angeles, which were primarily composed of Mexicans, Asians, and African Americans. Over time, though, MS-13 evolved from a loose group of friends into a dangerous criminal organization. Under the leadership of Ernesto Deras, a former Salvadoran Special Forces member trained by the U.S. Green Berets, MS-13 transformed into a more disciplined and organized gang. Deras used his military expertise to enhance the gang's operations, and it wasn't long before MS-13 began to grow in power. This period also marked the beginning of their intense rivalry with the 18th Street Gang, a feud that started over a personal dispute but quickly escalated into a violent and lasting conflict. As MS-13 members were arrested in Los Angeles, many were deported back to El Salvador. However, instead of dismantling the gang, these deportations only helped spread MS-13's influence. Deported gang members began recruiting in their home countries, leading to a significant increase in gang activity in Central America, where MS-13 had previously been virtually unknown. The Los Angeles Times has argued that U.S. deportation policies inadvertently contributed to the growth of MS-13, both in the United States and Central America.
And state law enforcement officials announced a major takedown of the MS-13 street gang's leadership, alleged to be involved in the sale of large amounts of across SoCal. Now, the U.S. Attorney's Office indicted 23 of MS-13's members, some operating from within prison and others on the streets of L.A.
They say MS-13 members used violence and intimidation to control the sale of narcotics in the neighborhoods that they occupy. They say with this, they're trying to take out the leadership of the gang to combat violence on the streets.
What this investigation has revealed is that MS-13 uses drug trafficking as its lifeblood. It uses drug funds to finance its operations.
In a significant crackdown today, federal and local law enforcement officials announced the unsealing of a grand jury indictment against 23 members and associates of the infamous MS-13 gang. These individuals are accused of trafficking large quantities of drugs and illegally possessing ammunition found in a ghost gun. Today's operation led to the arrests of 17 MS-13 members, who are expected to be arraigned on the 36-count indictment this afternoon in Los Angeles. 4 of the defendants were already in state custody, while authorities continue to search for 2 more. As part of the takedown, law enforcement seized multiple pounds of illegal drugs, 9 firearms, and nearly $94,000 in cash. The indictment reveals that MS-13, operating under the control of an imprisoned member linked to the Mexican Mafia, enforced a rule requiring all Los Angeles area cliques to buy drugs from specific suppliers, funneling profits back to the gang's leadership. From July 2021 to August 2023, the gang's drug trafficking activities were allegedly overseen by top shot callers Pavel Hurtado and Eli Grijalva. who managed operations and coordinated with the incarcerated MS-13 member. The gang used violence and intimidation to control narcotics trafficking in their territories, requiring sellers to either be MS-13 members or pay rent to operate within their zones. The indictment charges all 23 defendants with conspiracy to distribute narcotics, with additional charges for individual members related to drug distribution and illegal possession of ammunition.
The multi-agency operation brought together more than 500 officers to execute arrest and search warrants Wednesday morning, the result of a multi-year investigation by the Santa Ana Gang Task Force.
Today we are here because federal prosecutors in my office unsealed a series of 5 federal grand jury indictments designed to deliver a staggering and comprehensive blow to the Mexican Mafia organization in Orange County and to Forming Chaos, a Costa Mesa street gang associated with the Mexican Mafia.
Parents, you need to take responsibility. You need to start looking at those kids. If they're looking like gang members, pants dragging on the ground, acting like gang members, don't accept this idea that, well, it's just the style at school. Come on. Parents, you have responsibility in this. You've got to stop that from happening. The more those kids act like gang members and want to be gang members, the more likely it is they'll become gang members and they'll enter in on this path of life.
Rob Whitfield for OC.
On July 13, 2011, federal and local authorities in Orange County, California announced Operation Black Flag, a sweeping gang and racketeering crackdown that targeted street gang leadership and networks described as operating under the influence of the Mexican Mafia. Federal prosecutors alleged the case involved 57 federal defendants total. The FBI said 26 were arrested in the early morning takedown, 25 were already in custody on unrelated matters, and 6 were listed as fugitives. On the state side, officials said 8 were arrested that day and 3 were fugitives. 2 of the indictments were RICO cases. One charged 28 defendants tied to an Orange County Mexican Mafia faction led by Peter Ojeda, and another charged 17 defendants tied to the Forming Chaos gang in Costa Mesa, alleging extensive ties to the Mexican Mafia. The other indictments alleged additional drug trafficking and firearms offenses, including distribution of various drugs. The key allegation across the filings was the Mexican Mafia-style tax system. Prosecutors said gang crews were pressured to pay a portion of proceeds to the OC leadership in exchange for permission to operate and protection, and that discipline could be ordered for people who didn't comply. The FBI release also described green lights, discipline orders, and a hard candy list people prosecutors said were marked for deadly violence as part of how the enterprise allegedly enforced control, with messages sometimes relayed through associates on the outside. Local coverage around the 2011 takedown reported that heroin, guns, and thousands of dollars in cash were seized during the raids. Peter Ojeda was found guilty of RICO conspiracy and violent crimes in aid of racketeering conspiracy, and he was sentenced on May 9, 2016 to 15 years in federal prison. DOJ also noted that, from Operation Black Flag overall, 59 defendants were convicted on federal charges, and another 40 were prosecuted by the Orange County DA's office. Ojeda's former girlfriend, Susie Rodriguez, described by prosecutors as a messenger between him and gang figures, was sentenced on June 6, 2016 to 78 months in federal prison.
You know, Lucy, we went to a couple of doors in this neighborhood to ask that very question. The first door we knocked on, we got the door slammed in our face. We tried another one, and at that one, the people who lived there said they were very surprised to see some of their neighbors arrested. Prosecutors say they are powerful, violent, and have one of their own. Each, they contend, is tied to the Mexican Mafia. Authorities call this organized crime and say it has been seen on city streets and inside county jails.
Operation Smokin' Aces was a major Orange County, California crackdown announced on September 24, 2013, led by the Santa Ana Gang Task Force after about a 2.5-year investigation into what authorities described as the Orange County wing of the Mexican Mafia and its control over Latino street gangs. Investigators said the case involved a combined state plus federal charging package, naming 129 defendants, with charges that included federal racketeering and other allegations such as extortion, tax collection, narcotics trafficking, gun trafficking, and conspiracy violence-related counts described as a network case rather than one isolated incident. Authorities said the takedown included early morning arrests across dozens of locations in Southern California. Reporting cited roughly 70 locations, with 55 arrests reported the first day, while many other suspects were already incarcerated and others were still being sought.
High-ranking members of the Mexican Mafia are in custody after an operation with the FBI and the LAPD. They also seized firearms and narcotics.
These are weapons and drugs recovered during what they call Operation Wipeout. They targeted gang members who were suspected of selling illegal firearms and narcotics throughout the harbor area. Their investigation started back in 2020 and expanded beyond the street gang and into the upper ranks of the Mexican Mafia. Today, the FBI served multiple search warrants throughout the South Bay and as far away as Bakersfield. 12 suspects.
On May 17, 2023, the FBI and LAPD announced Operation Wipeout, a harbor area investigation that began in late 2020 and targeted alleged drug and illegal firearm trafficking tied to the Westside Wilmas and Eastside Wilmas gangs in Wilmington, San Pedro. Federal prosecutors said 7 gang members' associates were arrested that morning on federal criminal complaints, part of a larger set of 10 defendants named across 3 federal complaints. Authorities also said additional suspects faced state charges, and that at least 2 defendants were still being sought at the time. Authorities said the takedown produced major seizures. Prosecutors described the case as reaching beyond street-level dealing, alleging the Wilmas gangs operated under the direction authority of the Mexican Mafia prison gang, with leaders and associates using illicit phones and devices inside state prison to communicate and direct activity on the outside. Officials also referenced cartel supply concerns in public briefings. Prosecutors alleged Patricia Amelia Limon, Lomita, carried out multiple drug and gun transactions from October 2022 to February 23, 2023 under direction of a Mexican Mafia associate on death row, including a deal where she allegedly sold 5,000 rainbow-colored Fendi pills for $5,300 and later allegedly delivered 3.8 pounds of meth plus 2,000 Fendi pills for $5,000. Prosecutors also alleged Jesus Chuy Delgado, described as a high-ranking Westside Wilmas member, sold meth and firearms, including ghost guns, in a series of deals some allegedly conducted across from a high school and a middle school while he was on parole. As for who was charged, one widely circulated list of federal defendants included Patricia Amelia Limon, Jesus Chuy Delgado, Jose Francisco Martinez Hernandez, Lake Davis Pasley, Osvaldo Nicolini, Cristobal Aguilar, noted as already in state custody at the time, Guillermo Guerrero, and Bud John Phineas, aka Ghost, with additional people described as fugitives in some coverage. Federal authorities said the complaint stage charges included offenses like distribution of controlled substances, possession with intent to distribute, and felon in possession of a firearm. DOJ also stated that if convicted, Limon and Delgado, charged with drug distribution, faced a statutory maximum of life in federal prison. Patricia Amelia Limon pleaded guilty, reported in May 2024, to conspiracy to distribute Fenty and meth and dealing firearms without a license, and she was sentenced to 97 months, about 8 years, in federal prison. Separately, DOJ noted that before the May 2023 sweep, 11 other harbor area defendants had already been charged in related federal cases, and 3 had already been sentenced to 10-20 years, but those sentences were not itemized by name in the DOJ release. A Santa Barbara County grand jury indictment unsealed in November 2014 laid out what prosecutors described as a Mexican Mafia-directed tax operation reaching across several local street gang cliques, Santa Barbara, Lompoc, and Santa Maria. The indictment named Edgar Playboy Cordova and Benny Conil Ibarra as shot callers and charged them with conspiracy to commit deletion in 2013 plan hit, along with broader extortion and extortion conspiracy counts involving 7 total defendants, including Jesse Loco Enriquez, Ulysses Silent Guzman, Arturo Frosty Renteria Jr., Ruben Evil Regalado Jr., and a 7th defendant identified in reporting as Franco Eric Aguiniga. plus an outstanding warrant for another person. According to the reporting on the unsealed indictment, the alleged deletion plot centered on Cordova and Ibarra discussing where the intended target lived and planning how to approach him. The attempt that day reportedly failed because they could not locate the person. Prosecutors also alleged the same group was shaking down both legitimate businesses and drug dealers. The tax collection prosecutors say flowed upward toward Mexican Mafia leadership, enforced through intimidation and discipline when people didn't pay. Investigators said the wider case grew out of a 16-month investigation that began after the June 2013 arrest of Raymond "Boxer" Macias, described by authorities as a key tax collector figure. Detectives then focused on how prison and jail influence could shape street activity across Santa Barbara County. The initial 2014 arrest wave included Ibarra, Enriquez, Aguiniga, and Reglado, with police publicly describing the alleged scheme as collecting taxes on behalf of the Mexican Mafia. Later that month, Cordova was captured at a San Diego border crossing while allegedly returning from Mexico.
Not only the city, but also really impacted our Hmong American community.
Fresno Police Chief Andy Hall talking about 6 arrests in a quadruple murder that left the community stunned. The victims, Sai Li, 23, Fia Vang, 31, Ku Zhang, 38, and Calixang Tao, 40, were all gunned down as they watched football. Billy Zhang for mail theft, finding a Glock 9mm modified to fire automatically and 2 30-round magazines that have been linked to the.
In Fresno, a man is in custody accused of shooting 2 veteran Fresno correctional officers inside a jail lobby. Those 2 officers were shot in the head and neck this morning, and they're now in the hospital. Juanita Davila, who has 18 years of experience, is now in critical but stable condition tonight. And Toa Malama Scanlon, a 10-year veteran, is in critical condition. And this man, 37-year-old Tong Vang from Fresno, has been taken into custody. Officers say Vang was sentenced to 19 years in prison for kidnapping. And back in 1998, he served only 16 years, then was released on parole.
The Mongolian Boys Society is a predominantly Hmong street gang rooted in Fresno, California. Formed in the late 1980s, the gang emerged following a split from the Peace MOD gang, splintering into several factions, one of which became the Mongolian Boys Society. Today, law enforcement identifies the Mongolian Boys Society as a violent criminal enterprise operating in Fresno and nearby Visalia. The gang has been linked to serious crimes, including deletion, sexual assault, armed robbery, drug trafficking, and extortion. Authorities also report that the Mongolian Boys Society members have, at times, been contracted by larger Asian organized crime networks to carry out violent hits, a testament to the group's reputation for brutality and their ability to operate under the radar. The Mongolian Boys Society was born in Fresno around 1988, as groups of Hmong youth began forming splinter gangs in response to violence and discrimination within their communities. Originally created for protection, the gang quickly evolved into a structured organization. Over the years, the Mongolian Boys Society has remained predominantly Hmong in membership. In fact, prison officials officially recognize it under the name Asian Mongolian Boys Society on their gang identification lists, reflecting both its ethnic makeup and its established presence within California's correctional system.
Officers say a family of more than 30 was gathered in a backyard Sunday night to watch a football game when someone snuck in and opened fire, shooting 10 people before running away. 3 men were found dead at the scene last night. A 4th died at the hospital. The 6 other people who were wounded are still in the hospital.
Sai Li, 23, Fia Vang, 31, Ku Zhang, 38, and Calixang Tao, 40, were all gunned down as they watched football in the backyard today. At 4:19 a.m. on November 17th, the brother of a local gang member, Randy Zhang, was and is what police say incited the later events. This happened prior to the mass shooting. 16 hours after that, the shooting on Lamona Avenue in Fresno in what police believe was a retaliatory shooting. Then, on December 17th, a break in the case. Clovis PD pulled over and arrested Billy Zhang for mail theft, finding a Glock 9mm modified to fire automatically and 2 30-round magazines that have been linked. Chief Hall says all the suspects have admitted to taking part in the shooting.
Singer. Millions of fans in the Hmong music scene loved the style and voice of 23-year-old Ji Lee. He was one of 4 men Sunday night at a football party. 6 others were wounded. Police.
On the evening of November 17, 2019, what began as a peaceful backyard football gathering in southeast Fresno quickly turned into a scene of unimaginable tragedy. 2 masked gunmen stormed the residence and opened fire into a crowd of partygoers, deleting 4 men and injuring 6 others. All of the victims were of Hmong descent. Authorities later revealed that the attack was a targeted ambush part of a larger feud between 2 rival Asian American gangs, the Mongolian Boys Society and the Asian Crips. Law enforcement believes the shooters intended to eliminate enemies, but mistakenly targeted the wrong group. Federal court documents indicate that members of the Mongolian Boys Society convened just hours before the shooting to plan a retaliatory hit. The group selected a target residence, assigned lookout roles, and organized their plan with military-like precision. That night, the Mongolian Boys Society affiliates Pao Vang, Giovanni Delgado, and Johnny Zhang acted as lookouts while others executed the ambush. According to the Department of Justice statement, the Mongolian Boys Society shooters deleted 4 individuals and injured at least 6 others in an act of coordinated gang violence. As investigations unfolded, 7 individuals alleged members or associates of the Mongolian Boys Society were charged. 4 suspects, Gary Lee, Anthony Montes, Porge Q, and Billy Zhang, faced 8 charges including first-degree deletion with special circumstances, making them eligible for the death penalty. 3 others, Pao Vang, Delgado, and Johnny Zhang, were indicted at the federal level for racketeering and deletion conspiracy. Prosecutors stated that the deletions were carried out for the benefit of a criminal street gang. The gravity of the case drew
Porge Q was found unresponsive in his cell on June 16th. He was taken to the hospital where he died on June 20th. Q was facing the death penalty for the murder of 4 people after shots were fired into the backyard of a home in East Central Fresno. The case against Q is now dismissed because of the defendant's
national
death.
attention, especially after one of the suspects, Porge Q, was found dead in jail in 2024 while awaiting trial. Police believe the massacre was tied to an ongoing gang war. One of the 4 slain victims was allegedly a former member of the Asian Crips, and investigators suspect the shooting was revenge for a prior gang-related deletion. In response to the escalating violence, Fresno police formed a dedicated Asian gang task force aimed at curbing tensions and reducing retaliatory attacks within the Hmong community.
A man is in custody accused of shooting 2 veteran Fresno correctional officers inside a jail lobby. Those 2 officers were shot in the head and neck this morning, and they're now in the hospital. Juanita Davila, who has 18 years of experience, is now in critical but stable condition tonight. And Toa Malama Scanlon, a 10-year veteran, is in critical condition. And this man, 37-year-old Tong Vang from Fresno, has been taken into custody. Police say Vang entered the jail's main lobby this morning asking to visit an inmate. Officials say when he was asked to wait his turn in line, he became agitated and started showing bizarre behavior. And that's when Officer Davila confronted him. Deputies say Vang pulled a gun out and then shot her. And as Officer Scanlon approached for backup, he was shot as well.
In September 2016, chaos erupted outside the Fresno County Jail when 2 correctional officers were suddenly shot and critically wounded. The shooter was quickly identified as Thong Vang, a man with a violent past and deep gang ties.
This was Thong Vang as he appeared in court in 1998 on charges related to the abduction, forced confinement, and rape of 3 girls aged between 12 and 14. The girls were taken to this motel in Fresno and held for 2 days, forced to have sex with multiple men and boys. Vang was then 22 and a member of the Hmong gang known as the Mongolian Boys Society. Vang and the other gang members were convicted of violent, forcible rape and sent to prison. Vang was released on parole 2 years ago. Registered as a sex offender, his address was listed in this apartment complex near McKinley and West. According to the Megan's Law website, he was considered a moderate to high-risk sex offender.
Just 2 years earlier, Vang had been released on parole after serving a 16-year sentence for his role in a brutal 1998 gang rape at a Clovis Motel 6.
The motel case that sent Vang to prison led to a major investigation into the Mongolian Boys gang. Another 24 members were arrested in the coming months. They'd engaged in the abduction of several teenage girls in California and other states. The girls involved in the original case and their families were forced to relocate because of threats on their lives.
At the time of that earlier crime, Vang was only 22 and known to be affiliated with the Mongolian Boys Society, one of Fresno's most feared Mong Street gangs.
It was September of 2016 when a man high on opened fire inside the lobby of Fresno County's main jail, shooting 2 correctional officers, Juanita Davila and Tuamalama Scanlon. While Officer Davila made a full recovery, Scanlon's injuries left him hospitalized for 5 years. On Tuesday, he passed away.
Knowing that he finally lost his battle is very sad.
In 2018, the shooter Tong Vang was found guilty of attempted and is currently serving a sentence of 112 years to life in prison.
According to investigators, Vang's 2016 actions were erratic and alarming. He reportedly attempted to enter police headquarters while armed and under the influence of drugs. When denied access, he walked directly to the nearby county jail and, without warning, opened fire, striking 2 correctional officers before surrendering at the scene. Vang later told authorities he wanted to be arrested. He now faces multiple new charges, including attempted deletion and firearms violations. Law enforcement officials consider his case a disturbing continuation of the Mongolian Boys Society-linked violence, a thread stretching from the infamous 1998 grape case all the way to this ambush-style shooting in 2016. Vang's return to the headlines served as a grim reminder of the long-term dangers posed by entrenched gang activity in Fresno's Hmong community. The story of the Mongolian Boys Society is more than just the tale of a street gang. It's a cautionary chronicle of how trauma, displacement, and marginalization can evolve into a cycle of violence that spans generations. What began as a group of young Hmong men seeking protection in the wake of refugee resettlement and community isolation quickly transformed into one of the most feared criminal organizations in California's Central Valley. From the heinous crimes of the late 1990s to the deadly 2019 backyard massacre and the chilling return of Tong Vang, the imprint of MBS on Fresno is unmistakable. For law enforcement, dismantling MBS remains an ongoing challenge, complicated by deep-rooted fear, loyalty, and silence within affected neighborhoods. For the Hmong community, the scars run even deeper, turning moments of cultural pride and family tradition into scenes of tragedy. As Fresno continues to grapple with gang violence, one thing is clear: real change will take more.
Dead End, a more than 2-year investigation involving a deadly and violent East Salinas gang. 20 alleged gangsters who formed out of Acosta Plaza in East Salinas are now behind bars, accused of racketeering that included 14 attempted armed robbery, along with drug and gun trafficking, dating back to 2009.
Amongst the people in Salinas. So we obviously, with the arrest, the indictments, we consider it obviously a big win for the departments involved and also the community.
Imagine living in a housing complex where your neighbors are a gang. Not just any gang. A gang that deletes people in your parking lot. A gang that sells Fenty and meth on your block. A gang that firebombs apartments when someone steps out of line. A gang that runs the whole operation out of the same building where your kids play outside. That is Acosta Plaza, a housing complex in East Salinas, California. And for over a decade, it was the headquarters of a Norteño street gang that federal prosecutors say operated like an organized criminal enterprise, one with blood on its hands going back to at least 2014. 8 deletions, multiple attempted murders, drug trafficking, guns, armed robberies, firebombing. In April 2024, after years of investigation involving the FBI, the DOJ, Homeland Security Investigations, the Salinas Police Department, and the Monterey County Sheriff, the feds finally moved. Operation Dead End. 11 defendants hit with a federal RICO indictment, 4 of them staring down the possibility of life in prison. And then, in January 2026, it got bigger. 9 more defendants added in a superseding indictment. The murder count climbed to 11. The case was still growing. This is the story of the Acosta Plaza gang, who they are, what they did, and how Operation Dead End finally brought the federal government down on them.
So first off, of the 3 of the 9 members that were indicted on racketeering conspiracy charges by the U.S. Attorney's Office, Gustavo Garcia, Lorenzo Garcia Jr., and Bertin Medrano were already previously indicted from the May 2024, but investigators were able to illuminate additional criminal activity to bring additional charges. So those were 3 out of the 9. The 4th in custody arrest was Oscar Benitez, who was already in federal custody on a previous narcotics case. Arrests 5, 6, and 7 were also in custody arrests, which is Carlos Gutierrez, Jesus Avalos Fernandez, and Jose Aguilar, who were in California state custody with CDCR. The 8th arrest comes from Marco Sanchez, who was in Monterey County Jail on a 245 assault with a deadly weapon charge. And the 9th arrest, like the chief said, was Jesus Saldana, who was arrested on the morning of January 6, 2026, at his residence at 914 Acosta Plaza, apartment 36 here in Salinas. Outside of those 9 arrests for the racketeering conspiracy charge, there was also 4 additional state arrests, or I'll call them arrests 10 through 13. Arrests 10 and 11 were on Ramey warrants, which includes Andrew Castaneda for possession with intent to distribute, transfer of a firearm, and gang enhancement, and Cristobal Romero for robbery, 2 gang enhancements, and gang conspiracy. Arrests 12 and 13 were state probable cause arrests the day of the enforcement action, which includes Andy Rios was found in possession of a firearm, in which he's already a prohibited person for being a current felon, and Juan Mejia Lopez, who was found in possession of ammunition, and he too is a prohibited person.
To understand what happened at Acosta Plaza, you need to understand the structure behind it. Salinas, California sits in Monterey County, an agricultural city of about 160,000 people known for its strawberry fields and its gang problem. For decades, Salinas has been one of the most gang-impacted cities in California relative to its size. Norteños and Sureño sets have fought over territory here since at least the 1990s. The violence has never really stopped. The Norteños are a Northern California street gang affiliation, but they don't operate in a vacuum. Above them, feeding them structure, leadership, and criminal ideology from inside California's prison system is the Nuestra Familia, a prison gang, one of the most organized criminal enterprises in California's correctional system. Members and associates of Nuestra Familia direct street-level Norteño sets from behind bars. They set policy, they issue orders, and the street crews carry them out. The Acosta Plaza gang is one of those crews. Their territory, the Acosta Plaza housing complex, a cluster of residential buildings on the 900 block in East Salinas. This wasn't just a neighborhood where gang members happened to live. This was Command Central. This was where they sold drugs, where they recruited, where they stored guns, where they planned violence, and, as prosecutors allege, where they committed murders. The gang operated as a criminal enterprise for more than a decade. 8 documented deletions in just the 5 years leading up to the 2024 indictment. Multiple attempted deletions. Fentanyl and meth moving through the complex. Firearms trafficking. Armed robberies at gunpoint. At least 1 documented firebombing of an apartment inside the complex. Federal prosecutors classified the Acosta Plaza gang's entire operation as a racketeering enterprise under the RICO statute, the same legal framework used to take down organized crime families. cartel networks, and the most entrenched criminal organizations in the country. That designation alone tells you how seriously the government took this crew.
Operation Dead End, a more than 2-year investigation involving a deadly and violent East Salinas gang. 20 alleged gangsters who formed out of Acosta Plaza in East Salinas are now behind bars, accused of racketeering that included 14 attempted armed robbery, along with drug and gun trafficking, dating back to 2009.
Amongst the people in Salinas. So we obviously, with the arrest, the indictments, we consider it obviously a big win for the departments involved and also the community.
Tuesday marked the second phase of Operation Dead End with the arrest of 11 suspected gangsters. 9 were hauled in back in 2024. Police say half the members of that vicious gang are now in custody.
The deletions are where this case becomes impossible to look away from. Over the course of the investigation, federal prosecutors documented 8 confirmed homicides in the 5 years preceding the April 2024 indictment, all connected to the Acosta Plaza gang's criminal enterprise. By the time the superseding indictment was unsealed in January 2026, that number had climbed to 11. 2 of those deletions are charged directly in the original RICO indictment, with specific defendants named. The first, July 19, 2014. Heron Moran met his demise on the 1000 block of North Sanborn Road in Salinas. It's a demise that goes unsolved at the state level for years, but federal investigators connected to the Acosta Plaza enterprise. By the time Operation Dead End drops, 2 Acosta Plaza gang members, Gustavo Garcia and Lorenzo Garcia Jr., are charged with a federal deletion enhancement in connection with Moran's death. For these 2 defendants, that enhancement means life in prison is on the table. The second, December 2nd, 2023. Gregorio Solis met his demise on the 900 block of Acosta Plaza, in the complex itself, where the gang lives, where families live. Solis doesn't die in some neutral location, he dies inside the gang's own territory. 2 more Acosta Plaza members, Raul Coronel Suarez and Jose Saldana, are charged with federal deletion enhancements in connection with the Solis homicide. Again, life sentences are on the table. Between those 2 bookmarks, 2014 and 2023, there are more. In May 2023, Christian Jimenez is shot on the 800 block of Garner Avenue. In December 2023, Jesus Garcia is shot at the corner of Garner Avenue and Atlantic Street. Multiple additional shootings and attempted deletions are folded into the RICO enterprise. This is a gang that didn't just threaten violence. They used it consistently, over years, as a tool to maintain control of Acosta Plaza and the surrounding East Salinas territory. 4 defendants, Gustavo Garcia, Lorenzo Garcia Jr., Raul Coronel Suarez, and Jose Saldana face federal deletion enhancements that carry maximum life sentences.
Salinas police say the shooting took place on the 900 block of Acosta Plaza. Authorities say they responded to a shot spotter alert of shots fired around 5 p.m. When officers arrived, they located a 32-year-old man who was suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. The man was transported to a local hospital where he later died. According to investigators, an adult male wearing a dark-colored T-shirt was seen running from the scene.
Salinas police investigating a homicide. Shooting happened just before 1:30 this morning on Garner Avenue. Investigators found a victim shot multiple times. The 36-year-old man died there at the scene. At this point, police do not have any information about a shooter. If you have any information, you're asked to contact Salinas PD.
April 18, 2024. The federal indictment is unsealed. Operation Dead End. A joint operation coordinated by the U.S. Department of Justice, Northern District of California, the FBI, Salinas Police Department, Monterey County Sheriff's Office, and U.S. Department of Homeland Security investigations. 9 arrests are made the day the indictment drops. 2 defendants, Salvador Mexicano and Lorenzo Garcia Jr., are already in custody when the announcement hits. 11 defendants total, all charged under Count 1. RICO conspiracy. Maximum exposure on the RICO count alone, 20 years in federal prison, and a $250,000 fine. That's before any deletion enhancements. That's before any additional charges. The charges against the enterprise as a whole are extensive. RICO conspiracy spanning more than a decade, 8 deletions, multiple attempted deletions, distribution of fentanyl and meth, firearms trafficking, armed robbery, firebombing. The DOJ and the Salinas Police Department held a joint press conference to lay it all out, making clear that this wasn't just a local enforcement action. This was a federal takedown of an organized criminal enterprise that had operated with near impunity inside a California housing complex for over 10 years. And it wasn't over. 18 months after Operation Dead End dropped, federal prosecutors came back to court. January 2026. A superseding indictment is unsealed in the Northern District of California. 9 additional defendants charged as part of the same Acosta Plaza gang RICO enterprise. The federal government had kept building the case, kept gathering evidence, kept identifying more members of the criminal organization. Total defendants in the case now, 20 or more. Lesions total alleged by federal prosecutors, 11. The superseding indictment represents something important. It means federal investigators didn't just land the first punch and walk away. They stayed on the case. They continued developing charges against other members of the Acosta Plaza enterprise, people who weren't caught in the first net, but were still connected to the same criminal organization. The same deletions, the same drug and gun trafficking operation. The Hoodline reported on the superseding indictment with a simple and direct headline. Feds dropped the hammer on East Salinas as 9 more nabbed in Acosta Plaza gang case. That's exactly what happened. The case grew. The defendant count grew. The deletion count grew. And every one of those 9 additional defendants is now folded into a federal RICO prosecution with the same murder-linked sentencing exposure hanging over the entire enterprise. This is what federal prosecution of a gang looks like when the government decides to go all the way. They don't file one indictment and call it done. They build and build until every thread in the organization has been pulled.
From Salinas, Hollister, and Los Banos to Visalia, Delano, and Farmersville, 36 key members of the Nuestra Familia gang arrested.
We are up against some very serious criminals, very sophisticated, and with apparently nothing else to do except in prison to foment more crime.
Attorney General Jerry Brown says those arrested Tuesday are the gangsters who commit murders and violent crimes that are orchestrated from behind bars.
They use these contraband cell phones and they get the word out.
3 gang leaders are serving life sentences inside Pelican Bay and directing activities from their secure housing unit.
The prisoners do nothing. They're totally idle. And I certainly would like to see the day when prisoners are working, at least a 40-hour week, and they don't have as much time for this kind of gang-related activity.
The Nuestra Familia gang has been growing its operations since the late 60s when it began in Folsom Prison and is now tens of thousands of members strong.
There are a large number of gangsters, gang members throughout California. And we arrest them, we put them in prison, but we don't break the chain of criminal enterprise.
Operation Street Sweeper concluded an extensive joint investigation and a year-long series of arrests attacking the top tier of the gang.
The Acosta Plaza case didn't exist in isolation. Running alongside and connected to Operation Dead End was a broader statewide enforcement effort targeting Norteños affiliated gang members across California. Federal and state agencies, including the California DOJ, the FBI, and multiple local departments coordinated a sweep that resulted in 36 arrests across the state. 36. Statewide. These weren't all Acosta Plaza members, but they were all connected to the same broader Norteños network, the same gang affiliation, the same criminal ecosystem that produced the Acosta Plaza enterprise in East Salinas. KSBW Action News 8 captured the sweep on camera. The footage shows what a coordinated multi-agency gang operation looks like when it goes wide. Arrests across multiple jurisdictions, multiple agencies moving at once. crews connected by gang affiliation being targeted simultaneously across California. The 36 arrests underline a larger point. The Acosta Plaza gang was not an isolated case. They were one node in a broader criminal network. Federal and state law enforcement treated them that way, not just targeting the Acosta Plaza complex, but pulling on the threads that connected East Salinas to Norteños crews across the entire state. When the feds decide to move on a RICO enterprise, they tend to move on the whole web.
Fauna has lived on the 900 block of Acosta Plaza her whole life.
You're more and more scared, you know what I mean?
Just last Thursday, 2 teenagers died after being fatally shot on her street. Less than 24 hours later, she was calling 911 for the 3rd victim of the week, just blocks from her own neighborhood.
I mean, it's always been bad, but now it just seems to get worse and worse, and just so many people are dying. It's real sad that you gotta be home and thinking, God, you know, if I go out, I'm gonna be dodging bullets.
The part that doesn't make headlines as often, but matters just as much. People live at Acosta Plaza. Families, children, residents who had nothing to do with the gang, who watched deletions happen in their parking lot, who heard gunshots when Gregorio Solis met his demise outside their windows, who had their building firebombed by a crew that treated the housing complex as their personal criminal headquarters. In response to years of escalating violence, city officials and law enforcement held an anti-gang violence meeting directly at the Acosta Plaza complex. Not in a city hall conference room, not downtown, at Acosta Plaza itself, in the community that had been living under this gang's control. KSBW Action News 8 was there. The meeting captured something real: the tension between a community that had endured years of gang violence and a law enforcement apparatus that was only now, after a decade, bringing federal charges. The residents of Acosta Plaza didn't create this situation. They were trapped in it. A housing complex becomes gang-controlled not because everyone inside is a gang member, but because a gang decides to claim it. And the violence that follows makes it nearly impossible for anyone to push back without putting themselves in danger. Operation Dead End represents the largest federal enforcement action ever taken against the Acosta Plaza gang. For the families living inside that complex, it means something. The decade-long grip the enterprise held over Acosta Plaza is now in federal court. Whether that translates to real safety on the ground, that's a longer story. But the arrests are a start. What does Operation Dead End actually mean beyond the arrests and the indictments? Federal RICO prosecution of gang-controlled housing projects has become one of the DOJ's most effective tools against entrenched street gang enterprises. RICO, the Racketeer-Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, was built to dismantle organized crime from the top down. It lets prosecutors charge an entire enterprise for the collective crimes of its members. One defendant doesn't just face charges for what they personally did. They face charges for being part of an organization that committed deletions, ran drugs, trafficked guns, and firebombed buildings over a decade-long operation. That's the power of a RICO count. And that's why 4 defendants in this case are looking at possible life sentences. Not just for individual crimes, for being deletion-charged members of a RICO enterprise. The Acosta Plaza case also reflects a pattern playing out across California. Federal prosecutors working alongside local law enforcement to bring federal charges against gang enterprises that state courts have struggled to address. State charges can be beaten. Witnesses can be intimidated. Cases can fall apart. Federal RICO prosecutions are a different animal. They carry higher penalties. They aggregate years of criminal conduct into a single indictment, and they're prosecuted by U.S. attorneys with more resources than most county DA offices. One Salinas Norteño gang member in a separate related case has already been sentenced to 30 years in federal prison for RICO conspiracy. That sentence is a preview of what's coming for the Acosta Plaza defendants as their cases move toward trial or plea agreements. 11 deletions, 20+ defendants, a decade of documented criminal enterprise. The Acosta Plaza gang ran East Salinas for a long time. Operation Dead End is the bill coming due. That's the story of the Acosta Plaza gang under Teno's crew that turned a California housing complex into a criminal enterprise. Ran it for over a decade through deletions, drugs, guns, and firebombing, and now faces federal RICO prosecution with life sentences on the table for the defendants charged with murder enhancements. And if you're watching this and you're not subscribed yet, hit that subscribe button right now. We cover real cases, real names.
Henley masquerades as a legitimate businessman and reformed gang member, often appearing on podcasts and media outlets, but it's a front for a wide-ranging criminal enterprise.
He has maintained the image of an entertainment industry entrepreneur running a music label. The facts alleged in the complaint paint a very different picture. It is one of a murderer, a thief, a liar, and a cheat.
10 of Henley's associates were arrested this morning, but he remains a fugitive. Henley's son, Dayon, plays linebacker for our LA Chargers. He has not commented on these charges.
So much gangbanging from dudes in my whole entire life. I'm sorry. In my life, where people are just telling on themselves on the internet. I ain't never seen that before. And I'm talking about my homeboys. All this 6-0 stuff.
The recent federal indictment against key figures within the rolling 60s neighborhood Crips has highlighted the ongoing intersection between gang activity, music, and social influence. Among those charged is Eugene Big U Henley, a former gang leader and self-proclaimed community activist, along with industry and social media figures Brick Baby and Loose Cannon. The indictment alleges a range of criminal activities, including racketeering, extortion, human trafficking, fraud, and even the deletion of an aspiring musician. The case also underscores how social media has played a pivotal role in amplifying gang culture, providing law enforcement with key evidence and shaping public perception. As this case unfolds, it raises serious questions about the blurred lines between legitimate business, street credibility, and organized crime.
But the search is on for the man they say has been heading up the local Crips gang for decades, Eugene Henley Jr. Investigators say he's been painting himself as an entertainment executive who's been giving back to the community with various charities. But they say in reality, he's a violent criminal, the leader of the Crips with a long list of crimes on his resume.
I mean, a lot of people thought that Debo was based on him, but it wasn't. It was actually based on Big U from the Rolling 60s.
I didn't know that. People want to see that character. He's, I told you, I pulled that from Big U. I used him as my background of how I wanted this character to be perceived.
Eugene Big U Henley is a name that holds weight in both gang culture and community activism. As an alleged longtime leader within the rolling 60s neighborhood Crips, one of Los Angeles' most notorious gangs, Big U was heavily involved in street life before his 1991 arrest for attempted robbery. He served 13 years in prison before being released in 2004, after which he claimed to dedicate his life to mentorship and community activism. Through his Developing Options nonprofit, he sought to create opportunities for at-risk youth, aiming to prevent them from joining gangs. Simultaneously, he remained connected to hip-hop, helping up-and-coming artists and maintaining close ties with figures in the industry. Whack 100, on the other hand, built his reputation as a music executive and manager, working with high-profile artists like The Game and Blueface. While he comes from a different background than Big U, Whack has always been vocal about his connections to the streets, frequently engaging in public disputes and calling out industry figures. At one point, Big U and Whack 100 had a working relationship, seemingly united in their efforts to navigate the music industry while still acknowledging their street ties. However, their friendship eventually turned sour, leading to a bitter public feud. Loose Cannon and Brick Baby are two names that have surfaced frequently in the discussion surrounding Big U and Whack 100. Both Brick Baby and Loose Cannon from the Rolling 60s Crips have connections to these figures and have now become part of a major federal indictment targeting the Rolling 60s neighborhood Crips. The dynamics among Loose Cannon, Whack 100, and Big U have been marked by public disputes and shifting alliances within the hip-hop community. Loose Cannon, initially associated with Whack 100, has made allegations against Big U, claiming involvement in the events leading to Nipsey Hussle's death. These claims have intensified tensions, leading Big U to issue a cease and desist letter to the No Jumper podcast, where some of these allegations were discussed. Brick Baby, another figure in this narrative, has publicly criticized Loose Cannon for spreading falsehoods about Big U and Nipsey Hussle. In interviews, Brick Baby has expressed his refusal to reconcile with Loose Cannon, citing the severity of the alleged falsehoods as a significant factor in their ongoing conflict. However, Whack 100 and Loose Cannon relationship soured after Loose Cannon's home was raided and other issues. Whack allegedly distanced himself. In response, Loose Cannon and Brick Baby confronted Whack 100 publicly, addressing their grievances in a face-to-face discussion. The fallout, along with shifting alliances, has played out across social media and interviews, highlighting the ever-changing dynamics within the hip-hop and street culture scene.
Like the Crips have been crimped, the FBI announcing that they made a sweeping bust of the Rolling 60s Crips gang, but are still looking for its longtime leader. Now here's some Air 7 video from earlier this morning showing some of the alleged gang members being processed in tents at the FBI's Los Angeles office. Search warrants executed at 6 different locations today. Hundreds of agents and officers arresting 10 people. In all, 19 have been indicted. 4 were already in custody, so at least 5 more arrests are expected. But the search is on for the man they say has been heading up the local Crips gang for decades, Eugene Henley Jr. Investigators say he's been painting himself as an entertainment executive who's been giving back to the community with various charities. But they say in reality, he's a violent criminal, the leader of the Crips with a long list of crimes on his resume.
The facts alleged in the complaint paint a very different picture. It is one of a murderer, a thief, a liar, and a cheat, and the criminals that enabled him. For example, Mr. Henley engaged in a murder of a musician signed to his label in 2021 and dumped the victim's body in Las Vegas off of the I-15 freeway.
At a news conference this morning, the U.S. Attorney's Office announcing charges against Eugene Henley Jr. Authorities say Henley is responsible for drug and human trafficking, also extortion and even COVID fraud. He's facing federal racketeering conspiracy charges. Prosecutors say Henley masquerades as a legitimate businessman and reformed gang member, often appearing on podcasts and media outlets, but it's a front for a wide-ranging criminal enterprise.
A longtime leader of the Rolling 60s neighborhood Crips in South Los Angeles, Eugene Henley Jr., known as Big U, has been charged with running a criminal enterprise involved in multiple racketeering offenses, including extortion, human trafficking, fraud, and the 2021 demise of an aspiring rapper. The Justice Department announced the charges, revealing that Big U58 from Hyde Park is facing conspiracy charges under the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act. 2 other alleged members of the enterprise, Sylvester Robinson, 59, aka Vay, from Northridge, and Mark Martin, 50, aka Bear Claw, from Beverly Wood, were also arrested under the same charges. Both are scheduled to appear in United States District Court in Los Angeles, while Big U remains a fugitive. The charges in this case outline a violent criminal organization led by an individual who used his influence as both a gang figure and an entertainment entrepreneur to carry out illegal activities, said acting U.S. Attorney Joseph McNally. This indictment represents a crucial step toward dismantling the operation and making Los Angeles a safer place. According to law enforcement officials, the Big U enterprise operated like a mafia, using Henley's reputation in the Rolling 60s and the entertainment industry to intimidate individuals and businesses. Court documents allege that from 2010 to the present, This enterprise engaged in criminal activities such as deletion, robbery, sex trafficking, fraud, and illegal gambling. One key allegation involves the 2021 demise of an aspiring musician identified as RW. Big U and his associates had signed RW to their record label, Unique Music, and arranged for him to record music in Las Vegas. However, when RW recorded a song critical of Big U and Robinson allegedly traveled to confront him. Big U is accused of driving RW to North Las Vegas, deleting him, and disposing of his body in the desert. He then allegedly ordered the removal of security footage and instructed witnesses to remain silent about the crime. The indictment also highlights how the enterprise used social media, documentaries, and interviews to build its reputation, furthering its influence while instilling fear in the community. Additionally, Big U is accused of fraudulently applying for a COVID-19 relief loan, misrepresenting Unique Music's financial status to secure funds. Another major aspect of the charges involves Big U's nonprofit organization, Developing Options, which was promoted as a program to provide at-risk youth with alternatives to gang life. Prosecutors alleged that instead of serving its intended purpose, the nonprofit was used to embezzle large donations from celebrities and city funding, funneling the money into Big U's personal accounts. In the past 24 hours, authorities have arrested 10 Rolling 60s members and associates for charges including drug trafficking, racketeering, and firearm offenses. 5 additional suspects remain at large, including Big U. If convicted, Big U faces a maximum sentence of life in federal prison. The indictment of Big U and his associates represents a major step in the federal government's efforts to dismantle organized crime in Los Angeles. With the rise of
City by city, the pattern repeats itself. Different names, different colors, different territories, but the same cycle. Power, profit, retaliation, and the constant pressure of law enforcement trying to break the chain. What these cases reveal, when you put them side by side, is that gang violence in California was never really a local problem. The Mexican Mafia's reach connects San Pedro to San Bernardino. Nuestra Familia ties the Central Valley back to the prison system. Crews film their crimes in Richmond and post them online for the world to see. Gun pipelines run from Arizona straight into LA County. These networks cross city lines, county lines, even state lines, and so do the investigations chasing them. But behind every indictment number and every seizure total are real communities, families holding vigils, innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire, children, street vendors, people who simply lived on the wrong block. They're the ones who pay the highest price, and they're the reason these stories matter. So the question is the one that never fully goes away. Do these crackdowns actually break the networks? Or do they just reshuffle the hierarchy and start the clock on the next generation? Every arrest is a step toward peace, but the battle is far from over. If you made it this far, do us a favor. Like the video, drop your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe for more deep dives into the cases the mainstream won't cover. We'll see you in the next one.